All right, traders, who's ready for another week of some live trading action? This is where we, of course, give you guys equity trades, options trades, and sometimes even some YOLO action. We'll see what happens today. Of course, we got Zunaid, myself, Ryan, ready to get into the market and see if we can get into the green. Of course, there's some trading action going on. Now, the question is, will it be a green light day or will it be a red light day? We're going to have to wait and see. And it looks like Apple could be the one for today. Has a big support. We'll see what happens today. Let's get into live trading right here on Benzinga.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Those words have been dancing around my head all night. Oh, it's Vegas lore, that phrase.
All right, team, let's get right towards the trading. Let's bring on, you might know him. Everyone give a little welcome to the Lord. Lord, that is Ryan Faloona. What's going on, my friend? How we doing?
We're doing all right. Happy Monday. Had one of the wildest games of the weekend was the Dolphins-Bears game yesterday. So
Of course, the Dolphins won. But hey, I told you, man, your guy Fields is not looking too bad.
Nope, I think he's the guy.
Gotta give him some props now. Gotta give him some props, Ryan. Give him some props. Give him some love, man.
I'll make a call right here. He is the best quarterback from that draft. I don't want to hear about Trevor Lawrence anymore. Sorry.
Okay. Hey,
sorry.
Not a bad give there. And I think what it is give my man a supporting cast. He doesn't have a Ryan Faloona. He doesn't have a Zunaid, right? I got the supporting cast of the beast. Got my old line here, taking care of it. We got the running back, or we'll call him halfback, Zunaid, but might not be an old line there. But we'll get into the market action. Let's see what we're trading today. I'll share my screen. I'll go first, and then I'll let Ryan go. And then by that time, Zunaid should be joining us up, team. He'll be here in just any minute. You know how he is. The alarm clock rings on Monday. He hits the snooze once or twice, then joins the stream. You know how that
we got an extra hour. This is the one day where that doesn't really work. We got an extra hour.
The truth is, Ryan, is that I'm sure Zunaid never even changed his clocks. So he's probably running off the old time there. You know how that works. Let's get into the market, see what we're going to trade today. Of course, today is one of those days where I think, this is one of those weeks that makes a very important week for us. If we have a red week this week, I think we could even be as far down as close towards that 360. Now, of course, what's going to happen here is going to be determining, of course, we have the election. We have CPI Thursday, which is going to be massively important. And then what will happen in between then with the earnings? And of course, what I think is the more important thing to think about is not even the stocks. It's the talk. The talking heads, the feds, will be talking again. And we know how long the feds have been on their chat talk. And it seems like for a while we got there a pause in their talking. And what happened? The markets went up when they stopped talking. Now, of course, what's going to happen probably when they start talking again? Well, I expect a little bit more to the downside as the Fed talk comes back. And of course, what do you see? Every time it seems like they're opening their mouth, seems like it's heading towards the downside. But we'll see what happens. Let's get into the market. I did ask Tim Quas for Market Structure Edge what he saw in Tesla. And what he sees makes me a little bit interested in Tesla today. So he's seeing that this could get a nice little push. And so I'm going to be watching today to see if we can push through, getting above the 210. Of course, 200, big support. I can actually play this both ways. I don't need to actually play it in one direction. I think that's the important part here is looking at the daily chart. And you guys can see here a lot of support underneath. Maybe this 204 area acts as support and we get a push back towards the 220s, the 230s. If not, if that does cut through there, then we can start looking to maybe short in this name. But I think that Tesla is going to be a mover that we can keep watch this week. So keep watch on that. Of course, Disney is going to be reporting earnings on Tuesday. So see if we can have if we do have a bullish day in the SPY, could Disney get a lift, right? That could be a move going into the earnings. Well, I'm going to keep watch on Disney. Right now, it does have kind of support underneath it towards the kind of 98s. Look to fill that gap, right, towards a 101.77. I could see this kind of filling in there. And then, of course, the earnings will come into play. I'd probably get out before then, but I don't see this as a bad little run there towards maybe around like 102s today. So I'll be keeping an eye on Walt Disney. Oil stocks, of course, have been on a run, but BTU, guys, you guys know how I'm a big BTU fan. And look what happened today. Look at this breakout that we're getting now in BTU. Look at the daily chart. Now we're getting up there towards the 30. Big push. Why did this happen? Well, if you had Benzinga Pro, you saw this morning that, of course, why was Peabody moving? Well, it's moving off of Coronado, ending the merger talks on Sunday. So, of course, you guys can check this out by going to pro.benzinga.com. But let's check out BTU on an intraday chart. Let's go to the 15-minute. You guys can see it's already getting a nice little spike. Going to look for a nice little rip right out the gates towards 30. I do think that it's going to top out around 30, 31, but I do think that we could either get a little quick pullback or a push. BTU is definitely one of those stocks that has a tendency of trending. Sometimes it just pushes right out the gates. Like a very close example is right here on the 4th, right? You had like a support in the pre-market. You pushed right through the resistance and you made a move from 24.50 all the way up there towards around 27. I don't want to miss a move like that today. So I'm going to be ready, trying to execute. We'll see what happens on BTU. It'll probably be smaller size to begin with. If the stock just wants to run, well, then we can look for pullbacks to actually add to the position and take a big swing. We'll see what happens today. And Peabody and coal, of course, we'll see if Santa's bringing some more coal to these traders out there. ExxonMobil, we'll see what happens on oil today. They've been holding on. It's been a big move recently. Will it start topping out or will it make the next leg towards 115? One thing that I did see in crude is that we are up on crude. Now we're down on the day just a little bit, about 45 cents. But if this can make a move towards 93, I mean, you've gotten a big move in oil lately in about 1 month from around 82 on October 18th to now up there towards 92 and holding. Of course, that does help these oil stocks make some more money. So we'll see if this can continue to trend. Dollar, of course, keep that on watch. Dollar's been going down today. The dollar goes down, maybe we can go up. So keep that also on your radar. And what I use is the DXY. Now I'll kick it over to my man Ryan and see what he sees in the market today. But like always, we'll see what happens. SPYs has been kind of on a battle. There's a lot of stocks moving. I know Palantir had earnings today. So if you want to take a look at Palantir, you guys can. But it's really not my cup of tea. What do you think, Ryan? What do you got for us?
Yeah, I'm not sold on Palantir. Things need to turn around for Palantir to be any good, but I do have a couple
more quarters, right? It needs, I think, a couple more quarters to kind of work out through their earnings, really show a positive outlook, and then maybe you can see the turnaround.
Yeah, you know, one of the things I like about Palantir is the defense contracts, but like you said, getting a couple of quarters of better numbers out there will give us a better idea of what it's worth and then where we can actually trade it. The one thing I wanted to finish up with you on Tesla, let me go ahead and pull up
let's take a look.
Tesla chart right here. I'm interested in what you heard this morning. I'm sorry I missed that. As far as Tesla goes, you talked a little bit about the upside plan. Downside plan here, really the candle from October 24th is the line in the sand. Bottom of that wick was 198.59. Bottom of the body on that was 211. So we tried to trade down to that 200, found support. Unable to close below it by quite a bit. So looks like we've kind of retested that, and it looks like this wants to test going back up here. We'll see if Tesla can actually get moving here. Would love to see it take out 230 on a move back up, but keep us posted on what you're thinking there. As far as some of these small caps, let's run through the list. We do have some tradable opportunities here today. First one that you might notice on the list here is going to be OYST, and this is a buyout. So we're just going to skip this one. This one is up considerably here, acquired by Viatris for 11 per share. Current price is 11.50. So let's just put that on the back burner, but that's why this is up here.
Ryan, my Pokedex is moving. My Pokedex is telling me I have found somebody in the background. In the bushes in the back. Look who I found. Oh, we got ourselves a Pokemon.
Okay, for a sec there, I didn't know where you were going with the
I didn't know where
Pokemon
he was
talk.
going either. I wasn't
Yeah,
sure. I'm
I
glad I
have
wasn't
no
picking my
idea about
boogers.
Pokemon.
Hola, Pokemon. It was
No,
all
I
Melanie. I
don't
gave
have
Melanie
those
the
little things. No.
the jump there. There you go, Zunaid joining in there. Ryan, you continue going through some of these charts. I just wanted to bring in my man.
There you go.
Zunaid in the
Heck of
chat.
a welcome for a Monday morning, Zunaid. I hope you like that as much as I did.
Who doesn't like being called Pokemon? I'm all for it.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, GCT here, another small cap. This is Giga Cloud Tech. This is actually making some nice moves here. I actually really like this formation. This gives me kind of a clue about how this is going to trade here today. We're actually currently yanking back to the VWAP. That's great. If this can hold 620 and kind of hold right around here, I'd love for this to curl and make a move towards 660. And that gives us quite a bit of range there for a potential day trade. At this point, though, really here, going to have to make sure this holds 620. I would imagine if we snap 620, maybe we pull back to 607, maybe even 6 or 588. We'll see, but I like this formation here in the pre-market. We'll see if this turns into an actual trade here today. With the midterms tomorrow, we've got DWAC making some noise here today. Evidently, there was some news. This says Digital World Acquisition Corp are trading higher amid reports suggesting that Trump could announce a 2024 run this week. This is, of course, the Trump social media stock. What I would say about this is that this stock is likely to be in play quite a bit this week. Today and tomorrow, you'll probably see some pretty crazy movement in this. We already saw a pretty big gap up. It's gone ahead here and bled back quite a bit of those gains. But I don't necessarily think this is out here today. Full disclosure, this is definitely not a stock that I would buy and hold overnight. If that's something that you want to do, make sure it fits as part of your plan. I would not consider doing that. I don't necessarily believe in the whole angle of the multiple social media companies, this, that, and the other thing. All that being said, this could absolutely be in play today. It already seems like it's in play here in the pre-market. A nice move through 23 here, I think probably puts 24.50 on deck. And as you can see, we've been as high as 30 here today. So 7-point difference from where we're at right now. I would expect this stock to move around quite a bit here today. Might be volatile, might be risky, so factor that in. But DWAC definitely could be one of your movers here today. Next one on the list is good old Veru. Veru has been very good to us for a long, long time here. When we first started trading the stock, it was $6. It's actually kind of settled down here. It's gone back to that low 10 range. And today we're actually popping again. So we do have some news here. FDA staff reviewer says none of the uncertainties related to Veru's COVID drug data invalidate mortality benefit. There's a couple of different news headlines here that pertain to the FDA. Market is liking that as we're up 22% here. We're actually up even higher this morning. So what I did is I drew some more of these lines here. I actually used the daily chart because we've traded this so much, as well as the 15-minute chart to identify some of these lines. You can see here the big first one is going to be this 1296. Let's just call it 13 as an area. And if we can get over 13, you can see how much this stock actually likes to pop. I would expect to see similar type thing here in the actual market when it opens. So move through this 13 handle, especially if we can build on volume there. I think that would be pretty good for this stock. If we back out here, you can see that that 13 resistance has been resistance pretty much since what, September 19th. And then if we end up clearing out this gap area between 13 and let's call it 1450, you can see the next leg of consolidation was up here between 15 and 1650. So just keep that in mind when you're actually trading Veru here today. If we do, we'll go ahead and watch it. I definitely want to watch the relative volume scanner. The gap here is great this morning, but I would love to see some continued volume in the regular session. Veru here, again, a target we've traded quite a bit here today. It looks volatile this morning. We'll wait for this to set up. here for us today. The next one I'm going to mention here is PHUN. This seems to move along with DWAC. Looks like I clicked on the wrong stock here. PHUN seems to move along with DWAC. I'll be honest, I'm probably not going to trade this. What's going on with my... there we go. I'm probably not going to trade PUHN. I'm not sure I necessarily believe the connection to begin with. And frankly, if we're going to trade some of this volatile back and forth technical action, we might get better setups on DWAC in general as opposed to trading PHUN. If DWAC starts to get nuts and gets halted, maybe that could affect PHUN. Keep that in mind. But again, for me, I'll probably just pass on this one here today. ORGS, this is Orgenesis. This is up here this morning. We did have a catalyst here. Orgenesis shares are trading higher if the company announced its subsidiaries secured a $50 million investment to accelerate point-of-care services growth. So it looks like we got as high as 2, really kind of pulled back here to the 170 handle. Looks like 166 is our line in the sand. I'd actually want to wait for this one to set up as opposed to taking it right out of the gate or taking it early on. I really want to make sure this holds instead of just retracing its entire move, which is absolutely a possibility. And then last to note here, XPEV. This of course got really hit on some of those Chinese names recently. We're curling right back up to that consolidation area we had before. We talked about this here on this day when it looked like it was going to gap. It ran right there in the pre-market and then really didn't have any strength the rest of the day. So one of the things I'd like to see is, does this actually have any strength today? And if so, if we can move through this 837 level that we have identified right here, perhaps we can test the top around 850 and maybe even higher. We'll see, though. This one, again, kind of on the back burner, would wait for this to set up. All right, Zunaid. Pokemon Zunaid. PokeZ, I guess, is what your Pokemon name would be. I have no idea, dude. I completely...
First, Veru has been very good to us, and now that, I mean, you're just dad jokes this Monday morning. I welcome it. And welcome to everybody else in this fine Monday morning. Hope you guys are doing all right. Let's go ahead and take a look at some stonks. I want to go ahead and try to short some Facebook. The rumors, or not the rumors, or whatever you want to call it, but the reports, rumors. I haven't been able to confirm it, but of them cutting jobs and whatnot. It doesn't really, yes, it helps you with revenue, saving, or helps you with margins and profitability and things like that. But to me, I want to kind of see if we can short it maybe around like 94.52, and then 95 would be an area that I'd look to go short as well. But if it breaks 95, though, we could absolutely go ahead and have it go to the upside. Actually, you know what? Let me cancel this for now because my bias is to the long side, but I'm going to keep an eye and set an alert here. If it goes ahead and cracks 95, however, I will definitely try to go ahead and buy to the upside, and we'll see how that kind of plays out on Meta. Let's go ahead and take a look at some AMD, and then I'm going to go over a couple of different options that I saw, and I believe Jonathan and I are doing a little show later on. We'll get confirmation on that, but if AMD goes ahead and cracks 63, right? If it goes ahead and cracks 63, and if it holds 63 and it bases around there, retest, whatever, I'd be interested in going long. If you believe that the market is going to be to the downside, then 63 is a solid resistant level, as you can see right over here. A couple of times we've played it in the past, and you can go ahead and try to go ahead and get your short in there if you would like. Let's go ahead and check out Microsoft. That 220 level has been kind of key for quite some time now. There it is once again, resistance. So keep an eye if this one wants to come back. Matter of fact, I'm going to see if we can just go ahead and get some shares right around there. Microsoft, I think we played this one on Thursday, was it? Yep, we played this one on Thursday to go to the short side. Now we're going to see if we can play it to the long side. I'm going to risk about, let's say, I'm going to do that, and then we're going to go ahead and do that as well. Start the morning off on a 1-to-1. There we go. We got our profits and everything else locked in. So 220.05 is my buy. 219.71 is my sell. 220.39 is my sell target. Matter of fact, I'm going to see if I can just move this puppy up just a little bit so I can cry it around when I don't get my fills properly. But there you go. We're locked in on Microsoft. We'll see if that trade goes ahead and happens. AMZN is the one. Yes, I will go ahead and check Google. I appreciate you putting that out there. Amazon. On Friday, they had the $90 calls transacted on the ask expiring December 2nd. approximately $1.7 million worth. That's ticker AMZN, $90 calls coming in on the ask, expiring December 2nd, $1.7 million worth. Now, if this goes ahead and cracks 92.50, I'm going to set a little alert here. Matter of fact, I'm going to see if I can, if I set that, it's going to buy it. I think if I can do this, it should purchase it. We'll see how, hopefully I did this order right, because I know how to do it on E-Trade. I haven't really done it on here, but basically, if it goes ahead and cracks 92.50, I'd be interested in going to the long side. My stop loss would be $92. I kind of want to go ahead and get in right now, but I do not want to, I want to have the best risk reward, if you will, in case it wants to pull back and then go up, this, that, the other. I want to be very mindful of that. But I am looking to go long Amazon because I do believe we can go ahead and see 94s, maybe even a little bit higher than that. But 94s definitely would be an area of resistance. You can see support crack. Couldn't get over it in the pre-market a couple of days ago. And then we'll see if we can get a rally back up there. But we have our levels in there. Interested in going along with the 92.50 crack. If you really want to take a shot at it, I guess you could. See, Ryan, the more I talk, the more I want to just take this one right here, right now.
Hey, man. Shoot or shoot.
We will. Let me go. Well, let me go ahead, and you guys know I love losing money early in the morning. So let me go over here to E-Trade so I can diversify my losses. And we're going to see if we can get in at 92.08 here in pre-market. Let's see if we do. And there it is. Cool. So I'm in at 92.07. Thank you for the 1 penny save. And my stop loss, I'm already going to put it here on E-Trade. It's going to be 91.45. So if it cracks 91.45, I will go ahead and be out of AMZN. But I'm in the trade now. Why can't I set my stop loss? Okay, whatever. I'll figure it out. But I'm in the trade 92.07 on ticker AMZN. Now someone asked for Google, so let me quickly go over that. On Google, the main thing for me is just clearing the 88 and then the 89s. But obviously, you have a little bit of ways to go, a couple of bucks till then. For me, it's just a pre-market high that I have. I'm sorry, but unfortunately, I don't have great levels on Google for you. Besides the 89, you can expect it to be resistance. And of course, you've got the whole number 90 as well. But to me, 89, you can expect to have a little bit of resistance, especially because of this November 2nd area right over here.
That looks pretty gappy right now. I think a strong market probably takes it to that 89, maybe even 90.
I wonder if there's an easy way for me to just be like, hey, no pre-market candles or whatever. I'm sure there is. I'm drawing a blank this morning, but that's what I've got on Google. Let me go ahead and quickly just check on the SPY here. And then Mitch, if you got a couple of stocks, you can talk about it. But yeah,
I do want to cover SPRC real quick. It made
cool.
news.
Well, 280 is an area for resistance for me on SPY. We'll see where it wants to kind of go. If it cracks above 280 bases, I'd be interested in going along. What you got on the other stock?
So it was SPRC. Jay kind of shouted it here in the chat because our chat is amazing. Endpoint news real quick. This is SPRC announced positive interim results meeting the primary endpoint at a phase 2A study in Alzheimer's disease. So obviously it is phase 2, which is generally a pretty good one. Alzheimer's, a huge market. Obviously that's causing the pop here in SPRC. This was halted and recently resumed. I'm actually going to go ahead and add a line at that top. This is gapping up again. I'm going to wait for this to kind of hang out. If we take a look at the 15-minute chart, or excuse me, hourly chart, you can kind of see where I got some of these lines from. If it would load. Taking a look at some of the tops of these candles now, we've really broken above that range. And when we get to the daily chart here, you can see where that range came from. So we're kind of in here. I expect some pretty significant resistance between 175 and 180. So keep that on the radar, but this is gapping up here this morning. So we'll see if this goes.
All right, we'll see what we get today. Just looking at some gainers here. Just going to see what we can get towards the opening bell. Hasn't opened yet, so we'll have to wait and see. But if we take a look at pre-market big movers on the day, CERT, there's going to be some cheaper names. I don't know if you guys talked about DWAC. Did you guys DWAC it up?
I did. I mentioned it, yeah.
All right, perfect there. Yeah, definitely. Run, Sabrina was one of the top stocks the Market Structure Edge was looking at, right? That's on my radar also. We'll take a look at run, see how these stocks want to perform out the gates, but definitely solar stocks, right? Why not? I mean, they had a nice little push, pull back day. Now let's see if they take another leg up. We'll keep watch on this chart here. Let's go to the 15-minute. What would I want to see in run? Well, a push above 2450s. But to tell you the truth, since it was such a bearish tape on Friday, what I would want to see is a little pullback. Make it look bearish. Make it look like it wants to get through the 24s and then make a rip through the 2450s. So red to green is what I would be looking at. We'll see what happens there. Meta popping says Jan. Meta's one on the radar, right? Meta announcing job cuts, and it looks like it's already pushing big right here into the open. So Meta definitely in play today. We'll see what happens. 9:30's here. Let's get it, guys. Let's see what happens. All right. Going to take a look to see what gets moved right out the gates. I want to see if there's anything that pops up. So technology getting the first kind of lift here. From the sectors that I can look at: semiconductor equipment, internet content, electronic gaming. Remember, Take-Two has earnings today. Maybe see Take-Two get a little bit of a lift. I'll watch these solar stocks to see if they can get a lift also.
I'm in here on Meta at 95.04, stop loss 94.43, taking profits at 95.65. 1-to-1 trade.
Tesla making a move for that 203 low here right out of the gate. DWAC's first move lower, but right back to the VWAP.
Run doing a quick pullback. Now looking to kind of push. We'll see what happens there.
Veru trying to take out that 1250 level that we talked about. VWAP right there.
Stop that on Meta to the downside. 95 could not hold.
Oof, that thing's volatile. The Meta chart is definitely moving. A lot of volume there right out the gates. Look at that takedown towards 94 and then right back up towards 95. Man, that thing's moving fast right now.
Veru making a move towards 13 here. It's pretty all over the place. So I would reduce your size if you take this. Looks like it's going to try to move through 13 right here.
Looking for an hourly support test. That's 2840s on BTU. We'll see what happens there. Palantir going down right out the gates. We'll see if that can get a spike.
I'm still in this Amazon here that we purchased at 92.07. We're currently down 50 cents on it.
Run and BTU are like my top watches right now.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and cut this Amazon for now just so I can take a look at this one later on. Oh, man, it came. What's my fill here? 91.40s is my out, so lost about 60 cents on that.
Tesla making a move to that 203 here.
Tesla.
AMD, geez. Veru through 13 there. Nice little pop there, too, on Veru. Didn't want to load this, though, because it was too volatile ahead of that break. Didn't feel good about it. Let's see what Veru can do here after this first pop. Give us an idea of how strong this is going to be today.
I like BTU here on this pullback. I want 70s, but it already pulled back into the 70s and then fought off the 73s.
I want to go short Tesla below this 205. You can see on Friday I got a chance to play it short. It was a great trade for me there. But it's already kind of down on this 5-minute candle. Maybe it wants to consolidate a little bit above it or below it. I'd be interested in going short. But for now, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on Tesla. That 203 level is an area for bounce as well.
BTU looking good here through the 29s. Didn't get that 2870 pullback. I really liked the pullback, but it was really quick and it was already at 88s. I didn't grab it. It's up there towards 2910s, 2912s there. Looked like a good trade there. Just missed it there on the pullback. Bad execution there on that small pullback.
Veru yanked back beneath 13 there. So 13 clearly a big level here. You know, one of the things that's worth mentioning, we didn't talk about it because it's not really up here this morning, is Blue Apron. Last time we were trading this was around $4 here. Blue Apron, $1.76. Blue Apron shares are trading lower if the company reported worse than expected Q3 EPS and sales results and withdrew their previously announced guidance. Not good here. Looks like it is bouncing off 160. We'll keep an eye on Apron here, but one of our day trading stock du jour not having a good day here today. We'll see if this can rebound. Back to 1250 now on Veru. Sorry, Mitch.
No, you're good. I'm looking for also CEIX, another coal player, to get a nice little lift here through the 69s. That's 69.50, so I needed a little bit of a pullback here, but we'll see if I get the pullback on CEIX. BTU having a really nice day. A little pop there towards 29.50 there. Could have already made about, let's say, 60 cents on BTU. Just missed the entry there. Now run doing that pullback to around the 24s. Just wanted to get through slightly on 24s and then rebound back towards the 24.40s and 24.50s. I'll get into it on the pullback. It's not looking too bad on run.
And one of the things I'm looking at here is DKNG. Of course, they had earnings on Friday, not good. Where their earnings seemed okay. The trading action was really not good. We talked about it here a little bit. Having another rough day here today, but would love to see this come in and hold $10. I got to think that there's a swing long opportunity in DraftKings at some point. Been wrong about that so far. Obviously, the stock's down from what, $74.50. But I don't see this gambling going away, and I think I see it proliferating. So at some point, I want DKNG to really kind of find a bottom. Not yet, not here yet.
And leading us today, energy, financial services, followed by real estate. What's on the downside now? Utilities, technology. So utilities in the red again, technology in the red. Be careful with those technology names. Let's look at the leadership today because that's very important. If those stocks can't get in the green, I don't think we will have that green action that we're looking for. From the open, the leaders like Apple are down, Microsoft down, Google down, Amazon down, Tesla down. So that just shows me, be careful. We could see some downside action coming in. There's the SPY coming down now towards 376.50s as we're getting some downside action. Got to be careful in names out there.
Keeping an eye on Tesla to see how it behaves around this 205, waiting for this 5-minute candle to close.
Veru just reclaimed that 1250. We'll see if this can build and trade higher here on Veru.
I'm going to look to go long on Amazon around $90.03. If it gets there, it's about $1 away.
Walgreens Alliance, definitely a strong,
WBA.
Yeah, WBA, definitely a good, strong stock on the day there. It's affecting other stocks like Med and Rad, but definitely Walgreens Boots Alliance getting some lift today. That could be off of their opiate kind of settlement, and now it's getting some push through 37, went all the way up towards 38.72s.
Seeing some DraftKings calls roll across the tape here.
Whew, I missed that BTU. We'll see what happens. That one's quick. We talked about it out the gates. If we would have got the nice entry there at 28.70s, we could have added here on the pullbacks below 29s, looking for a push above. We'll see what happens there. You're looking for positive stocks in the SPY. One that's interesting, a $10 stock here, having a 13% day, that VTRS.
Tesla at that 203 level we talked about. Man, Tesla straight down out of the open here.
Just got filled on the Tesla. Purchased it at 203.17. I'm in some calls here as well on the, come on, give me the fill. 205 calls expiring this week. I got filled at 633, currently trading at 625, so you can get a better price than me. Stop loss on this equity side of things, it's going to be 202.41. Looking to take profits around 204.45.
And the interesting thing about this level, Zunaid, this was your intraday low or right hereabouts on Friday, right? We had an intraday low of what? 203.06 or so. So we're butting right up against that. If you're going to get your bounce, you might get it right here.
Yeah, and that's
They're
what I'm
trying
kind
to
of
move
hoping
back to
for.
1250.
The only thing is, I don't know if it'll come all the way back up to 205s or not, but
Well, the first step in this trade is making sure that it holds that bounce area anyway. Then we can worry about the profit.
yeah. Well, there's the bounce for now. Now we kind of see if it wants to continue higher, if it's going to come back and retest it. But we're in the money by 60 cents.
More DraftKings calls. They're cheapies, but they're coming.
The 11.5s.
I saw the 10s and the 12s so
Okay.
far. 10s for January of 2023. 11s for this week. Those are the puts.
The options that we purchase, I've only got a small size on it, even though we're in the money. I wish we had more, but I'm going to look to sell them around $7 if I can, or if it gets to 204.45, whichever comes first. Here we go. Come on, baby. We're $1 in the money now, but we're looking for $1.50. Can we get 204.45? Can I get 204.45? Oh, bang. There it is. 204.45.
Nice trade off that.
Thank you. Thank you.
That perfect strategy using the intraday low from Friday to hammer that bounce too. That was a really quick trade. That would have been one that I could have taken there.
Appreciate that. And I'm going to go ahead and get out of my contract here at $7. $7. I'm out of every single thing on Tesla. We got in at 633. We're out at 699 and 7 on TSLA. Now, I do expect this area to be resistance, but I mean, I'm going to take a little minute.
205?
The 205, yes,
Gotcha.
because so if I go to Friday, that's kind of like where you had your bounce and then consolidation, then it finally broke out. But that area for me is 205.66 is where it continued to kind of consolidate, and then it finally cracked above. And you can see I was playing it short and then finally decided to go long on it. And you've also got VWAP there. So to me, 206 is kind of like your risk off area, but we just made money on it. I'm going to relax. I'm going to be easy about it. But that was a nice 2-to-1 risk reward trade. Unfortunately, on TradeStation, we are actually on both areas. We're still red because of our Amazon trade. It looks like it's trying to bounce from the 91. And let's see what else is going on as the market is now under VWAP, bounce from the previous close.
Veru moving back through that 1250 area. DWAC looks like it's found at least an intraday bottom for today. That 2090 level, curling off that level here. Really what this needs for some upside is a move through 23 though. Glenn asking about fun. I can't really predict that. Fun I know is linked to DWAC, but that linking is speculative at best. I can't tell you if it's going to spike tomorrow. Bill's asking DWAC squeeze if Trump runs. I suppose that's possible, but this could be all over the place on any of those headlines. Just be careful. If you're going to trade either of these names, just make sure you have a plan in case it doesn't produce the move that you're hoping it produces. Veru spiking here right back to 13. Let's watch Veru. It's more interesting.
There's a reason people like to go back to their crazy X. That being said, I'm going to go back to Facebook here and see if I can go long. I'm going to look to go long Facebook at $94 on the call side. $94 call is expiring this week. I got filled at 268. I'm also long on the equity side. If this 5-minute candle closes above VWAP, I'd be looking to add some more. But for now, just a little bit of a size for me. I'm looking to be cheeky on this curl back.
Veru finding more resistance at 13 there. Man, Carvana getting crushed again here today. Anyone think Carvana is going to file bankruptcy?
I am waiting. I mean, look, I'm sorry, bankruptcy sucks, jobs, all that human aspect of it. But I still need a car. So, I'm using
You're kind of screwed out in that one. Unless you want 10%. Unless you want a 10% interest rate.
Well, I mean, thankfully, I have good credit and a credit union, so I'm not worried about the interest rate whatsoever. I'm more so worried about
hiked, though.
Yeah, but all right, you're gonna make me say it. I'm mostly gonna end up paying cash. Is my
Carvana halted, but as we were talking right here in signals, halted at 738 to the downside, minus 15.8% again here today.
Let's see what this was once upon a time. Was it 400?
Yeah, I've mentioned way in the past that I didn't think Carvana would be able to make it through this environment.
It was down almost 40% on Friday, down another 15% here today.
98% from the highs. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Let's go ahead and come back to Meta here, though.
Where's the support level for it to bounce, though, bro?
On CVNA, I would say $0 might be a solid one.
It
But in all
find support at
seriousness,
0. You're right.
but in all seriousness,
Bankruptcy.
5 maybe.
That's what I'm thinking,
right?
man.
The whole number is what I'm. I mean, for a bounce though, I'm thinking $5. But Carvana also just had a bunch of issues with their paperwork and all that stuff, which is why I didn't buy a car from them. But here's Meta rejecting from VWAP, continuing to the downside. Might hit my stop here at 93.49. I told you guys I added some options at 268, and did it get filled? Yes, it did. All right, going to go ahead and close out my options on it as well. I got in at 268. I'm out at 244 for an L on the option side of things. If this comes back and closes above VWAP on the 5-minute, I'd be interested in getting back in.
All right, one that I like right here is VerU. Looking at this one right now, it looks like it wants to make a move to 13, has done a couple moves up, has support underneath it. Thinking about it now.
Yeah, PayPal definitely has relative strength. Great call out.
All right, started there in VerU, looking to add some at VWAP, but just got to start her on just to get a little bit of an entry there at 1285. Looking for the breakout through 13 here on VerU.
This is multiple attempts at breaking out here, Mitch. So you might actually get it on this move through.
Yeah, man. You know how I like those little charts that build up. So this one looks good for me here. Just took the 1285. So
Yeah.
now let's see if we can break through 13.
Good call, Crow, here on SONN. SONN definitely moving here.
Yep, that's a good one. That's
definitely
a good
I'm
one.
refreshing my platform.
I just can't get enough. So I'm back in Meta here. Meta 11.
Just can't get enough.
$94 calls. I got filled at 275 on Meta, waiting for this breakout above. Could possibly reject here, but I'm in again. Keep in mind, I took a loss on this one already, about 24 cents of a loss, but I'm back in. And it's funny, I paid higher than what I initially paid when I took an L. But here's Google. Let's see what move that's making. Looking to possibly close this 5-minute candle above VWAP, which if it does, got a short-term upwards trend, but again, very short-term. The main focus for me is going to be on Meta until, of course, what you got? Ooh, AMC looking at $5 almost. This could be a lot of fun. I'm going to go ahead and place another fire alarm here to alert me if AMC wants to get down to 505 sometime today. I'd be interested in buying some shares there.
Sold some of VerU already. 1318s. Wanted to see it break through 1350 now. Now I can let the rest of these shares try to run. Just keep
1350, a big break here. I would like that if that happens.
Yep, that's why I took some profit here, and now I can just let the rest of it just kind of work.
That was well done, Mitch. You were faster on VerU than I was. I had that thing pegged here today too.
And Ryan, just looking back at Tesla, rejected off of that 205, baby. So we bounced it, took profits. We could have reversed it, but at least we called the levels out, so we know we were accurate there. And now we go ahead and wait for this 200 to go ahead and give us a chance to purchase. I'm going to purchase them at 200.
You need to find a bottom here on Tesla. I mean, yeah, you might get that
200 maybe
round number, but I mean, we need a bottom here at some point.
Yeah.
Another bankruptcy company is Affirm. Don't forget it.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with you there. I'm still waiting for Affirm to go into bankruptcy.
Hey, don't forget your going call for bankruptcy too now.
SONN hit a high at 205 here. It should find some resistance there at 2. Looks like it's pulling back off that spot. We'll see if SONN sets up again here. Crow, great spot on this one.
Postman, I agree. We are working on finding a different way to post our current trade so that everyone can take a look at it. Excuse me a moment. I'm getting a phone call, so I'll be right back.
Take that.
I don't know what the hell that was.
Hopefully he's not getting in trouble. He didn't specify what kind of phone call it was.
Yeah.
BTU, more call flow coming through. I wonder if these are people taking profit. Those are the 20 calls. Yeah,
all
maybe.
right.
On BTU coming back down. That might be what that is.
Like this VerU move, now it needs to just give that breakout towards the 1350s. Let's see if we get it here, guys. Let's see if we can get the VerU breakout here.
One more thing to consider here with Veru. Obviously, you got
There we
VWAP
go.
right there at what, 268 or so.
Uh-huh.
So you might, it looks like it's trying to pull back to that level here, but it'll be interesting to see if we break out of that 1350 or come back to that VWAP.
There we go.
Looking good here, Mitch.
33s. Now let's see the 40s and 50s spike, because if those spike, we can get to 14 in a
Here you
hurry.
go. There it is. There's the
There it
spike that you were
is.
talking about.
Now I can let it kind of work here and see if it's just going to break out. 13 will be the stop out, and it's actually above our entry. Remember, 1285 original entry could take a full point off in a little bit here. So I'm going to look to probably take some off there, off of a full point on Veryu, and then we'll look for the breakout above 14. But it does look like it's building up some volume right here around the 1350. That's good to see, because that's a big mental hurdle. If we can get through that 1350 with a lot of volume, I think we could get this to really start running here. Let's see if we get this next push.
And you saw what happened there. It popped through that 1350. People immediately took profit, but here we are. We're right back through 1350. To me, 14 on deck here, and a pop above 14 puts 15 in play. Veru likes to move quite a bit here. We've seen this before. We know how this stock trades, so something to keep in mind.
Yeah, and then when you take a look at dailies, you're getting a breakout above ranges. That's what we look for when we're going to see.
I'm seeing both calls and puts cross the tape now for Veru. The 10 call that expires January 20th of 2023, and also the 20 call that expires December 16th. So taking bets in both directions as we cross into that key area.
As we see this pop into the 60s and the 70s, I'm going to probably put out an order into the 80s to at least cover some of it. And then we'll look to continue, try to build on Veru.
TUP, TUP, that's Tupperware brands, possible trade
right
through 470 here.
Boom, just got that, 1380s on Veru. Now just looking for the rest of it. Got a small little piece left and can just let this work now for the big breakout towards 15. Let's see if we get it.
Nice job on the scale there. That's something that I actually wanted to work at. And
boom, 14s.
Here you go, Mitch. This is working out just as we talked about on Veru.
All right, now it could give us a big pullback. So now we just kind of look to see if we're going to get the 14s to buy through. Looks like we are getting some good volume. You see how the volume actually increased into the breakout. That's what you want to be seeing. Now we can actually have the volume to push through here. Now let's see if we make this run towards this high. And I'm actually going to sell before we get to that high. I don't want to wait to the 15. I'd sell somewhere probably into the 1450s. And that's the last little shares here, and I'm pretty much out of the trade essentially.
At this point, the little bit of shares that you have are not going to cause you to go red. So I think you could probably even have your stop at break even and still collect some profit on that.
Literally, now we can do what we can, like we say all the time, let the trade work for us, right? We could set a stop at our break even, and from that point on, why not just let this work with the last little shares?
I think what was key here for you on this trade, Mitch, was your entry. It was so good. You weren't really looking at a red trade early, and you were given opportunity then to scale out of the trade so that you can book some of the gains. So even if this pulls back, you're not really all that hurt. That's how you play a trade that's like this. I was too late to this one on that first pop. Felt like I was chasing, didn't end up grabbing my position, and then the plan works out. So great job scaling out there, Mitch. That's a textbook on how to actually trade that right there.
Not a bad little trade on the day. Now I'm starting to see DraftKings turn around there at around the 11. Doesn't seem too bad for a stock to play for a reversal style action, but wanted to see it get as close to the bottom as possible if you're trying to play that. Run starting to turn around. BTU I know did a big pullback. I'm just keeping an eye on it to see if it's going to reverse for us towards the upside. Was looking at the 1 hour chart to see if it can come back into yesterday's range. That's a 2760 move here. We're pretty close to those levels. Look for that to kind of be a support. That's what I'll be watching for. If that can happen, then maybe we can get the move back up. We'll see what happens there.
Here's Veru gearing right above 420 here. That's pretty good. There was some selling there before. 440 going to be the next spot where there was increased selling. We'll see if it's going to push right through there. What did you have your final exit at? 1457, did you say?
Exactly. You said it. You got it right. We're about to get through there. I'm about to put it into right at around 50s. Actually, we'll put it at 1448 here, right below it. Ooh, just turned around there. It just got close. It went to 14.39. I was just about to put it out there, about 8 cents away. So that turnaround just shows me a little bit more that we're getting a little bit of a battle here between the Bulls and the Bears, and there was a big seller. And what I think that's someone taking profits here. So now you want to see if it can hold the 14 pullback. 14 pullback is going to be an important area for it to hold. If not, it'll go to the 9 EMA, and that's around 1360s.
I mean, look at the range of this stock just today in the pre-market. We had a low print of 845 and a high print of 1479. So we have what is that? A $6 range, $6 plus range here on the stock. You can expect some movement back and forth here. Here we go. Veru getting ready to cross right through 1440. There we go, Mitch.
Order out here. Oh, it didn't get it. Let's see if we get it. There we go. Boom.
So, and there's some resistance at 1450 that they just took out there. So great job on that trade, Mitch. We had that flagged from the pre-market.
Take it. Not a bad one there on Veru.
Real quick, I'm still on the phone, but Facebook Meta taking profits on the option side. I'm gonna hold on to a few because I do believe we can go ahead and see some more. I do believe we can possibly see 97s, if not higher, later on today. But majority of my contracts are out at 334. We got in at 275. All right, I'm out. Bye.
Why?
I wanted to put them full screen again.
Yeah,
I was
great.
enjoying it.
And by the way, Veru went almost to 15, just like we talked about. So all of our levels working here on Veru. This is why identifying
right to the high of the day.
Morning,
2 cents off the high of the day. And it pulled back there too. So, I mean, we could have taken it out there. We eventually I got 14.49. I got the fill right on there. And to tell you the truth, this is what we wanted to be seeing. I didn't even get my ads in this. I only got in a third of my full size position on this. But just even that third just gave me a super nice cushion for the day.
Yeah.
Like I can make 2 trades into the red and be okay now. So with this being said,
Carvana's been halted a number of times. Now rolling over. Looks like it's going to be moved toward the lows here. 706. Halted again, it looks like.
Looks like Run still rejecting to come back here. Looking to see what's into the green here. Nothing is in the green from the open, guys. Just showing us the bearish tape that we've been in, guys. SPY heading down, another leg down here. Looking like it's trying to make right now. Apple probably in the red here. Yes, in the red. That just shows me until these stocks turn around, it's going to be hard. Microsoft is a good turnaround stock today. That's actually into the green. Amazon, new lows on Amazon. New lows. You got to go. Amazon almost to $90 here. It's crazy to think that it's that low, but it definitely is. Upside moves you are seeing in some of the restaurant stocks today. Papa John's making a little move up.
Yeah, I'm glad you took profits on Meta, because if the market continues to the downside, obviously Meta's gonna have a tough time moving to the upside. But for now, it's looking to break out of 96. That would be great. I've got a couple of buys here ready to lined up and ready to go at 94.73 and 94.32s, as well as that one's near VWAP on META. And of course, Tesla, we're waiting to see if we can get our $200 fill there.
There's your 15 break. Carvana low. I agree, Tom. I think Carvana's going to 0. I was floating the idea. I think bankruptcy is around the corner for them.
What a move in Veru today. What a monster. Starting to like this BTU reversal trade. It's off the 1 hour chart, but I like it.
You've got Veru coming in on the ass. $20 calls expiring January 20th. So that's a couple of months out, but you do have January calls coming in on Veru. The $20 strike, approximately $150,000 worth.
Some trades getting in the red there for coal.
Veru
That's
20 calls.
Me out a little bit. For you, I got all out.
DKNG more calls.
DKNG. Trying. That stock's eventually going to have a good day, but
San moving well today too.
Team of the SPY wants to start giving us that reversal style action. You know, it's almost that 10 o'clock time. Let's see if we get that 10 o'clock reversal looking chart. Yeah, I see that bottoming looking chart there. Actually like BTU here for a little small risk there off 2760s. I'm going to take my shot there. Long a small amount of BTU here. BTU. Got there 2780s. Already getting a little bit of a spike here. The risk is off 2760s. I'll take some off if I get to 2840.
Here's Meta looking to break onto the upside. I'm trying to get a fill if I can on the 94.73s and 94.32s, trying to be mindful of my risk reward, which is why I'm being patient. But for now, at least we still have a couple more contracts left on Meta. We're up 25% on those contracts. I do believe if the market just kind of at least stays stable or ticks to the upside, we can go ahead and break this 96 and have ourselves even a rowdier party, if you will.
San push off the VWAP there. Cross right through the VWAP and push towards that 196.2 level.
Taking half off here on BTU already. Boom, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Mitch, you're killing it this week. It's starting Monday off on fire, bro. Let's go.
That when you feel in this moment is when you gotta stay humble, stay focused. Let's execute. Let's maybe nail one more, right? So I'm gonna be working these last little bit of shares in BTU. But I'm not trying to let it get too much in me. Staying in the zone. I'm feeling like I'm in the zone. Let's stay in it.
Stay in it. Absolutely.
Someone asked about Nike. You've got a little bit of support here at $94 if you want to try to go long on it on Nike just from the Friday's close, if you will, which also happens to be resistance on Wednesday, which acted as support. So you can keep an eye on that. If you want to go long, risk off would be if this one breaks 93.90s.
Moments like this is why we do this. TLO, Enterprise, giving us some feedback and love. That's what it's all about, team. At the end of the day, we don't do this for the money that, we're trying to make you. We're not trying to make you money. We're trying to show you process. But what we do this for is exactly moments like this. Your show has become one of my favorite things to listen to in the mornings. Come from TLO, Enterprise. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate the love. All right, taking a little bit off here. You see the SPY spiking. With the SPY spiking, why not take a little bit off for myself? Boom, paid myself a little bit more there at 28.43s, and it's right at VWAP already, BTU. Now I can look for it to keep running, put a stop on break even, and even look for different trades. Let's keep working, team. Let's stay into the green. And if you're battling your account, like always, focus on your own execution, your own style of trading, and your own process is what I always say can give us the best probability to getting back to the green.
Bro, who you telling? Who you telling that Amazon went to 90.01? Are you kidding me? I know, because I had an order out at 90, and when I saw it didn't get filled, I canceled it, but I was on the phone call, so I couldn't, complain to Ryan about it. But yeah, my apologies on the phone call. There are a couple of people in my life, and when they call, I pick up. So my apologies on that.
Everything's okay, Zunaid.
Yeah, everything is fine.
Of course.
Everything, thankfully, is A-okay. I appreciate your concern there. And Tesla, of course, didn't give us the fill from 200, so I'm going to go ahead and cancel this one. 201 is where it liked to bounce. But at least the $90 level, even though I didn't get a fill, hopefully you guys saw why I played it, and hopefully you got a chance to make some money off of it as that one went up a whole buck to the upside. But let's see, and let's lock back in on Meta. I'm going to go ahead and cancel these orders because I don't know if they're going to go ahead and get filled for now. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel them. We still have the contracts here on E-Trade. Let me see what we got. Looks like I only have two. We got filled at 275 is the average cost. So we're up 27% currently. And we're waiting for the breakout of 96. Come on. Come on. GME, DWAC.
AMD bouncing nicely here, along with the market.
Keep an eye on that 64 for resistance. If anyone's interested in shorting it, 64 is the area that I've got to short AMD. Come on, Meta. Come on, Meta.
Starting to like DKNG reversal here off 11.
I want to like DKNG. I really do. I want to bet that. I want to.
You need a big reactionary push to the upside. So big reactionary off of this 11. So you see there's multiple bottoms right now on DKNG.
It needs to confirm a bottom, because otherwise it can keep going lower. And I want to believe the story here. I want to believe on the gambling proliferation, but trade has not worked out so far. I'm going to try to be a little bit conservative with this one. If I don't hit the dead bottom, that's okay.
I'm being a little bit of a gambler here myself. I'm taking the shot there off the 11. And so we don't want to let it break 11 on the downside here. 9-cent risk for a move back towards, I would say, 1130s, 1140s. And so we're looking at what? 30 cents to the upside, 40 cents to the upside, 10-cent risk, 4-to-1 outlook. Those are what I like to trade, team.
Veru pulling back 1540 the high. We're down here at 1440. So this is a break that we needed for Veru. What I'd love to see this do, maybe come in a little bit more towards the VWAP and kind of trade sideways. That might give us another setup. VERU.
On Facebook, I'm going to go ahead and sell out all 2 of my remaining contracts. I'm got out. Oh, that's an awful fill. I got it at 368. For some reason it's 370 on the bid, but I got filled at 368. Regardless, I'm all out of Meta because you can see it's coming up against resistance one more time. What I'm hoping for is for it to go and crack above 96 and then come back and retest it. And if I see that it is going to hold, then I'll look to get into some shares. But just for now, I'm going to go ahead and get out, lock in all of my gains, especially as SPY is struggling to get over 377.50. Locking in gains, 368. We purchased these at 275. And something I do want to call out, Mitch, if anyone else has a trade, let me know. Keep in mind, this Meta trade I took twice, right? The first time I took an L on the option side. The first time I got into the trade at 268, I sold for a loss at 244. Then I got back in when I saw what I liked at 275, and I went ahead and made, almost $1 on it. So like the first trade, I lost 24 cents. The second trade, I made $1 on it, and that's why I'm green now on E-Trade side of things. Make sure you keep that risk reward in mind whenever you're entering a trade, because I'm 1 for 1, but I'm in the green.
Yeah, you compared it to the X that you kept going back to, which made me think that when you were younger, you were a big Cranberries fan. But maybe I'm wrong on that one.
Never in my life have I liked cranberry. Never in my life have I liked cranberry. Things in that took Nike calls a couple of weeks out.
You cranberry.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if that Nike ended up holding or not. At the moment, it is, right? It gave you a 50-cent move off of that level. But if this 94 cracks, though, especially the 93.90s, I would go in and get out. NVIDIA strong.
Where's Crow? SONN did the exact move that we were talking about. Look at this move on SONN. I actually had this off my screen because of all of the craziness in Veru. But look at this move through SONN. We set that high. We came right back through the VWAP, held the 175 key level that we identified, moved through the VWAP on volume, pushed right back up to the other level. Now we're breaking above here. SON might not be done, folks.
I am going to take a lotto here, by the way. Just one. Because why not? I went ahead and purchased DWAC 2150 calls. I got filled at $1.48. I do expect an announcement. I mean, matter of fact, I slacked this to our team over the weekend. So for me, I'm in the trade. I appreciate who just reminded me to get in this trade. Beans and rice for me. Hopefully it stakes for us later on this week. But I am in DWAC lottos. Literally just one contract. I'm hoping to sell it at least $3 and get 100% gain on it. But if you're looking to get in the trade on the equity side of things, $20 was obviously a solid area for you to try to enter, but it didn't give you a chance here in the normal session. So keep an eye on it. At the moment, it's just, there's no news on it. There's just anticipation of a catalyst, if you will. And it looks like Netflix is above, or it's coming down, if you will. Yep. To the 252s. Be interesting to see if they get a bounce here. Why do I have this area down here? Is it a gap or? Oh, it's on the
DraftKings starting to work in my favor here towards 11:15 almost. Let's see if we can get through that VWAP and get towards 11:25s and 11:30s is going to be an important price point to take some profit off. We'll see if I'm able to take some off there. Going to let it go ahead and start working towards there. Majority it off at 11:30s, and then we'll look for the push.
Nice job, Mark, on GCT. And by the way, SONN here at 205. Seller there that they're taking out. SONN yanked off that. You know, one of the things I've noticed is that this thing likes to get yanked pretty hard. I think one of the things that you might want to do is buy this on some of these smaller pullbacks and then be able to sell it through the break. So maybe an ad right here around 197, hoping for a break of that 205. But I'd put the stop right here at VWAP if it pulls even more.
I'm going to try some Netflix here just for a cute little bounce. I got in at 253.39, looking to sell it for a loss at 251.79, looking to sell for a gain. Actually, I'm going to sell it at 254.77 on Netflix.
Crow, how are you trading this? You were already in this from earlier here. Back down to VWAP here on SONN or near towards VWAP. Tesla bounced off that 201. I saw Ashvin saying earlier Tesla could go below 200. Wouldn't be surprised, but it's going to be tough to take out that 200 wall.
DraftKings battling here around the 11:25s. So it didn't get above the 11:25. Let's make sure that this is not a VWAP fade off the VWAP. That would be a cut through right now through that 11:09. Got to be really quick to cut this, but we could have taken maybe 20-cent profits. Maybe about 15-cent profit. So looking for the 30-cent. We'll see if we get the little push. My mom never told me my mom told me never short Tesla.
Netflix gave us $1 profit, but obviously we wanted $2.
All right. And just to let you guys know, that BTU, man, that's working great for me, guys. Look at that monster of a move there. We got this at the bottom of the range, continuing to work here. And that's why sometimes I let trades work for me, right? Now, BTU, we got it all the way down here on the hourly range. We're at 28.88. And why am I letting this continue going? Because I'm just letting the trade work. Last little bit of share is making me a great amount of money there on BTU. Once we get through 29, going towards 29.40s, somewhere in between there, I'll try to take a little bit off and leave the tiny bit to continue working. DraftKings here on the left-hand side. Can we get through towards that 11:30? Let's go. SPY did get that 10 a.m. bounce. Now it's looking like resistance. It's starting to get a little heavy for me on the SPY, so be careful.
It's having trouble moving through that level to take the next leg higher on the SPY. DraftKings kind of the same thing.
Yeah,
DraftKings here. SONN bounce right off that VWAP, right back here to that under 2. SONN, I think that this takes out 205. Looks strong here. I think it probably takes this level out. Right up on 196 now, SONN. DraftKings continuing its curl here, Mitch. Up.
There you go. I'm looking at it right now to see if it's going to reject VWAP or get back above and hold it. So it got above. Now it's holding the pullback. We want to see if it's going to close here towards 11:20s versus, let's say, 11:10s, right? 11:10s would get me out of the trade. I'm going to give it the chance, though. Looking at BTU for that last little push through the 29s to take a little bit more off on BTU. I'm actually even going to cancel my stop so that I can get this order on the little push on BTU, and we could take some profit into the push here.
We're about 50 cents away from taking profits on Netflix.
SPY trying to push here.
Not seeing any new setups. CRK, nice trim there, Jay. Was that a day trade or were you swinging that? I can't remember. See, that's an oil and gas name that you've been on, but I can't remember what the position. Nice move there, CRK here today.
Oh, come on, Netflix.
BTU struggling here. Struggling to get through the 29. I don't want to get through a VWAP bounce. That's a pullback towards 28.50s here. Giving it the chance here of not going to take 28.90s. 10 cents is not going to make too much of a difference here. Also
Nice
keeping
job.
a close eye on DraftKings.
Jay, you were swinging that. Nice trim there on Comstock. That was a good one. You've been all over this trade. You've been all over the energy trade for months now. Great to see that working out for you.
By the way, if you're
push
in
back through 15 here.
Let me go.
Sorry, Mitch.
No, you're good. Might have to cut that DraftKings. It pulled back a little bit there. Giving it the chance towards the 11.10s and 11.09s where I'm at. But other than that, if it starts heading towards 11, we got to go.
Netflix in the money to went into gains as our profit target hit to the upside, 255 plus on Netflix as a test VWAP. We are out with the gain.
Took some more off BTU on that pullback. It's okay to take some out there. Now I can give it the chance to get through 29. If not, I'll get out the rest of it at VWAP and give it the chance to work a little bit more. So that's the fun part about taking off some stock when you don't have to pay commissions. SPY, big push.
Speaking of scaling out, Jay Rice here just scaled out of some of his CRK at 2030, bought one of his pieces as low as 8.
There you go.
So that gives you an idea of how you can. Great job swinging too. Because energy probably one of the only things you can really swing in this environment. Great trade there, Jay. Should have taken that one with you. You were talking about that.
SPY, big push up here, guys. Look for the big stocks
breaking
to start
out of that
lifting
range
now. So look for Amazon to turn around. Look for Apple to get a nice little push off VWAP. Look at that.
Let's see if it brings DraftKings up for you.
Yeah. I actually feel more confident about DraftKings now than I did before. Look for Google to get a lift on this. Tesla to get a lift on this. Look at Tesla coming back here from a nice bottoming action. I actually like this Tesla here. Maybe off the 203 area. Doesn't look too bad. But I'm going to stick to the trades that I have, which are BTU and DraftKings. Just keep working them.
Appreciate it, Raul. Hopefully you made some money with Netflix as well. And that's the important thing about setting alerts. I don't even know when I set that alert, but I got the alert that there is a level that I really like there, and I went ahead and took a shot, and it worked out. And of course, you've got Meta here breaking 96 to the upside as well. If this 5-minute candle closes above, I'd be interested in going long. Once again, with a stop loss at maybe, let's say, 95.66 or so. But we'll wait for this 5-minute candle to close in approximately 3 minutes.
All right, let's get this push through the 1130s here on DraftKings. It's gone up here before. Now I really wanted to start holding VWAP and starting to push. Big part of it will probably be the SPY if it can continue pushing here. Not bad though. If we close DraftKings in the green, that's going to be a nice 1, 2, 3 trades into the green today. We'll see what happens here. Continuing the battle, and it's only 10:17. Team, hit the thumbs up if you guys are enjoying the stream today and enjoying hanging out here all together in a community that supports each other versus battle against each other.
Mark, GCT ripping. GCT, this is one of the stocks that we outlined here at the onset here. Great little back trade here. Dipped a little bit below that 607, 606 level that we identified, but really kind of came back into the bottom of this. Let's mark that level off too. Really kind of came back into this 581, 585 level, moved through VWAP. We've got the expanding volume that we want, and we're pushing highs here. Well, let's see. It looks like this stopped at 7. We'll see if we get over here. Mark, great job if you take GCT. Again, took this one off my radar when we were watching Veru and also watching San here. But GCT, this also worked off the list. Let's review the list here this morning. We talked about OYST being a buyout, being a buyout. SPRC we identified late. This really broke down. Once we crossed through 158, we could never really get back on. This was a no trade. GCT, this ended up working out here. Are the levels that we had identified here pretty good. 588, that level that it really kind of found support at. Now we're pushing 7 here. DWAC hasn't run yet, but this story is not over. Seeing a lot of people in the chat think that this is going to go absolutely bonkers if he announces a run. We'll see if that ends up materializing. Veru, stock of the day. This was easily our trade of the day here on Veru. This is still going, and this actually could set up for tomorrow as well, so keep that in mind. DWAC hasn't done anything. Fun hasn't done anything. Remember, I said I was going to avoid this anyway. Let's check on ORGS total breakdown here. So multiple moves here off this list. Just got to identify the right ones. Mitch, you did an excellent job of that here this morning.
Yeah, and one of the things is, I wasn't necessarily even looking at these. I found them because they were moving, right? I think that's the important thing sometimes is finding what is moving versus what was talked about in the morning.
Absolutely. But here's the thing. When you can use that information from the morning to set up your trade
definitely.
plan,
It's going to
when
help.
things are moving, you can be ready to go and hit on it. And that's exactly what you did here today.
Yeah, and using multi-time frames is important. For you, I could clearly see that it was on a nice daily break also, not just a random pop in the days. It was a daily outlook too.
And that's why we keep charting these different key levels, because when the stock trades back to those key levels, we have some information on how it's going to behave. Bourne says, Ryan, that is a hell of a QB you guys have in Chi-Town. You got a bright future with that dude. Bourne, I totally agree with you. He's got nothing around him, and he's putting up ridiculous numbers. He looked like the best player in the entire league yesterday, and that includes Mahomes and Josh Allen. So
well, don't forget who's on the other side, though. Tua, my boy.
He looked better than Tua yesterday. I'm sorry. Tua's got way more around him. Yeah, you give Justin Fields, Tyreek Hill, and Jalen Waddle. I think the Dolphins lose by multiple touchdowns yesterday.
Hey, well, it looks like you guys got to spend your money.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They're going to have $100 million in cap space next year and 9 draft picks.
Fins up. You got it, Bourne.
Fins up. You guys want it fair and square, man. Fins up.
Nah, we're getting ready. We're getting ready, and we're getting ready for a nice playoff run. Where I think the Dolphins came from and where they're looking like now. Got to be happy.
Well, that's what I'm hoping with the Bears. They look like an atrocity for a number of years, but looking like they finally figured something out here.
Yeah. Should they keep Montgomery? I say let him go.
Ooh. Okay. Let's see what's going on with Meta. It looks like it's... See, this is why we wait for the 5-minute candle to close, because you can see that pullback on Meta right below that level of 96 where we had resistance. So still consolidating underneath it. I do expect it to continue to the upside, but let's go ahead and focus on the market here. I'm going to see if I can take a long here on the market side of things. Oh, nope, that's the wrong contract. Let me go and sell what I just randomly bought. I lost. Okay, that was stupid. I am in the SPY calls, expiring January 20th at 378 SPY calls. I got filled at 1667. And if this breaks this 5-minute candle below VWAP, I will be out, but I'm looking for a bounce from this VWAP and continuation higher on the SPY. And I know a couple of people talked about the DWAC trade. Yeah, you guys already know I'm in it. I called out the lotto. Just have one contract filled at 148, and we're already up 16%. So we're looking A-okay there. And when the announcement comes, we're probably going to sell it just so I can get a quick profit out of it. If it dips down to like the dollar level, I'll go ahead and grab another lotto. Speaking of which, we might have a $2 billion lottery tonight. So
is the next? That's right. It rolled over. That next drawing is tonight, right?
I believe it is tonight.
So I had tickets for Saturday's drawing. I got the Powerball correct on 2 of the draws, but nothing big. So I'm going to roll that over to tonight.
Nice. Way to go, pal. And here we go. SPY's breaking VWAP. And we're going to hold on to wait for the close.
Looking right now like U.S. Steel. Are we going to get a push up or a pullback here? It's interesting. There's some trades setting up here.
Tesla low a day. Yeah, we'll see if it breaks 201. There's the break of 201. We'll see if it goes to 200 and holds. You've got 90 that broke on Amazon as well. So if you like the short side and if you want to fade away, you can go ahead and go short Amazon here. Matter of fact, let me see if we can go short at 89.93s because that's a better risk reward for us. And there's the dump on SPY so far.
Yeah, SPY doesn't want to hold right now.
No, it does not. We're down about 2.5% on our contracts. Average price is $16.79. Oh, man, that bid-ask spread is not pretty. I should have done a better job. That's on me. Yeah, I should have done a much better job.
With that 2 level.
Not liking this DraftKings outlook here. It's going to give one more chance to try to break through 1125s here. If it does not break through, this is that 1 up, 1 down, 2 up, 2 down, 3 up. Now it needs to break out through 1125. If it doesn't do it here, I'm just going to get out of DraftKings.
Yeah,
Give it the chance.
I think that's smart, Mitch, too, because one of the other things you're seeing is the volume kind of dry up here a little bit.
Yep,
It's really going to need that push to take it to the next level.
Let's see what we get here.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and sell out of my SPY. Thankfully, I was able to salvage some money as it did come up a little bit. Let me tell you what my fills are to the upside or to the sell side. We got in at 1667. We got out at 1651 and 1653. Took about less than a 20-cent loss. I'm A-okay with that. I am ready to short Amazon if it wants to come back up and give me the fill price of 89.93. Stop loss for me will be above this 5-minute candle. I will get a little bit more. 90.25 would be the stop loss for me.
GCT popped through 7, immediately pulled back here. So careful on GCT. Pop right through 7 and immediately yanked on sell volume.
Still hanging in here. I got about, what?
Tesla 200 test on deck here.
Let's
Minute
see.
left on this candle
Do
here.
we try to be cute with it? Let's see if we can be cute with it.
Yeah, to me, I don't know. It feels like this might be the move down through 200. I'm not going to play this for a 200 bounce. I know what you were saying earlier, Zunaid. Good luck if you play it. I'm going to pass on this one. Looks heavy, increased volume. I think we cracked through 200 here.
And let's talk about that increased volume. This is the 5-minute candle here. You can see it is increasing for the past 15 minutes. Of course, this candle is still being worked on, and we could just blow right through it, which means for me, I'm going to be even more of a degenerate and see if we can get a bounce around 199 to get an average fill about 199.50s or so.
This is wild just watching it.
And would you look at that? We miss our fill price by... Lowest was $200.13. Our fill price was 10 cents. And then, of course, it goes ahead and moves to the upside. I will now cancel my $200 order because the move that I wanted already took place. And I'm going to cancel the 199 as well. Tough.
Tom saying you're looking for a test of the S&P futures to Friday's low here, right? That would be 37.20-ish. Looks like Friday's lows were 37.15, 37.20, right about there. So you're looking for a retest of Friday's lows at some point this week. Are you looking for that today or maybe later in the week after midterms? Just wondering. Just thinking out loud, Tom. That's all. Tesla getting that bounce so far. Did you just missed it, right?
I missed it by 3 cents, so I canceled my order.
Hand on the trigger to get out of the DraftKings. When I get out, I'll still be in probably like a 1 cent green trade here, but I'm giving myself the chance. It's either on a go or no go moment for me on DraftKings.
Great call out, Jan, on the 198.61 area of support on the daily for Tesla. Appreciate that call out. I'm actually going to look to purchase some, and I'm also going to go and let E-Trade know to purchase some contracts if we get down there. But for now, 200 holding. For now.
Veru trying to break out again. Next spot here is 1650 if Veru can keep going. That Tesla resistance is going to be that low print from Oct 24.
Veru, not a bad one today. Not a bad one indeed.
That was the trade of the day, Mitch.
Yeah, you guys killed that one.
Yeah, that was trade of the day for sure.
I'm glad I didn't hesitate there. What I've been doing more now is getting to a point where, like, if I want to get in a trade and I feel like it's a big trade, but I'm being a little bit picky with my entry, I'm bringing in my entry in the thirds. And I'm like, well, at least I'm going to take a piece here. If it just goes from here, I'm not going to be too mad. And for some reason, if I get a pullback, I'm already in the mentality that I can't add. So I just got to be worrying about what's the right risk to return there. But that's how I was able to get that Veru trade.
Yeah, and
slight
I'm the same way.
hesitation, but
I've been the same
piece.
way. I've been reducing position size in lieu of getting the absolute perfect entry with the hopes of having some exposure. So when the stocks do move like this, we're still able to capture some of it. I still miss some just because I'm in more of a protective mode really since the September, frankly. Really excited to get these midterms out of the way, honestly. And then, of course, CPI number on Wednesday.
Got stop hunted there on DraftKings. You can see the low right now on that 3-minute or 5-minute candle. It's right at where I got stopped out, which was the 10. And so I put the 11.10, 1 cent above it, stop hunted there.
Tesla rolling back over to the
DraftKings.
lows here. Sorry, Mitch.
No, you're good. I'm out of DraftKings, though, guys. It still was a win for me, so I'm not going to consider it a loss there. It's a 1 cent win.
Yeah, it's
nothing
flat.
really.
At least
Flat.
you got out flat. You protected your capital.
Yeah, it didn't make sense to be in it anymore.
Yeah, if you believe the market itself is going to continue to the downside, and right now it's green barely. But if you believe downside is the way to go, then you want to short Tesla. If you believe we're going to continue moving to the upside and continue to stay green, I would say stocks like your Metas are the way to go to the upside. So it just depends, right? You want to see the relative strength and weakness and plan your trades accordingly. For now, 200 holding on Tesla for the past 5-6 minutes.
Sure was. As soon as it gets down there, you see the volume start pumping. We'll see. It's tried to take that 200 out a few times. 200.06, the low print of the day.
X interesting for me is it's battling here at the VWAP. Want to see what happens there. If it takes the next leg up or does it do the next leg down? I'm focusing on it right now to see what happens.
Appreciate the call on Carvana. I'm going to go ahead and go short.
Carvana.
Seems a little late to the party for that.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that this VWAP reject can go ahead and just continue fading. But besides that, I agree. In terms of volume, it's absolutely dying down.
Here comes Tesla. Big support there. Big bid exactly at 200 even. We'll see how long that lasts.
One short to consider there is if you really think that the car industries are going to have a tough time, why not CarMax short? I think that's an interesting conversation here. And you have some resistance to go off of 65. So I like the outlook. It's an old prior support. Damn, I have it on a different chart. Show you guys this. I don't know what you guys think about this daily setup. It does look interesting for me. If you really think that, used cars are going to have that bad of a outlook here. Alt T, there you go. Shift it here. You guys can see how that's kind of like resistance right now. Looks to me like you got some support. If you were able to break 61s, could get back there to 56 in a hurry. And if Carvana is going to continue getting hit like this, it's not a bad one to take a look at. See it on the 4-hour chart also, how this acting as resistance right now. Every time it gets towards around 65. Big breakdown is through the 61 on the downside. It hasn't done that yet.
Speaking of breaking down, look at Amazon. Charvy,
yeah, Amazon's super low.
Pre-market low here. I'm watching Veru and then also watching Tesla on a different screen here. But let me bring up Amazon. Zunaid, remind me of your trade plan with Amazon here. Do you have one?
Sure will. Today? Yep, I absolutely do. And let me go ahead and pull up my chart so you guys can see it as well. I was looking to go short at 89.93. So basically, 90 was support. We called that out earlier. Then when it broke, I was hoping for a retest of the support, which then would turn into resistance. Unfortunately, it never did, and just continued to the downside. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel this trade. But yeah, we called the support at 90. Unfortunately, we did not go ahead and get the retest of 92, the downside.
Ashvin, welcome back, my man. I shorted Tesla on Friday, 2,100 shares, and I'm almost sold out of all of it. You're curling back down here till 200. I would imagine we test that at least one more time. Easy for me to say.
Yeah.
Tom says, BYND, people are selling before they announce massive losses this week.
The beyond. The beyond. Nothing like the beyond profits.
There's Tesla almost a point.
Yeah, the bounce trade. You were right on this one, Zunaid. I mean, we're trying to bounce quite a bit here, not getting a whole lot of movement on that bounce though.
Yeah, I thought we'd get at least a point, but so far it's only been 80
Yeah.
cents. I was wrong there.
And it keeps
So
coming
far,
back into
I was
that
wrong.
200 level, which makes me think that we got another 200 test coming up here.
Yeah, so here's the area, right? It's literally just a point of a consolidation between 201 and 200. Which way is it gonna go?
All right, guys. I'll be. Oh, Ryan left. He didn't even say anything.
That's fine. You can head out. I got it.
No, no worries. It's all good. Crude oil over 92. Sucker on the run. Why do I get the feeling that a bunch of shorts are about to get trapped? Says Carvey. We'll see. SAA, S names really out of favor, massive down moves. Yes, because why? Because a lot of those are going to be the names that businesses cut. This is why I'm not the biggest fan of still going for those software names. You got to be careful on names like that. Oh, I like this X short here, but it's only like 20 cents there, so it's nothing crazy. Even flipped also, it's like 15 cents. Nothing massive. Healthcare is up into the green now, and energy staying into the green. So you oil traders out there, you guys are loving life, I'm sure. Yeah, VLO today. That was a nice VWAP bounce. This is one that I'm looking at for a diesel play, and I'll show you guys that chart. That's VLO. Been talking about this on stock market movers. So if you guys want to find out what I'm looking for in trends, a lot of that I talk about on stock market movers. It's between 1 to 2 p.m. And you guys can see here when Velo was actually doing this sideways action, I was looking for diesel players. Now it's looking like it wants to push back through that high there on Friday, 133.27. It's not a bad one to look out if you're looking for diesel style play to the upside. Valero Energy. I know Sabrina's out there. She knows it. We'll see what happens.
We also, one of the guys that trades a lot of oil names in our happy hour really likes Valero to the long side.
There you go. That's 2 people, 3 people. Yep. We'll see what happens there. Crassy talking about Chevron new highs. Yeah, it's been pushing. Shannon calling out the rig. I see you guys. You guys kill it. All right. What stock did they want to look at? ILUS? I don't even know that one. Let me take a look.
Tesla holding that 200 so far.
Definitely don't know it, man. 10-cent stock, man. We don't really trade stocks like this. And if I look at the daily chart,
that's OTC, yeah. Yeah,
this is a little bit hard to even talk about, man. Looks like it has a lot of long-term kind of flaggish patterns. You might be looking for a move to 12 cents, but I mean, what is that? That's still 20% move, but that's just because this stock is so cheap. You got to be careful with names like this. It's definitely a YOLO, even if you might not think it is.
SPY looking to go back above VWAP.
SPY.
That little pullback down had me worried for that Tesla 200 test. I still think we get back down there on Tesla.
Well, the market isn't helping you necessarily either overall, right? I mean, we're testing VWAP once again. We'll see how we go. Let me see if I can take. No, I'm gonna wait. We'll be patient.
Coming back in on Tesla. I think that 200's coming here. Let's see. Ashvin, you ready? I think your 200 test is coming right now.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and grab a Tesla short here on a lotto side of things. Let me go ahead. Not a lotto, but I'm going to quick trade here. Let me see if it breaks. I'm in at the $200 puts. Grabbed it at $6.97, expiring this week.
Snapped it. 271 your low print so far. Excuse me. 199.71 your low print so far on Tesla on that move down. More lows now.
That's not Tesla. Where's Tesla? Where's Tesla? Where's Tesla? Where's Tesla? There you go. I'm going to go in a double box. As you guys may have seen, I also went ahead and went short on the SPY as it was testing VWAP. It's gotta go red though. I mean, it's been bouncing from this area for so long on SPY. Come on, baby. Help each other out, go long. Help each other out to the downside, I mean.
Now, the one thing is once Tesla gets really extended from its VWAP, I could see a bounce back up to that, right? So that VWAP line is the yellow one on your chart, Zunaid, is that right?
That is correct, sir.
So the more we get extended from that, that's when I think Tesla might reverse, at least for kind of like a short-term bounce.
Especially around this 197.61, right? That's the reason I went short, is because for me, it's like, all right, cool. At least come back and test a couple of bucks to the downside, and then you can do what you want with life. Looks like I went ahead and got stopped out of my Carvana trade, so that's an L for me. We had the 1-to-1 profits in SPY, but of course, we're looking for like a 2-to-1 and then some. Matter of fact, let me see if I can move this up right around there.
Tesla back down through 200 here on that bounce after that bounce.
And now it's testing it, right? Now it's got to hold.
Yep.
Or it's got to reject, excuse me. But let's go ahead and go to the 1 minute.
Veru calls come in here.
StockS looking good now for a nice little break above 57s, going to 57.50. That looks strong there. A little late to the party on that one, but looks good there. Ooh. Square into the green today, having some big pullbacks from the 64 breakout. Twilio breaking out, trying to get towards 45. So if you're looking for stocks that are breaking out, next one that looks interesting, Path. Take a look at that chart. Interesting chart there.
Twilio bouncing today was killed on Friday, wasn't it? And yeah.
You like this Path one.
Kind of into a gap here on Twilio. This gap fills at about 48, by the way. I'm not sure if I trust that though. Tesla tried to move back through 200 here, but still beneath.
This Path looks interesting here. Multi-time frame. Just
Path?
needs volume. Yeah, Path. P-A-T-H. Here, let me put it on a chart here. Look here on the 15-minute or even on the 5-minute. You can see the highs, 11:20, 11:05, 11 coming into play now, trying to hold the 1090s on pullbacks. You have an hourly support at 1085. It's not the biggest stock, but it is trying to set up there. And it's kind of a technology name. I'm just keeping a close eye on it. We'll see what happens.
I'm grabbing some
the pattern.
Puts on the SPY. 375 puts expiring January 20th. I got filled at 1488. 1488 is my fill on the SPY. 375 puts expiring January 20th.
Roblox looks good for a short there off 39. I think I'm already missing that one though. Yeah, I like this.
Saw some Tesla puts come through here on that move through 200.
Well, it ain't helping. Come on, we need a flush. It continuously comes, which is okay because it continuously is testing 200.
Yep,
so I'm hoping for a big reject, you know. But
Looking around to see what's in the green. Meta in the green today, getting some more lift off of that, cutting employees. I always think it's funny when companies are going up when they're trying to fire employees.
Yeah, you know, if it goes long, people are like, oh, it's because, you know, they're saving money. If they go short, it's because it's like, oh, well, that means, you know, business isn't growing. So, I mean, there's a bias in case for no matter what happens with it, as Tesla goes ahead and breaks
That is
200 back
true.
above.
That is true, my friend. That is definitely true.
Yeah. And let's see if it kind of just rejects real quick. Let's take a look at the 5-minute candle on Tesla.
That's some China names right now, taking a look at them at least.
SPY is holding on stronger than I thought it would. I really thought it would just flush through the previous close, but for now it's not. Now that Tesla's above 200 on this 5-minute, let's see if it goes ahead and holds. If we just crack right below, I am still in my Tesla puts that we got at 697, down about 8% on it, so nothing really.
Things kind of drying up here, at least for right now.
Most interesting thing is going to be Tesla.
I like Walmart here, but I have to get it on a pullback, risk off the VWAP here.
If you believe the market's going to bounce, you can take a look at, you know, stocks that are strong, such as your Google, but even better than that would be Meta, which is above 96, by the way. All right. Stopped out on my SPY short. Now in long Meta here at 96.16s. I'm going to go ahead and cut my SPY short on the put side as well. I got in these. Come on, sell me. I got in these at 14.88. I got out at 14.74. So a quick loss for me. I'm A-okay with that. Let me see what else I've got here. It looks like Tesla. Let's pay attention to Tesla. Hanging out around that 200, but this could be something I cut here shortly as well.
There's Path looking like it wants to get through 11. It's a small trade there, but just keeping an eye on it. I like this Walmart chart. I like the Dollar Tree, Dollar General here. Discount store is doing well. It'd be a small risk if I take the shot here. It's going to be on the SPY if we get that up move here, a down move. There's a down move there in the SPY. I'm going to wait to see if we can get closed back above 377s on the SPY right now. 377, an important level for it to start closing above. Still in that BTU with really small sizing. All right, I like this outlook here for Walmart. So I'm going to take one more trade for us here. I'm going to risk off 141.63. And so got in there at 141.75 on Walmart to the upside. Wally World. Who goes to Wally World? We ever called it Wally World?
No. Not sure what that is.
I don't either.
Ooh! Come on, SPY. Decided to take me out and then just flush. All right, I see how it is. But at least we still have our Tesla short. Now, the only question is, what do I do with this long on Meta. Since I don't have a clear direction, I am just going to go ahead and close it at break even, as you can see on my screen. Oh, maybe we made a couple of bucks. But yeah, just no clear direction for me. Even though we are making higher highs, that gives me an inkling to the upside. But it just messes with my brain when I'm short Tesla, long another stock like Meta. It just doesn't do well.
I get tested on my wrist. Looks like it on Walmart here. Big thing for me is seeing what the SPY does here. Does it break through the 377, the upside, or we keep getting this downside action? Downside looks like 376.50s is your continued breakdown on the SPY. We'll see what happens.
I'm going to get back in the SPYs again. I really easily can go ahead and get stopped out here, but I went back into the same 375 puts. I got filled at $15. I'm afraid that I'm getting chopped around, but this will be my last trade of the day here. So I'm okay one more time of getting screwed.
You're okay with that?
I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that.
At least you're okay with it, you know?
I mean,
hit the light. Let's go.
He's honest.
Boom, 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 boom. And for me, it's just a risk reward, right? I mean, if I get stopped out, I'll get stopped out like within 20, 30 cents, like, you know, almost now. And of course, the Meta, the long side would have worked, but we went ahead and cut that one. So there's life for you.
That's how it goes, man.
Boom, 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 boom.
Boom, 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 boom.
All right, folks, I'm going to jump here for today. Nice first day of the week. We'll be back here again tomorrow. What?
How could you?
Well, because the trading dried up here.
Okay.
Tom said it. We seem to have run out of buyers today.
Yeah, it seems like it, right? Might as well head.
Seems like it. Anyway, gents,
head out.
Have a great one. We'll see you tomorrow. Stay green. Stay safe.
See ya here. SPY looking to break. I'm gonna go ahead and get out. I got out at 1467, and there's Meta to the upside. Man, should have stuck with the long. Instead, we stuck with the short. But I am gonna go ahead and take my L's of the day. Unfortunately, we did not go ahead and get another leg to the downside. The market decided to hold up, and maybe we can go ahead and revisit to the upside. But for now, I'm closing out of everything. Let me make sure I've got no positions open. It was a red day for me. I'm down about $80 on TradeStation, and I'm down about $200 on E-Trade. So it is a red day for me.
It happens. It happens to the best of us, man.
Yep. But I'm out for the day. We will see you tomorrow. Giving off of those, going to log off and kick the dogs. Yeah, well, thankfully, I don't have a dog to kick. I also hope that I wouldn't kick anyone because of my own decisions, if you will. But we'll see you tomorrow. No futures trading, but we'll see you tomorrow. See ya.
See you, my friend. Have a good one. It's always about having a good time here. And now what I'll do for you guys is we're going to put something on in a little bit. We're going to keep going until we got Benzinga Live at 11:30. You don't got to go anywhere. Just stick around in this stream. We'll play some education for us coming up. I'm going to try to give us let's do a little trading psychology. Why not, right? I think trading psychology is definitely important for traders to kind of master. So I'm going to give you guys a video that I've already done. So that's going to be coming up next here, but we can definitely take a look as my trade here on Walmart probably stops me out. I'm like right off the trigger here, unless Walmart can recover right now. It's not looking good. But the SPY is starting to hold that 377 outlook. At least I got that right on the SPY. We'll see if it can get that push here. Here's Path. Path was one that I was talking for the push through 11, now towards 1106. At least that one started getting moving there. Path didn't look too bad. Just looking at Walmart right now to see if we can close on this 5 minute above the 61s. If it does that, then we're still looking good here, and we can get the move up that we're looking for. That's up towards 142. We'll see if we get that move there on Walmart. Need this to kind of flip right at the open of the next candle. That's going to be in about 1 minute here. So about 1 minute left on that candle. Let's see if it's able to close into the green. There's 66 starting to flip towards the green. That's what we want to see. Give it about a minute left here, and we'll see what happens there on Walmart. If you guys got ticker, you guys can talk about it in the chat, and I'll definitely take a look at it to see what you guys are taking a look at now. CCJ, uranium to the upside by the looks of it. Doesn't seem too bad to keep in mind. on that. You can see path now towards that 1107. Could get towards that 1110 today. Wasn't a bad outlook that I gave on that one. Going to keep watch. Walmart now towards the 141.72. So we're looking good on that Walmart push. Look for it to kind of continue. If the SPY can stay into the green, we're not looking bad either. We're looking for reversals off the bottom. CCJ, let's take a look at that. Nice little lift off there in the last kind of candles here. Let's take a look at the daily chart. Daily chart has kind of, it filled the gap here and then came right back down. So look for it to fill the gap this time and hold that gap fill. That's towards 25.34. Honestly, I wouldn't be watching this until it gets to at least 26. But by that time, it's already made a move. This doesn't look too bullish for me, but it is getting a little bit of a bounce today. Looks like someone wants me to take a look at CrowdStrike. All right, we can take a look at some cybersecurity. These have been falling off, and I've noticed also that Pan W's chart did not look good too. So this just shows me more and more. You got to be careful in this industry right now. Cybersecurity stocks even falling off, and why could this be happening? Well, companies cutting some expense, right? Well, looks like Palo Alto's demand is definitely coming down. You can see it cracking there, and that's going to affect other kind of cybersecurity stocks also. Look at Zscaler, how it's been going down in the last couple of days. Just goes to show me cybersecurity is not an area that's looking very strong right now. SPY looking like it wants to make that next move. So does Walmart. We'll see if it makes that next move up. SPY now holding above 377. That's kind of like your bogey to look for the downside action to come back into play. But right now, if the SPY can hold that 377 on pullbacks, we're looking good for upside moves. We'll see what happens there. All right, let's keep going. AR doing well. Yeah, AR might be the only one that could be doing well. Oh, that's not a cybersecurity stock. There, you're just talking about it's doing well. Yeah, it's not looking too bad there. AR getting that nice little VWAP bounce. We talk about this position all the time where a stock makes a big move out the gates, pulls back to the VWAP, and that's where we were looking for entry off prior resistance. That could be a good level to go off of around the 72s. You could have been getting in around the 88s. 85 was the low. You're risking off about the 72s. Not looking too bad there for risk to return back towards 39.50. 50 cents to the upside, maybe 15 cents to the downside. These are nice VWAP bounces to go for. We'll see what else is out there. We'll see if the Bears print SRT 8, and I can use an SRT 8. Oof, rip one of those things. There, it's Walmart trying to get that lift. Now we need to see it get close up here towards the 141.80s. Closing towards the 80s is going to give us a good outlook on the 5-minute. We still got about 2 minutes and 30 seconds on this candle. So just be careful there in Walmart. We want to see it really start moving. SPY moving up is helping us here. As you guys see the SPY holding that pullback now. Now you can look for it to even hold up a little bit higher than 377. Look for around the 377.25 area to hold as support on the SPY. And let's look for another level up. Let's see if we can start pushing here, getting back through these kind of trend lines that the SPY has been kind of rejecting multiple times to move towards 377.70s. We'll see if we get that move or not. Right now, it's been battling right around that level. Here's the 41.80s there on Walmart. Now we're starting to get a little bit of a push here. And we got about, minute 30 left here on that candle. About a minute 30 left on that candle. We'll see if we get that continued push. GCT. I'll take a look there. EV Go once, Daniel. I got you guys. Just do me the favor. Hit the thumbs up if you guys are calling on the stock so that I can run through it. All right, let's go to GCT. See what we got here. Giga Cloud Tech. All right, Giga Cloud Tech trying to make that move towards 750 here. Keeping an eye on it. Daily chart has some resistance coming into play right above it around the 775, 780 range. So I don't know how much higher does it have to go, but it's been a really strong stock here. Let me pull it up to the right-hand side here to take a look there. And we got about 1 minute left on that Walmart, less than a minute left on that Walmart. We're looking good on the 5 minutes there. Just keeping a close eye on my trade. We'll see if we can get that next leg on GCT. GCT has a pullback hold to 7, but if it breaks 7, it could easily be back down towards 660. So you got to keep that in mind here as you're getting that next push. I would see that. You see, it already dropped to that 7 back towards 680s here. Now it's trying to hold the 9 EMA, which is right above it now at 692s. Look for 690s to hold first. If that doesn't go, I see 660 pullback. That's kind of the level that I would be looking at to get into this. But then you got to make sure that you understand your risk. Your risk is even down there towards 620s. So you got to be careful on a name like GCT. Definitely going to move fast. You got to be able to deal with that volatility. SPY trying to make that move back up. That's going to be looking good for our Walmart. And the candle's about to close here. Boom. Next candle closing. Close towards 85, towards 82, 80s. The closing was actually 83. That's what we wanted to see. Now we're looking good in our Walmart trade to get towards that 142. Let's see if we get that move towards 142, where I'll sell most of it and keep a tiny little piece. We'll see what happens there. I'm having a good time today. I hope that you guys are enjoying the stream. We've been having some great trades. I'm not even one trade into the red here. Had a good BTU, Veru, DraftKings even stayed break even. So we'll see what happens. I still got some BTU. From earlier today. Keeping a battle on this one. I have from 2780s, and right now we're up towards 2880s. So not a bad looking stock there on BTU. Tiny piece left. Going to swing this if it can keep moving in the right direction. We'll see what happens there in Peabody. There's Walmart pulling back a little bit. We just want to see it make sure that it holds around the 70s. Don't want to see it break VWAP at all anymore. VWAP right now is 66. We'll see if this can continue pushing towards 142 on the day. Catching up with the chat. Hit the thumbs up. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it. All right. LEU earnings Wednesday. Will be interesting to keep watch on that. Definitely. Oh, you give me a V8, SRT8, and let's just say I love my power shifts into second. Oh, man. I miss that feeling. Woo. Bam. Bang that transmission back. Oh, man. The good times. Miss my Mustang. All right, but let's get into some other stocks out there. Hertz wants to take a look at ROG. Isn't that the stock that got hit hard last week? Is it bouncing back? Yeah, it bounced back some, but I would stay away from this. Not something I want to be a part of on Rogers. It did get a big hit on Friday, and then it gets a little bit of a bounce back, but look how quickly that bounce back was lived. It was about 10 minutes, and if you didn't get out, you got caught hard there. Let's take a look. What else is you guys taking a look at? I see GNRC, not really a stock that I'd be looking at, but it's always up to you guys. SE, interesting to talk about. That's kind of a China name. That could be one that's getting a little bit of a lift. C, getting a little bit of a push. Doesn't look too bad. I take a look at the daily chart, getting a little bit of a bounce. Not something that'd probably be swinging, more like a rent, but doesn't look too bad off that 46. SPY staying strong. We're looking good in Walmart. I'm actually going to be looking to sell majority of the position as we get towards that 142. So as we get towards the 90s here, I want to put out the order at that 142 mark so that we can get filled on a little push and take another base hit and celebrate the day. Big wins, all in the green. Let's go. All right. And also, I'm going to be putting on a video just coming up at 11:05 on what? On the truth about trading. So we'll do a little bit of peak performance today. Peak performance was kind of a show that I did for a little while. I didn't get the biggest feedback on it, so I'd love to get some feedback from you guys today. And if you guys want to see some more trading psychology content, this is what this is, and I'll be putting this up in just a few minutes here, as it's about 15 minutes, and that's going to get us closer towards Benzinga Live. That'll be coming up next. You guys got a lot of action here. Don't go anywhere. Still lots to talk about and trading action going on. And of course, AB will be bringing traders to talk about their trades and what is moving in the day. All right, EVGO, I got you, Daniel. I know you've been thinking about EVGO. Let's take a look at that. EVGO is one that you guys can watch with ChargePoint, right? Those are going to really depend. Let's go towards the weekly chart. It's going to help us get around a lot of the volatility that's been in EVGO. And you can see here, how you have some bottoming around, let's say 709 that you really wanted to see reverse. One of the things is when the chart like this, we might want to go even further back into a monthly. A monthly is going to help us get around some of this volatility, right? We really want to see this kind of get out of this price channel. If not, it's in that continued downtrend. You want to see some closing where it starts creating some bullish outlook. It tried to do it here. You can see this, but this is not a bullish candle. It didn't engulf this red. It got all the way up there, but didn't engulf it. And so that's what you want to be looking for. Kind of that signaling turnaround, or maybe a hammer candy showing up here for the month and then coming back here through like $10. That's when I would start getting more bullish. This is one of those names that, yes, you can play it now, but then you're playing more in the downside outlook. You got to be able to take some of the pain if you want to play it now. If you don't want to take some of the pain, I would wait for it to really start closing green on the monthly candles and showing you a green monthly outlook. Until then, seems like we're stuck in a channel to the downside in EVGO. Charge point is one of those that I was also looking for it to kind of reverse and go back towards the 20, but you can see here, monthly candle, now back towards the downside. So no move towards the 20, no breakout on charge point. Now, if anything, you could see continued declines on charge point, and it's already down towards 1157. Not what you wanted to see. When it was just close to getting towards 20, it's already back down there towards 1157. All right, Triple D probably can add a car to your value list after last earnings. Yeah, definitely. Let's see if Walmart can get up there. It did try to get towards it 142, wasn't able to get back above the 92. So let's see what happens here. Needs to like hold the pullbacks now towards around the 75 and continue on its trend. It's okay if it just does like a little bounce, little throwback action, then goes to 142. That's what we will be watching for. Hit the thumbs up. DWAC going crazy, says Alaska. Ooh, Alaska, you better not be lying to me. We'll take a look here. DWAC, is it going crazy? Let's look. Ooh, it is. It is starting to move there. 21 seemed like a really good 1 hour level to risk off of. You guys can see it here on the 1 hour chart. You got that bottoming action. Look for some pullbacks, maybe around, I would say, what we got here, 22. 22s look good for the pullback action. We've already gotten up there towards 23. I would look for maybe around the VWAP. That's around 22. We'll look for that to kind of hold, but DWAC definitely getting a big push here. And of course, this is kind of that short squeeze type of play. Be careful. There's some resistance at 23. I like the pullback outlook at 22 for 23, but you can easily be back down towards 2150s, 2120s. So you got to be able to handle big volatility in a name like DWAC. All right, CEI, last one for me, and then I'll get you guys over to that video that's going to be coming up. And don't go anywhere, team. Trust me, you'll get something out of this video. There's a reason why I do them. CEI looking like it wants to get back up. Of course, it's a really cheap stock, so you need a lot of volume to get it back to 50 cents. I can tell you that much. So 35 cents seems to make sense, like it's trying to get a little bounce. First one is going to be 19, but really, you're going to run into some resistance around the 17s. How much more does this have to go? Maybe a couple of cents, really. And so on my eyes, it doesn't look bad on the day. It is getting some lift, but how much are you really getting on the stock like this, CEI? It's too cheap for me and too much worry. All right, Walmart doing that pullback. Now, I don't like that cut through that 70 here. It could hold here the pullback towards 61. So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to set the stop there, make sure that we don't get caught here, not paying attention to it. So let me go ahead and do that. Kind of set a stop here on it. All right. All right. So if it cuts 60 again, we'll get out of the trade. I'm just going to let it work. And if it works, so be it, right? All right. I'm going to bring on here. Let me go ahead and take down my screen here, and I'll reshare here so that you guys can get into our video today. And definitely let me know what you guys think about this. This is peak performance, and I can do more trading psychology outlook, but I want you guys to tell me what you guys like, right? What do you guys enjoy watching? Well, This is going to be very much towards you guys to go ahead and let me know. But I'll go ahead and I'll put this full screen so that you guys can tune in. And of course, you guys can check out more of the videos that I have. I do these as uploads. So go to our channel, search Money Mitch, and you should be able to find these uploads. And if you're interested in more of the videos that I do for education, let me know. I can share some in the chat here. So let's go ahead and let's get this started. Performance, build on our trading mentality, our psychology, so that we can all become better traders. What I want you guys to do while I'm doing this is definitely put in the chat if you guys are going through these struggles, have seen these struggles, or know somebody that's going through this also. So first things first, let's get this started. This is the peak performance side of Money Mitch, and welcome. Smash the like, team. After this, we'll get you to Benzinga Live. Stick around, team. Let me know what you guys think. It's time. Peak performance. All right, guys, welcome to it. Peak performance, where we go ahead and we attack the trading psychology and always work to get better in our execution. You know, the way this show started was really by a book, The Observe. And what it was about was getting to your peak performance. From that level, we can always understand that when we're trading in the zone or in peak performance, we're going to have our best trading performance. And this is just how it is in every sport. You know, you're not always at peak performance. There's like kind of this wave that you have to battle. But if we can focus and try to improve and stay longer periods in time in our trading zone, we're going to see that the returns come back to us. All right. So first things first, we're going to talk about the waves of trading, guys. The waves. Yeah, there's waves to this game, guys. There's waves to this game. I've always said it. There's levels. There's waves to the game. Hey, let's go ahead. Let's start taking a look. This is the lesson from our own trading patterns, which really matters. I think this is what the important part of this part is not that this is off of anybody else's data. You should base this off of your data. So if you're not taking data already, hey, you might as well just end this show and go get your trading journal and really get it down packed, because that's worth more than just even my show. I want you guys taking your data. So let's jump right into today's presentation. So first things first, introduction, right? So one of the key ways to judge your trading is to keep statistics or data on your trading. You know, I use TraderView a lot of times because that's just a free version of keeping some data on paper and gives you a nice way of looking at it. But really, what we want to see is we want to see our trading patterns. We want to see that trading comes in waves a lot of the times. There's going to be times where we're doing great, you know, weeks of straight green, where you look back at your results and you're like, hey, man, I've been green for like 5 weeks. But then there's also going to be times where we struggle and we drop into a slump. This is always going to happen as traders. We have to understand that there's waves to this game, and there's going to be highs and there's going to be lows. And there's also going to be streaks on both sides, winning side and losing side. So you need to decide how to best manage this. How can we manage the waves? So one of the things that happens is that, you know, this is the pattern that we're seeing in both our tradings. And so one of the things that we're going to see often is that when we look at the waves of trading, I want you going back and seeing how your return is doing. So when we look here, like we're looking at right now, this chart, one of the things you want to see is how are the peaks? How are the troughs? How are the bottoms, the supports? Do you get that consolidation look? Or is it kind of a roller coaster ride up and down? We want to try to control this line as much as possible on the downside. And when we make upside potential moves, we want to see big leaps into the data. All right, so let's go ahead. Let's get into another slide here. So there's mainly 2 patterns that we see in our data, right? And so there's going to be the down wave, the capital draining down wave. Why I call it the capital draining down wave is because these are moments when you need to go ahead and manage your risk. A lot of times we're going to get into battles with our own system. Why? Because even if you trade your system correctly, sometimes there's going to be times where you're just losing. It's a losing streak. And in these moments, this is when I realized that this is how you control your capital. You need to understand when you're in these kind of ruts. When you're in these ruts, you start taking the smallest position possible, just trying to find out, when am I going to get out of the rut? When is the strategy, the probability going to come back into play? Smash the like if you guys are appreciating this kind of trading talk here. Let me know in the chat if you guys want to talk about something in depth. If there's a part of this that you want me to hang on to and go more deeper into, let me know in the chat. Looks like some people are liking it. That's what I want to hear. I pulled a bus full of children to school before the bell rings. Can't blame you. Let's go ahead. Let's get this going. So one of the things is, when we're in these down waves, we need to really control our capital. Slow it down, control it. Then when it comes back, we know that the river's flowing. Then you throw your capital at it. What is that going to do? That's going to bring us to the up wave, the in the zone wave. We all want to get into that in the zone wave. I'll let you know right now, it happens all the time. You guys sometimes have seen me on here, Money Mitch, where I'll give, and it's not to be cocky, I'll give 4, 5, 6, 7 winners in a row. What is that? That means I'm on top of my zone. I'm in my zone. I know my strategy, and I'm finding it, and I'm attacking and executing. That's what we want to do as traders. But then there's also going to be times where I don't have so many trade ideas. And what I try to do is more long, focus on the industries, focus on the sectors, find where we're going, not where we've been. Okay, so getting back to the in the zone. You can only stay in the zone for so long. And this is important to understand also. So it's okay that you fall out of the zone and you make a bad trade or you make a mistake in your trading. Just realize it. Stop, control capital, and then adjust. Figure a way to adjust to get yourself back into the zone. Peak performance is what we always are going to come back to. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about that down wave. So down waves really usually are going to consist of what? You're going to start seeing that you need to control it. Have a max weekly loss. Have consecutive losing streaks. You'll see your accuracy dip below 50%. The stats are not matching the strategy. When you notice that, hey, my strategy usually is a 2-for-1, and now I'm only getting 1-for-1, maybe that's a good sign that my stats aren't matching my strategy, and I'm heading for a down wave in my trading. Another thing that can happen is you're showing quick profit taking. You're like, as soon as you get into the green, I got to take it. Got to take it off the tables. Got to take it off the tables because you're chasing that up wave. You're trying to create the up wave versus letting the probability come into play and playing a factor for you. So the last thing is if you start noticing that you're letting losers run. If you're letting those losers run on you on the downside and you're losing more than you expected, this could be a very simple explanation of that you're heading into that down wave and we must control the risk. All right, let's go ahead. Let's get into the next slide here. Next slide is the up wave, and the up wave comes with some good news. I mean, you'll start seeing what? Weekly goals being touched. You'll see consecutive profitable weeks. You'll see high accuracy. You'll be about 60% or higher. Your stats will start matching the strategy. The risk and return will be there. If you're risking, 10 cents to get 30 cents, you actually take the 30 cents and you actually are holding to that 10-cent risk. That's what matters. That's when we're in the zone. That's when we're performing great execution. That's when you, as a trader, need to go ahead and step up to the plate and take your trades. This is the time when the river's flowing. And when the river's flowing, you gotta, put the big boy pants, whatever you gotta do, and go at it hard. Do not be afraid when your data tells you that everything's matching, your strategy's matching, the way that your trading is matching, and you're noticing, hey, I'm picking these stocks on point. Those are the times when we need to go ahead and jump on it, because what you're going to do is you're going to give yourself that little boost. That boost in the returns helps you when you fall into the chop. All right, guys. So that's pretty much it on the waves of trading. But one thing that I say is look at your trading, find what happens in it. Do you have those moments where you go sideways? It's okay to come back down a little bit, but we want to always be bouncing back. And if you're not bouncing back, then you definitely need to go ahead and readjust. Take a second to slow the capital down, slow the losing down, and control it to understand, hey, is it my strategy or is it my execution? If it's my execution, then you got to go ahead and find how to execute your strategy. If it's just the probability going against you, then that's just the waves of trading. Hang on tight, control the risk, and then master the execution. Like always, guys, we're going to go ahead and continue working on these. I want you guys to go ahead and continue working. And what can we learn from this, you want to ask? So we can learn that trading habits have patterns. We definitely do. And we can use our data to analyze our stats. We can use this to our advantage by swinging bigger on the upswings. I want you to juice up when you get that nice upswing. I want you to, it's just like a baseball player when they're on fire. When they're on fire, you can throw me whatever you want down the plate. It could even be a ball. I'm going to put it in the stands. But we also want to control the downswings. Just like when you're a quarterback in the NFL and you're not seeing your receivers get open, you're paying attention way too much to the defenders. You can't see the holes. What do you need to do? Sometimes you just need to check the ball off to your running back and just let him do the game, because you're not seeing the game clearly. This is what matters a lot of the times. If you're not seeing the game clearly, you need to go ahead and adjust and adapt. Another thing is how to approach times when our strategy is just not producing high accuracy. This is going to happen at times. You're going to see that your strategy isn't doing what it normally does, even if you tested it before. And what you need to do is just slightly adjust and wait, or look for other strategies in the meantime. But if you're a beginner trader, this is the time that I say that you kind of go away from trading and not try to trade every single day. I need to take every single trade of my strategy. More along, look at it. When is the probability coming back in your favor? And like always, guys, I want to see you guys surfing out there. I want to see you guys riding the waves. And we're all going to keep on this battle. It's not easy. We're going to keep battling. And sometimes you're going to be riding up. And sometimes, guess what? You're going to be riding down, guys. You're going to be in the waves. You're going to feel like the waves are crashing upon you. And you don't know where to go in the trading. But I'll tell you one thing is, if you stick to your game, understand your data, and look back, take your time to analyze your data. Am I going through what is the in the zone stage, or am I going through the rut? If I'm going through the rut, I'm going to control my capital and hold it tight, hold it close to me. The days that I feel execution's on point, let it fly, let it fly. But definitely, I hope you guys enjoyed learning about the waves of trading. I'll keep coming at this. And one thing I want to tell you guys is, remember, traders, even though the light may be small at the end of the tunnel, there is so much more that's waiting for you out there. Hey, so much more on the other side is true, team, and that's definitely what it's all about. I hope that you guys enjoyed a little trading psychology from me today, and you guys can see more of these videos. I put them out, and sometimes they just get lost on our channel. So let me know, team, if you guys want to see more of these videos. I'm going to keep trying to put these on, especially after our live trading, because I think that one of the things that we can definitely do is take a moment to learn, right? We all are trying to up our skills. You guys can see from me that I've been always trying to learn more and add more to my game versus try to think that I know it all, right? I mean, still on the weekends trying to get through this big old book of knowledge, because at the end of the day, it has to get in here. It has to be theoretical knowledge. It has to be where you can go ahead and apply it. So keep working to up your skills. I'm going to keep trying to bring different things to get us to that next level. But of course, I hope that you guys appreciated a little peak performance. The waves of the game, man. There's waves to this game. My man Drake knows it best, right? Well, the truth is, understanding where you are on your wave is so important. And for day traders, I think this really determines between the greats and the ones that can't seem to make the money in day trading. And the big part there is why? Because you're not letting yourselves get through the waves. You're destroying yourself on the down wave and not riding up that up wave. Today, we were on point for a little while there. My execution was bam, 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 bam. And that's what you want to be in. Pure execution mode, in the zone. When you're in the zone, things are just going to be lining up. You don't get distracted. You don't look at elsewhere. You're not worried about the noise out there. You're just looking at your trading, executing. Bam, bam, in and out, in and out, in and out. Taking those base hits, knowing the positions, knowing where you're going. And it's not always just because you're in the green. Sometimes it could be, oh, I'm cutting this loser. Boom, adding to this position. Boom, taking profits. Next leg up. Boom, taking profits. Let's go. Because that's how you're going to be feeling when you're in the zone. Understanding this is so important. It's just like an athlete. There's a point when they're in the zone. And when they're in the zone, they're willing to take the ball in, even on places where they have an improbable chance. Like, I'm sure you guys have seen hot basketball players that seem like they can make it in from anywhere. Curry all of a sudden shooting from half court and making it. That's when you want to be feeling like you're in the zone, taking a lot of shots. When you're not feeling it, go back to what works the most. That's the important thing here. Hope you guys appreciated that little lesson of psychology today. And we're going to get you over to Benzinga Live coming up next. That's going to be starting in just about 2 to 3 minutes. But let's do a little recap. Let's take a look at the market action out there and see what is trading into the green so that we can continue battling here. Did get stopped out of that Walmart position, no longer in that Walmart position, but hey, like always, you're not going to be all into the green. So that's the first red trade on the day, but very small and measured. Now the SPY trying to make another leg up tells me to take a look at the big cap names like Apple. Are we finally getting a bounce back on Apple? Look how this is starting to get back above the VWAP and holding there. That's a good level to start seeing some bounce back. Amazon bouncing back after getting hit hard out of the gates here. Google bouncing back and into the green now. This is one that I would be looking for a move if SPY can continue through that 88.20s. And another outlook that you can be watching for, right? We can be watching for Microsoft to stay into the green. This has got a nice little pull back towards 225. Now looks like it wants to get up there towards the next leg. SPY giving a little bit of a push. Not looking bad for reversals out there. So if you're looking at reversals, especially in the bigger cap names like Tesla starting to come back towards the upside. Doesn't look too bad for me after that break of 200. Could be starting to come back. Not bad stocks to keep on watch. All right, definitely smash the like button. Let's see if we can get to 300 likes today. I'm going to check up where we're at on the like game. Get it up there, team. Smash it up. I hope you guys are enjoying our stream today. And with those likes, what do they tell us? Well, they tell us what you guys think, of course, of the stream. Are you guys enjoying it? Let us know. Hit the thumbs up. Looks like we're at 153. Let's see if we can get to 200 before we get to Benzinga Live. Just a few minutes. AB starting to set up in the background. I'm excited to keep going on the day. We got a lot to talk about here on Benzinga. Hit the subscribe button if you're not subscribed already. Looks like we still got some people that are tuning in but aren't subscribed. I don't know what you're missing. It doesn't cost a single dime. Hit that button. All right, let's go towards the stocks that are moving the most today. We can do that by using my Benzinga Pro. Let's go to the session here, regular session, gainers and losers. I'm going to filter out some stocks, but definitely Veryu with a big move on the day. We talked about this. This was my trade of the day on Veryu. Not a bad one there today, and definitely getting a nice little pop there. Nice little fill. I'm not going to be mad about that. DWAC up big today. Keep your eyes on that one. It was getting a little bit of a lift. Now pulling back here. I'm going to take a look at some other ones here. Verv, that's therapeutic stock. That was definitely taking a hit there. CERT, Funko, a little bit of a bounce back. That name really got hit hard last week. Definitely seeing a little bit of a bounce back today. Not looking too bad there towards 1268. Look to see if it gets another little run. That actually doesn't look too bad, especially after this stock got really pounded on the downside. I'd be looking at this stock. It doesn't look too bad for me. Going to keep watch on it. Funko, we'll see what happens there in Funko. Going towards different stocks here. Carvana. Let's take a look at Carvana. Man, my pro's being a little bit weird there on charts. Got to get that adjusted there. We'll take a look at that a little bit later. Trying to take a look at the Carvana chart here. There we go. Looks like we're down there towards 750. Did get a bounce towards 780s, but couldn't get above that. We'll see if this starts bouncing back. Of course, Carvana has been truly weak. I think eventually this probably blows. But that's going to do it for me today, of course, on none other than live trading with Benzinga. Up next, you guys got Benzinga Live. AB will be bringing on traders like always, talking about actual trades. Let AB know what you guys are looking at and, of course, what's coming later in the week. We do got, of course, our earnings calendar. You guys can find it on, of course, our Twitter page. If you guys haven't taken a look at, of course, our Twitter page before, go towards it at benzinga.com. And, of course, check out the earnings calendar. I want you guys to be up to par. Activision coming up tonight. Take Two, Mosaic. Then, of course, Tuesday, Disney, Oxy, Lucid. Wednesday, Beyond Meat. What's going to happen? Roblox before the open on Wednesday. What do you guys think about that? NIO. And then later in the week, we get Aurora. We'll see what happens there. Six Flags. Who's going to a Six Flags this year? I don't know who's going, but definitely, I haven't been to a Six Flags in a while. Might have to go to a little bit of theme park action. All right, but I'm going to get out of here, team. Like always, keep liking the stream, supporting us as we support you guys. Now I'm going to send you and give you a little bit of a trailer to the future of crypto action. Don't miss this. This is going to be December 7th. You don't want to miss it. So if you guys want to check out our event in New York City, check out this link, and I'm going to go ahead and play the promo here. And, of course, you guys can use Money Mitch 20 for 20% off. If you guys want to use a little discount code, use my discount code. Go over to the future of crypto. That's going to be December 7th. Check it out, team.
What is up, everybody? Happy Monday. Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga Live. I'm your host, producer AB. Pretty quiet day so far, at least in terms of specific stock news. We still got earnings this afternoon. Of course, tomorrow, election day, will have at least some impact on the markets. We can talk about kind of what the expectation is there. What can we expect? How markets have performed in the most recent history when we've had a mixed president and Congress. So what's expected to happen tomorrow is we're expected to get Republican control of the Senate and House. And then, of course, we'll still have a Democratic president. So we'll see how markets have performed in other times like that when you've had a different House in control of the White House and in control of the Senate. What up, Blind Trader? What up, Money A? How y'all doing? Hope everyone had a great weekend. We had, as you can tell, my voice is a little hoarse. I was at the Lions game yesterday. We were yelling a lot. at the Packers, at the refs, but the Lions ended up winning, so ended up being a good game. Let's go ahead and get my Benzinga Pro pulled up. We can start taking some tickers from the chat. One thing that is noteworthy today that I saw was we saw that iPhone warning from Apple kind of hurting big tech. Apple is still down today, but only about 0.5%. So Apple hanging out around 137. I like Apple anywhere below 130. Like, I'll happily buy and just sit on some shares of Apple below 130 long term. Of course, we're already through the earnings report. We know this quarter isn't going to look as great as quarters past in Apple. But I still think, I thought I was sharing my charts. Mandy A wants to check out Amazon. Again, if you got any tickers you want to check out in the chat, just drop them in there and we'll take a look. But Apple still trading down today. I like it, again, below 130. So we're still a few bucks away from there. Amazon just kind of continuing to get crushed. We're looking at weekly charts right here now. Let's go to a daily. Kind of same thing with Amazon. I think you can start looking at some shares here if you're looking long term. Of course, I would expect the weakness to continue, though. The trend is your friend. This is showing obvious weakness. There's no reason to think anything for Amazon stock is going to change in the next week or two. But I think eventually, if you're willing to hold on to this for 5-10 years, there's a really good chance, and I'd put money on it, that the stock's higher. Amazon stock is higher in 5 years than it is today. NVIDIA, AMD, Manny's also looking at. The chip ones do scare me a little bit more, just because I think as far as compared to Apple and Amazon, I think you're seeing chip demand go down more so than, say, demand for iPhones or MacBooks or goods on Amazon or AWS services. However, the chip names have gotten so beaten up. You can see NVIDIA went from a high of about 345 back in November 21 down to 141 now. These names have gotten so beaten up that when the market does eventually come around, whether that means the Fed pivots or the market's front running the Fed or whatever it is, there's a good chance these names outperform a lot of the bigger tech names in terms of like AMD and NVIDIA. I think we'll end up outperforming when we start rallying your Apples, your Amazons in terms of like percentage gains. So definitely keeping my eye on these semi names, but I am worried about them more in the interim compared to the bigger tech names, just because, like I said, there's been a bigger drop off in chip demand. Whether you're thinking about people building their own gaming computers, that's slowed down a lot. People obviously have slowed down building new crypto mining rigs and whatnot. So chip demand, again, just kind of waning across the board. So I'm hands off on these chip names for now. If we do start seeing some positive action on the, direction, Soxol and Soxs can be good funds to trade. Of course, they are leveraged, triple leverage. So you need to make sure know what you're doing and kind of, when we have Dave Matza and we talk about from direction, we talk about this. But again, these funds are for people that are, going. These are tickers for people that are going to be able to actively trade, be able to monitor their portfolios, be able to watch their trades, not just a buy and hold investment. One thing that I just saw kind of before we started the show, so I haven't done too much research on this. I literally just saw this headline. Unfortunately, it's not a Benzinga headline. I'm going to share it anyway. So Feds announced $3.36 billion seizure of Bitcoin, the second largest recovery of crypto so far. So the Department of Justice announced Monday that it seized about $3.36 billion in stolen Bitcoin during a previously unannounced 2021 raid on the residence of James Zong. Zong pleaded guilty on Friday to one count of wire fraud, which carries a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. Blah, blah, blah. Authorities seized over 50,000 Bitcoin from Zong during a search of his house. I don't really understand this. I guess they found a crypto wallet. Maybe Zong was banking on the investigators, on the FBI or the police officers or whoever to not know what a crypto wallet was. I don't really understand. I'm going to need some more clarity on this. U.S. authorities seized about 50,000 Bitcoin from during a search of his house in Gainesville, because it's not like they just opened a safe and Bitcoin started falling out. So again, I wonder if they knew what they were looking for or what. Follows the 3.6 billion in allegedly stolen cryptocurrency linked to the 2016 hack of cryptocurrency exchange Bitfinex. I don't know. According to authorities, Zong stole Bitcoin from the illegal Silk Road marketplace, a dark web forum on which drugs and other illicit products were bought and sold with cryptocurrency. Silk Road was launched in 2011. Honestly, Silk Road, I never bought anything on there, but that was my like introduction to Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. That's how I learned about what Bitcoin was. It says Silk Road was shut down in 2013, but I think, you know, basically like copycat-esque sites and platforms were up beyond that. For almost 10 years, the whereabouts of this massive chunk of missing Bitcoin had ballooned into an over $3.3 billion mystery. So this is interesting because I think what the U.S. Attorney Damian Williams is kind of meaning here is when he says that it had ballooned into was at the time when the Bitcoin was stolen in 2016, it probably wasn't worth, you know, that much. I mean, it was still worth a lot of money, don't get me wrong, 50,000 Bitcoin, but not the 3.3 billion they're talking about today, which I wonder is kind of interesting from a legal standpoint. Do you charge them based on how much the assets are worth now or based on how much they were when they stole it? Because I think it would make sense to me to base it more on how much it was worth when you stole it, right? According to the Southern District of New York, Zong took advantage of the marketplace's vulnerabilities to execute the hack. IRS CI Special Agent in charge, Tyler Hatcher, said Zong used a sophisticated scheme to steal the Bitcoin from the Silk Road marketplace. According to the press release in 2012, Zong created 9 fraudulent accounts on the Silk Road, funding each with between 200 and 2,000 Bitcoin. He then triggered over 140 transactions in rapid succession, which tricked the marketplace withdrawal processing system to release approximately 50,000 Bitcoin into his accounts. I don't honestly understand that exactly or like how that happened, but I guess he found out a problem in the way that the Silk Road marketplace its payout software and kind of exploited that. Public records show that he was a president and CEO of his own self-created company in Georgia. All right, so either way, I mean, I think most people can agree that it's good, I guess, that some, action being taken against this guy, or he's gonna have to forfeit some of, or they were able to get some of the assets that were stolen back. I don't really know, but you can't also help but think about the kind of implications of how, decentralized is Bitcoin really when at the end of the day, whether it's USD or Bitcoin, the government is still able to do this. And sorry. And then again, I'm not saying it's bad that the government was able to seize the stolen money. I think most people would agree that it's probably the right thing to do. But again, it just raises the question of how decentralized is this cryptocurrency if, again, the U.S. at the end of the day has the jurisdiction to do this. Let's go back to my Benzinga Pro real quick. We'll take a look at some other tickers. 2 names that report, I believe, both this afternoon. If not today, then one today, one tomorrow. But Activision and Take-Two. So yeah, Q3 earnings announcement confirmed after the close today. Activision is still, as far as I know, getting bought out by Microsoft. The stock chart, the market is kind of telling a different story, or at least saying that it doesn't think the deal's that likely. I mean, all in all, you can see here's where the deal's announced, January 2022. Microsoft is buying out Activision. I believe it's $95 a share is the buyout price, but it never got up there. And the stock has held up throughout the year. even compared to other video game names, compared to the tech market overall, because of this buyout. But as you can see, starting in about August, the stock starts trading down, and really kind of telling me the market's saying we don't know if this deal's for sure going through. Microsoft, Sony is fighting, to not have this deal go through, of course, because of Activision. If Microsoft does complete its acquisition of Activision, then they can make Call of Duty essentially an Xbox-only game. PlayStation doesn't like that because they know the popularity that comes with the Call of Duty franchise and with the games. So if Activision if Microsoft is able to buy Activision and make Call of Duty kind of exclusive to Xbox, then, that's what Sony's trying to fight on this. So that's kind of, I think, the main holdup from what I understand. Maybe there's also a part of it where, Microsoft's trying to renegotiate. They offered to buy the company in a different macro environment, kind of like what happened with Elon Musk and Twitter. What I think would make sense would be if Microsoft is really gung-ho on buying Activision and they just want to get the deal done, why couldn't they make a part of the deal or whatever that just says, okay, you can complete that acquisition of Activision, but you can't make, Call of Duty only an Xbox exclusive? That wouldn't be fair, or something like that, to where, some stipulation to where the deal gets through. But either way, the company reports earnings today after the close. Video game has been weak overall too, so I think you just have to play that into account. We talked about that with NVIDIA and AMD. People are building less gaming computers. People are buying less video games. People are playing. Well, I don't know if actually people are playing. I don't have data to that, but as far as the earnings with most of these companies have not been great, and so it'll be interesting to see what Activision says about the new Call of Duty, kind of what they expect over the next quarter. Of course, holiday season historically is great for these names, and last year you couldn't even get a PS5 around Christmas time last year. They were all sold out, and now we'll see. So again, Activision reports today. Take-Two reports, I think today as well. Yeah, conference call scheduled today at 4:30. That's what's great about Benzinga Pro, especially around earnings season. You get everything on here. You can check the calendar when the companies report. You can see what they've done, right? I can go earnings here on Take-Two and see every single time the past, going back to like 2016, every quarter they've reported. And you can click into it and go to the chart then and see how the stock actually reacted to those earnings reports. But Take-Two is now pretty much down to its COVID lows. I'm ready to start taking a stab here at Take-Two. I'm gonna wait till after the earnings report this afternoon. But to me, Take-Two is a name that has good value. Of course, the big question mark for Take-Two and going forward will be Grand Theft Auto 6. We had the leaks that came out from the gameplay. Take-Two, for those for anyone not familiar, Take-Two is one of the bigger video game companies out there, publicly traded. The ticker is TTWO. I'll put that up on the screen. But Take-Two makes the 2K games, so NBA 2K, which is the most popular basketball game out on the market, as well as it owns Rockstar Games, which makes Grand Theft Auto. So Grand Theft Auto is a huge video game, franchise, but they haven't put out a new Grand Theft Auto in like 10 years. And so the new one, Grand Theft Auto 6, has been long awaited for years and years and years. And for not just for gamers that want to play this, for investors too. A lot. I'd venture to say a lot, if not most people that have bought Take-Two stock over the past couple of years have been, at least part of their reasoning or anticipation is of Grand Theft Auto 6 coming out eventually. A couple months ago, we got some leaks of the gameplay. I think a lot of people were not impressed by it, kind of clowning the gameplay. We've seen this a few times where, a movie or something gets leaked and then people essentially talk so much shit about it on Twitter and stuff that they end up having to go back and redo some of it. So that would be your biggest question mark for Take-Two going forward, is what's going on with Grand Theft Auto 6. Is it going to cost them a lot of money to go in and try to rework some of the game if they're that worried about how the leaks were perceived by the public? I don't really know. I would venture to say, Take-Two knows what they're doing. Grand Theft Auto, they obviously are spending their time on it. or the company is spending its time on the game. So you'd like to think it ends up being a decent game. So I'd be willing to bet on it. I'm going to wait till after earnings today. But again, I would be willing to take a stab at Take Two here. Excuse me. Palantir and Carvana, what's up? So Carvana really is kind of screwed. We'll go to Carvana first. So Carvana, I mean, this chart is just absolutely from 380 down to a $7 stock. This is what you see when kind of, I don't know exactly what you want to, if you want to call the overall market a bubble. I don't think so. I think you had certain bubble assets, like especially like Bitcoin was very clear looking back on it, kind of a bubble asset. And a lot of these high growth names, Carvana being one of them. This is what you see on the tail end of that, right? As interest rates rise and these companies, can't keep up, the stocks can't keep going up. You'll see these 95% drawdowns like we've seen in Carvana stock. Right now, the used car market, I think is dry. There's just a lot less appetite for buying new cars, for financing new cars, not mortgage rates, but interest rates continuing to rise higher. Not good for car sales. Carvana, of course, probably the growthiest name in all of the different car names. And we talked about this last week, actually. I like some of the auto parts names because of this, because people are not buying new cars or used cars. They're going to be more people are going to be more incentivized to pick up, to fix up their cars rather than going out and buying a new one, because it's of how expensive it is to borrow money, how expensive it is to finance your cars. So we can do like advanced auto parts. What's the ticker on that one? AAP, advanced auto parts. And they're holding up compared to a lot of the other names. I mean, not great. O'Reilly, look at O'Reilly. Daily chart on O'Reilly's at all-time highs. You compare that to a Carvana, which one do you want to own? I'm not touching Carvana with a 10-foot stick here. A lot of people are making memes about, oh my God, who would have thought the vending machines for cars didn't work? But and as kind of, I don't know if they're silly. I think those things are cool. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about here, Carvana. These like they're like Carvana, the vending machines. These things are probably really expensive to build. I don't know if it ends up being worth it in terms of like the free marketing you get. Cause like I remember like I drove by one of these in Kansas City or something and I'm like, oh my God, like that remember what it is. That was my introduction to Carvana. I didn't know what Carvana was. I saw one of these things. Now I know what it is. It might be worth it in terms of marketing for that, but it's kind of a good, it's kind of a good look into, it's kind of a good snapshot of the company, right? That it's focused on growth. It's going to spend money now to grow more. And that environment just does, you're not going to hold up in this environment. If you're high growth oriented, it's not going to be able to hold up in this environment. The stock's not going to be able to hold up. So I'm off of Carvana. As far as Palantir goes, I've kind of always, I'm not going to say hated Palantir. I've just been kind of skeptical because I've never really understood what it does. And I'm not a huge Peter Thiel guy. So like everyone's like, I remember when this was one of the hottest stocks during the COVID. What's crazy though is it never really broke. It was just hung around like $26. Like looking at the chart, it had one day where it got up to, $45, came back down a couple weeks later, and really just traded in this range, even while the market was making new all-time highs. I never really loved the stock. I've never really understood what the company does. And for that reason, I've just always been very skeptical of it. Never really wanted to buy the stock. Getting crushed today. Palantir shares are trading lower after the company reported worse than expected Q3 EPS results. So I do know that bulls that like this stock talk about how, it has government contracts, it does this and that with big data. And again, I'm not saying it's a bad company. I'm not saying it's a bad investment or a bad stock. I just personally have never felt like, okay, I have a really good understanding of what this company does. I think it's going in a good direction, so I'm going to buy and hold the stock. I've never once really felt that way about Palantir. I will say, too, for people that are out there that are essentially just kind of using charts and trading, not really, going out and investing and buying stocks, then if you're just trading it, then it can be a great stock to trade. There's a lot of volatility. There's a lot of volume in it. You can see down here, we're doing 20 million, 50 million, millions, so it's good volume for trading. I don't like the stock. Not a fan of the stock. Someone said price action sucks today. Yeah, we're looking at a 5-minute chart here now of SPY. Kind of just, I don't know what happened here. Big red candle here on the 5-minute at least. So we'll keep an eye on that. Again, election tomorrow. I don't know in terms of volume what that really means for SPY. I think from what I can tell, it seems pretty... I guess not pretty certain, but it seems pretty... At least on Predictit, we're on this. So predictit.org is a website that essentially lets you bet on political outcomes. So right now they have a market for, and the price is just determined by like the market, what people are buying, what people are offering, what people are selling. So everything's scaled out to $1. So for example, you can buy Republican House and Senate as the outcome of the balance of power in Congress after the election tomorrow for 70 cents. And if that ends up coming true, you get paid out $1 on every share that you bought at 70 cents. So that's a nice little, I don't know, 30-cent increase or 29-cent increase on 70 cents. And there's some fees involved too. So you could call it a quarter, but that's a nice like 25% return. I don't really know. Obviously it's kind of like, gambling with other different odd systems too, where you bet on what's seen as the most unlikely and it ends up going, you get a bigger return. But either way, you can see here by the 90-day chart, and this is a good way to see kind of how different things are trending politically. Because if you go back to September 1st, the Republican House and Senate was only a 33% chance. The favorite was a Republican House and a Democratic Senate. And since then, you can see how the odds have changed in large part probably what's going on in like Pennsylvania and stuff like that, where it looks like some of the Republican candidates have a better shot now, or they look like more sure things than they did a couple months ago. So I like to see how things are trending. And it looks like even though there's been a slight dip, I would say, you can see on the chart here, it went from 76 cents on November 3rd to now 71 cents. It still seems like that's going to be the consensus. Look, you can even do candle charts. See the wick on here. That's interesting. You can do TA on the political outcome. That's pretty funny. I don't know how that works. We should do an experiment on that. Doing price action and political outcomes to predict elections. Could be we could be onto something here. Yeah, I don't know if anyone has any things on here, any predicted trades they're doing or any ones they'd be interested, let me know. I might throw some money in there tonight. Just $50 and just do a couple different things for fun. Be like, hey, if I can't make money in the market right now, let me see if I can do it on the elections. I don't understand too. I guess it makes sense because but which party will win the North Carolina Senate race? And it's like 90 cents. Like if you had a bunch of money, why wouldn't you just essentially put a bunch of money into one of these ones that seems like a sure thing and then, cash out? I guess because you do that and then the unthinkable happens and the other side hits. VB wants to look at TSN. All right, let's go back to my Benzinga Pro. And again, sorry guys if I sound a little sickly today. I think my voice is just a little hoarse from being at the football game yesterday. Had a good sports weekend. We saw the Houston Astros beat the Philadelphia Phillies to win the World Series. A lot of people aren't happy about that because, of course, the Astros got caught cheating a few years ago. But it was a good series nonetheless. TSN, Tyson Foods. All right, this is not a stock that I trade or have looked at. Hey, it's a consumer staple, right? So if the market, continues kind of being shitty, it should hold up compared to the overall market. You can see on the chart here, you had a pretty nice double top here starting in February and then again in April of 2022, and came all the way down from highs of about $100 down to 63. So that's a pretty big drawdown. You know, $37 on $100 stocks, nothing for Tyson Foods. Q4 earnings confirmed in 7 days. And again, I think the big thing here with Tyson is like, look, chicken nuggets, when you buy chicken at the grocery store, like the demand is going to be pretty stable for that. People are going to buy their chicken. Demand for Tyson is not going anywhere. What's hurting Tyson stock here, what you're seeing hurting Tyson stock here, is because of rising input costs. Because it's now more expensive for Tyson to put those chicken nuggets in the bag and get them to the grocery store, right? So, you know, until you see some of those supply chain issues alleviated, unless, of course, is Tyson able to pass off all the added costs to the customer. For a lot of it, sure. And chicken certainly has been, you know, at the grocery store, and food is one of the areas of inflation that has remained sticky, that has remained high. But people are only going to be willing to pay so much for a bag of you know, Tyson chicken nuggets. So I don't know. I think it's certainly a safer stock than most out there. It's not that interesting to me. Although it did move a lot from 100 down to, you know, 60. So I don't mind it up here. It probably pays a decent dividend. Let's check here. Dividend yield 2.7%. So not crazy, but not terrible. So again, if you're just looking for some safe names that pay out a little dividend, if you're looking for safe names that you think are beaten up, and you think that could be like good buying points, sure. I wouldn't be buying Tyson as like, okay, I think this thing's gonna, you know, 10x anytime soon. So there you go. I don't think it'd be the worst buy in the world, but I'm not crazy about it either. Jerry Watkins saying buy and forget it. I don't know if that's about Tyson or something else. Ooh, Tommy's Touch wants to check out DWAC. I haven't looked at DWAC in a while. I don't even know what the stock's at. I'm going to guess $13.50. Wow, $22. Way higher than I expected. What's going on with DWAC? Why is it higher? DWAC shares are trading higher amid recent reports suggesting Donald Trump could announce a 2024 presidential run this week. Why does that help the stock? I don't understand. That sounds like a very classic. That sounds like a very, very classic sell the news event. When that actually happens, when Trump announces his thing, I think they said on the 14th, so a week from today. I want to be short DWAC when that happens, because why would that help the stock? All right, I see my man Z-Man hanging out in the backstage. So without further ado, let's go ahead and give Mr. Zunaid a very special welcome. Bring him on the show. See what Zunaid's been trading. See how Zunaid's weekend was too. If you guys have any questions for Zunaid, drop them in the chat here, and we'll hopefully get him on. Oh, I did not see that the report with the Tyson CEO. So now I'm seeing that. Maybe that's why someone was asking about that. Apparently the Tyson CEO got arrested or something. So let's go back to that real quick before I bring Zunaid on. Tyson's CFO arrested, fell asleep in wrong home. Hey, we all make mistakes. I mean, come on. His name was John R. Tyson. Was he like part of the Tyson family, or was that just coincidental? I don't know. Goldman Sachs maintains a buy on Tyson Foods, lowers price target to 97. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Like, I'm kind of like, I'd be surprised if it doesn't come back up here a little bit. Tyson from where it's at right now at $66. But again, it's not like my most favorite stock pick or obviously like sexiest stock pick out there. All right, let's see what Zunaid's been trading, see what Zunaid's been up to. Without further ado, let's go ahead, play that intro video, bring him on the show. What is up, Zunaid? Did you see that story about the Tyson CFO? Oh, I think we got you on mute or something, Zunaid.
My apologies. What's the story there?
The Tyson CFO, it says he fell asleep in the wrong house, drunk maybe, arrested. I don't know.
Yikes.
Tyson CFO was arrested early Sunday morning after becoming intoxicated and falling asleep in the wrong home. After a preliminary arrest report at approximately 2:05 a.m. on Sunday, Tyson, 32, was found asleep in a woman's bed at her home. The woman called police when she arrived and found Tyson, whom she did not know. Do you think that's bullish or bearish, the stock?
How did he get in? So many questions I have.
I don't know. It's actually like a common... I see that story a lot, I feel like.
How do you, like, what? How do you get in? Also, props to him for being 32 and CFO of such a well-known company.
Well, did you see what his last name is?
No, I haven't. What's his last? Hold on. What's his? Oh.
Tyson, 32.
Never mind. I take that back.
I honestly don't know if he's like related to... I assume.
I'm going to assume that.
Yeah, if you're a 32-year-old CFO of Tyson and your last name's Tyson, I'm going to assume. Yeah.
He just he just got appointed CFO a month and 5 days ago. And he is the son of board chairman John H. Tyson. That is confirmed.
Well,
Anyway,
he screwed up. I mean, he got a promotion 35 days ago, and now it got arrested. So we'll see. He'll probably lose his job. But let's move on from that, Zunaid. What stocks have you been watching? What have you been trading?
Well, I want to talk about DWAP because I've got a couple of lottos and I've got a trade on right now. Let me go ahead and share my screen.
DWAC. Are you on DWAC, by the way? Are you on True Social?
I'm not, but I might download it just to see when the announcement goes live, you know?
Is that where is that why the stock? Okay.
Well, I mean, I don't know, but that's what I would do if I was him, right? Where else would you want to announce it if not there?
Twitter.
He's not on there.
No, I'm kidding.
Okay. But anyway, as you guys can see, I got into the trade of DWAC with 100 shares here at 22.27. We're looking to take profit at 22.88. Stop loss is going to be 21.90s, which is right below VWAP. So maybe on the show, we'll make a cool, crispy little $60. But yeah, and the lottos that I got, though, which are up handsomely here, it was actually during live trading this morning in front of everybody. We got into the 2150 calls expiring this week. We paid $1.48, and right now they're going for about $2.40 or so. Matter of fact, I'm going to look to close this at $3 if I can. So let me put the order out there in case we get a nice little spike I'd like to get out. All right, cool. That order is out there for $3. And of course, Tesla's moving. Oh, did I just get filled on DWAC? Yes, I did. So we're out of DWAC. Made some money on that. But yeah, man, quick little trade, fun trade.
Yeah,
I think to me it just made sense. I mean, with the hype around it, this, that, the other, it just makes sense.
I think a short makes sense too. Again, once that announcement is made, I don't think it makes sense to see DWAC, up so much just because Trump's going to announce his president. I mean, wasn't that expected? Did anyone think Trump wasn't going to run for president in 2024? Yeah,
but like now you're really getting, hey, it could be this week. It's just all about hype. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know you mentioned Tesla. Someone in the chat was talking about Tesla too. Tesla's stock has been showing a lot of weakness against the overall market. I saw a lot of people on Twitter kind of speculating, ironically, about the Twitter deal and kind of the implications it can have for Tesla's stock if Twitter is doing very poorly, which I don't really understand exactly why, but some people smarter than me kind of laid out the case for why, the worst Twitter... And now Twitter's not public, so it's not the stock, but you can think about it in the same terms of just, all right, people have a general idea of what the business of Twitter is worth as a company, and as certain decisions are made at the platform, people are leaving it, whatever, and people decide that Twitter is all of a sudden worth half of what it was. That's not good news for Elon. It's not good news for Tesla's stock. I think we're going to need some more clarity on the Twitter situation before Tesla stock is able to kind of rebound and come up. What are you seeing in the charts, Zunaid?
here's how I see it, and I'll talk about the charts here in a second. $200. I'm looking to go short here. Already am short. Matter of fact, let me grab some options here too. I'm gonna look to go short again. Another cool little 25 shares if I can, but let me grab these contracts here real quick. I went ahead and grabbed the $200 puts expiring this week. I got filled at 710. Here's the thing. It's not like he paid $44 billion just himself, right? So the more crappy Twitter performs, that's a terrible way to phrase it, but the worse Twitter does, the more Elon may need to invest and sell XYZ. Sorry, real quick. I was short Veru here as well. Did I get filled on the upside or downside? Cool. We were short Veru here, and then we just got filled. By the way, shout out to who just called that short out. Well, OP, you said short squeeze. I actually liked the short idea itself. We actually just made that money in like 2 minutes there. But where was I? Oh yeah, so the more poorly that Twitter does, the more Elon may have to go ahead and like put up collateral, this, that, the other, to like pay back his loans, this, that, the other, is what I'm assuming. Look, I don't know how the private sector works in these type of situations, but that angle I can get, right? And then how do you know Twitter is doing poorly? Well, when Snapchat reports, when Facebook reports, all, this, that, the other, you can kind of get an idea of how Twitter may be doing. So, and then of course, the big boys and big gals always have a way of finding out information before us, minions do. But that's my 2 cents on it. But to answer your question on what I see on Tesla, well, you got the $200 rejection coming up right here, which is why I wanted to go short. And then you've got VWAP at 201. So if it gets to 201, that's when I can go ahead and grab some more options, puts that is, to the downside. And you can see right now that 10 EMA, or excuse me, on the 10-minute, this EMA line that we have here is kind of turning to the downside. So the 5 and the 13 are moving towards the downside, and so we're hoping for a little bit of rejection, because if you take a look at the SPY, you see that we had a little trend line break here, and now it's looking to come back and test VWAP. We'll see how that kind of works out, if it rejects it or not, but you obviously want to have it rejected if you're going to be short Tesla like we are. So that's what I've got.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly right, Zunaid. I think that Tesla shares are essentially, the stock is essentially going to remain under pressure. And what I mean by that is I think it's just going to be kind of underperforming the market. I think Tesla is going to underperform the market for as long as we don't have clarity on exactly like how much collateral is Musk going to have to put up from his Tesla stock, how much of it is he going to have to sell. And then, of course, outside of all that, just the overall macro conditions. We were just talking about how people aren't buying new cars right now. People aren't buying used cars right now. It's getting more expensive to for car payments, right? So if 2 years ago someone's Tesla Model S payment might have been $400 a month, maybe it's $500 a month now. That might be pricing out certain people. So again, I'm not short Tesla right now, but I'm considering it. I don't know if I would like actually short the stock outright, Zunaid, or if I should buy the inverse ETF. But I don't know what changes.
Wait, what's the inverse ETF? I forgot about that.
TSLX, I believe, or TSLQ maybe.
No, it's not that.
No,
yeah, it looks like it's Tesla. Yeah, this is it, I think. TSLQ.
TSLQ, yeah.
I have no idea how liquid this is, but yeah, I mean, I get it. To me, $200 level, and you've got SPY near VWAP. I like it.
I did just see something though on Twitter that there was a bunch of like $1 million worth of calls coming in for Tesla. So maybe people are expecting it to bounce off that 200 level.
Yeah, you had the 205 call. Is that what you just said?
Yeah. Yeah, Jay Rice, I agree. I think that's what I'm saying too, is like on top of all the Twitter mess, you have just like the stock would probably be going down anyway. And then you have that whole Twitter mess on top of it. I agree. Probably the main factors driving Tesla down are really about the business and the overall macro conditions, and that the stock is still expensive. Any fundamental metric you look at, Tesla is still very expensive. So that means that there's an expectation it's supposed to grow a certain amount, and then that growth becomes harder in the more we raise interest rates, the harder the Fed goes, the harder that growth becomes to actually accomplish. So I again, you're right, Jay, but I think the Twitter mess on top of it is just going to be this kind of cloud hanging over the stock until we get some more clarity on it, or until finally Elon's able to say, okay, I sold X amount of Tesla shares for Twitter. That's it, done, over with. I don't know how all that works. We'll see.
You've got a couple of shares moving here. Sorry, give me a second. I'm just trying to. Yeah, I'm still going to stay patient. I'm not going to add to my Tesla yet. The question is, though, where is Tesla going to close this week? Just so I know if I should buy calls or puts, Somebody help me out.
I think overall right now, with where the market's at, when you said SPY was reaching VWAP, what do you really mean by that?
That it was approaching VWAP from beneath, right here.
Okay, so it might reject off there as a kind of a bearish signal.
Well, I'm hoping that it will reject and it can't get over it. Yes, that's the hopium in me. Right here.
I don't know, man. Maybe buy some like crazy YOLO calls on Tesla because I want to go short it, which probably means it's gonna rip.
Maybe look, even a blind squirrel is right. Or no, even a blind squirrel finds a nut or two.
Yeah.
So maybe you should just go ahead and
short Tesla. There's just no way, and I think it's not my
There's just no way what?
That the stock doesn't come down more with a PE this high, with the interest rates going higher. Like until the only way Tesla stock starts going up is like a Fed pivot or an overall market. The market's coming around. I don't see how like the most expensive, overvalued name on the market still can hold up in this environment.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look, you had folks purchasing the 180 puts earlier today, so I would not be surprised if we see sub 190 sometime this week, if not sub 185. And yeah, broken clock is twice a day. That's another saying there. I mixed the two up there.
I might wait, because I mean there's already been a huge move from Tesla from in September.
It has. It's down 4.
October. No, I'm not saying today. I'm saying like from September, October. This is all split adjusted, but 315 now down to 200. You've already seen essentially like a 25-30% move in the last month, 2 months. I might wait for the next little rally, then try to get a short in, because at this point, I may have missed that move in terms of trying to go short.
Yeah. I will say though, you don't want it to close below 198.57 if you're a bull in Tesla, because that's where the low point was, and that's where we got the wick on the 24th of October. And if we close below that, that's where I think we get a little bit of trouble. And Tesla, almost a point in the money for us. Let's see if SPY did go ahead and reject. Yes, it did. Thus far, has rejected. Yeah. And DWAC, by the way, new highs.
Jay Rice in the chat saying affirm, upstart, making new lows. And yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like I kind of like would expect Tesla's stock not to look like these companies, because certainly I don't want to, Tesla's a way bigger and better company than Affirm and Upstarts, but they're both, they're all high growth names where the stocks got like way more extended than they probably should have. And unlike Upstarts and Affirm's charts, instead of really coming back to where they were before, giving up all those gains, Tesla's is still held up for the most part compared to where it was pre-COVID. So, again, I don't know. I'm still looking. Tesla, I think, will be an interesting story here with how it compares to the overall market from over the next couple months, really until the Fed is forced to pivot.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Let's see if we've got any other tickers of the chat. I know, Zunaid, you're still watching DWAC.
Yeah, DWAC, by the way, I went ahead and sold my lottos for 100% gain. Got out at $3 as DWAC went ahead and made new highs. And you can see it punching. And again, keep in mind, this stock was $30 in the pre-market, so it's got a pretty penny to go. Maybe some consolidation. If you're trying to get in, wait for a pullback. Maybe wait for like the VWAP, maybe around 22s or so, or 23s. That could be another support area. If you go ahead and look here, you had resistance, which then popped above. Let's see if it can hold as support on 23s on DWAC. So make sure you manage your risk. Missed out on DWAC, that's okay. There'll be other opportunities, whether it's in the same ticker or another one, another day or the same day. Do not worry. We were in the money on Tesla. Now we're in the red.
You were in the money. Now you're in the red. Come on now.
I mean,
KC
look,
missed
it's
out on
25
DWAC.
shares,
There will be more trades to be had. Don't worry. That's what we're here for on this show. We bring you some hot trade ideas and cover all the biggest news, everything you need to know. Oh, one thing we haven't talked about on the show today, at least, I think we talked about it last week. Did you see Zunaid, the lottery is up to the biggest prize ever, biggest jackpot ever?
It should go ahead and close above 2 billion. It's gonna be crazy, man.
You want to hear something really interesting though that I found out today? The actual payout in terms of the cash right now, if you won the lottery, would actually be less than the payout from 2016. Even though that the prize was smaller. So I think it was like 1.6 billion in 2016, say, and it's going to be 2 billion, but the payout's going to be smaller. Do you know why that is?
Inflation.
Kind of. Actually, that in a roundabout way, you're right. Because the real answer is interest rates, but the reason interest rates are now higher is because of inflation. So I'll give you credit for that one, Zunaid.
Thank you. How does interest rate come into play here?
I have no clue.
Oh, okay.
Here, I'll read you. The largest Powerball jackpot ever won was in January 2016 when 3 winners split a prize advertised at 1.586 billion. We'll call that 1.6 billion. Each took their share of cash value, which added up to 983 million. Yes, that means the cash value of the current record $1.9 billion jackpot is less than the cash value of the 1.6 billion jackpot 6 years ago. You can thank the Federal Reserve's recent interest rate hikes for that discrepancy.
Yeah.
Why is the Powerball thing?
What?
I was clicking on a different article that they linked to that said, why is the Powerball prize at a record? Thank Fed Chairman Jerome Powell. This is interesting.
Because he done messed up, Aaron. He done messed up. All right, let's see if we've got any more. Guys, throw some more tickers in the chat because we've only got Zunaid for a few more minutes. Jay Rice is saying now HubSpot, great earnings, gap up, and continued selling since. HubSpot, of course, is one of Raz's favorite names. Yes,
I said this last week because I have a notification. Actually, the notification on my phone keeps coming up like a reminder. It says, if earnings are good for HubSpot yesterday, buy the stock. Because I remember I wanted to buy the stock, but I wanted to wait till the earnings. So HubSpot gave great earnings, ticker HUBS. But then ticker Team gave really poor earnings, which hurt HubSpot. I said this last week. I still think it's too early to start stabbing at these B2B SaaS names. I still think it's too early to really start adding these like high growthy names. And you can't really get more high-tech growthy than these B2B SaaS names like HubSpot, Asana, etc. So I still think it's too early to really be taking stabs at those. What do you think, Zunaid?
I'm sad.
Why are you sad, man?
Look at that beautiful bounce from 250. I love whole numbers. Makes me feel whole.
And you missed
that
it?
Beautiful bounce. It's because you don't trade with us every morning. If you did, I'm sure this would have been something you talked about.
I'm sure it would.
Look at that beautiful bounce from 250. Not a single penny to the downside and just a right above. Sad.
Well,
yeah, by the way, can we get $1 million if you win the jackpot? Jesse wants $1 million. I'll take $1 million. Yo, these blinds here. This sun's in my eye. But yeah, let me get $1 million. Let me hold something. Pal.
All right, yeah. If I win the Powerball tonight, Zunaid, you can have $1 million doll hairs.
Doll what? You thought I wouldn't catch that? You thought I wouldn't catch that?
You can have $100.
You really think I'm stupid right now?
I'll give you $100.
Even so, you've got 900 million or whatever it is, and you can't even give me $1 million?
No, I'd give you $1 million. I just can't. If I agree to give everyone in the chat $1 million a piece, then I'm all of a sudden like already giving away like 30% of my jackpot. I'll do this. I'll give you $1 million outright, Zunaid, and I'll give the chat will get $1 million distributed among however many people tune in tomorrow after I win.
I like that. I like that. Done. Yeah, I take Zelle, Cash App, Apple Pay.
I don't know if you can sell someone $1 million.
I bet you for the processing fees that they'd love to charge the banks, they'll find a way to increase that limit for you.
I wonder what like the most anyone's ever Venmo'd someone was and what for.
I have no
That'd be
idea.
a good article. Like the top 5 biggest Venmo transactions. What were they and like who sent them?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Is that 1 mil before or after tax? We'll say after tax. Wait, what about what? Isn't it for a
Nice of
gift?
you.
How do you get taxed on a gift? Like if I give Zunaid $1 million, does he have to pay taxes on them as if it were income?
I don't know.
Or no, because it's a gift. Have you ever seen that?
I think there's a
people will
limit.
Have you
think
ever
there's a
seen
limit,
that
but yeah.
where people will like tips at restaurants? So like right on the thing, like
$0.
not a- what?
Sorry, I interrupted you.
What'd you say though?
No, go ahead. I'll tell you. Go ahead. It's all you.
People will like sometimes write on their thing when they leave cash, like they'll say like this is not a tip. You know, this is not a tip for your work. This is a gift or like something, and it's all because if it's a taxed as a tip on for your job, then it can be like considered income. Whereas if it's just like a gift from someone, you don't have to pay the same amount of tax rate on. I don't know. I've seen that before, so
Yeah.
I don't know.
As long as a gift doesn't exceed $16,000 in 2022 and $17,000 in 2023, you should be okay in terms of paying taxes on gifts. So when you give me $1 million, I will get taxed, but you know, we'll figure it out, dude. We'll figure it out.
All right. Well, I'll make sure to give you enough to where it's $1 million after taxes.
Yeah. Now, well, I mean, look, it's chump change at that point, bro. It's chump change at that point. Spy did go ahead.
You gotta
and
trade
talk
with me
about-
if I do that.
Oh, bro, are you kidding? You and I will have a stream where we just YOLO $1,000 a day.
Yeah, we'll be out of business by next year.
Yeah, but like, bro, the clout, the dopamine, you know? I did try to go short Spy here for a cute little play. Didn't quite work out. Get stopped out. But here's my Tesla short. Still hanging in there. Nothing too crazy. My puts that I bought for Tesla are currently down. Actually, no, they're up 0.5%. Yoo-hoo! I'm a dog.
You a dog, Zunaid. Woo! What's all right. Jay Rice saying some unusual options on BTU, Peabody Energy.
I don't see BTU. Let me go ahead and change some things. See, yeah, I see it. Okay, never mind. I'm wrong. I have to clear some things out. But yeah, you got the $35 calls coming in. $28 calls earlier.
Who would have thought that coal would be like the best investment in 2022? I mean, geez. BTU. Wow. I remember trading this on Get Technical when it was kind of establishing that rounding bottom out here. But if you
With
would have
Neil?
bought in at some point, like this thing's up more than 1,000% from its lows in 2020.
Did Mitch just go ahead and speak in third person? I think Mitch just spoke in third person.
Money Mitch still long from. That's fair though, because it's from the Benzinga cow. How else are we supposed to know who it is? Jesse
Well-
Hernandez saying, "Isn't any transaction over 600 is taxed?" I'm not sure.
That's income.
That's income.
Yeah, that's income. Let's see what else. What time does
Money
stock
Mitch comes
market-
on at 1.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Ooh,
What happened
look at
to
that.
Neil?
Ooh, Tesla to the downside. Hey, let's get it. Did Amazon reject the? This was another nice short that I took earlier this afternoon. Went short at $90. Covered here at
So when it says the odds of
89.36.
winning the Powerball is like 1 in 300 million, let me see.
Yeah.
Odds of
1
winning.
in 290 million.
1 in 292 million. But does that mean if you buy 2 tickets, it cuts those odds in half to 160 to like 145 million?
No.
No? I think it does. Because then you have it's like 1 over. You have 2 chance. You have 2 and if you buy 2 tickets, then you have 2 in 292 million.
It doubles your odds of winning, but doesn't cut your odds in half.
I think so. So
Well, because
if
look,
you buy-
the whole idea is, hey, you need to purchase 290 million and change tickets in terms of the combination of the numbers that are available to you, right? To be guaranteed to win. So, matter of fact, if someone had 300 million laying around, they could come out profitable. It's a plus EV bet, if you will. But what
Wait,
sucks is
really?
if you split, yeah.
but if you end up
But if you
splitting
split it with someone, I think it still ends up being a plus EV bet. Now, if you split it with 3 people or so, then you're kind of screwed.
Okay, MS is saying no, just 2 I need a statistician. You have 2 1 in 300 million chances, not 1 in a half. All right, that makes sense. I never was great at statistics, to be honest.
That's okay. That's okay. That's why we have the chat here, though. This is why we're not teaching, numbers and stats, even though. All right, come on, Tesla. Look, it's so far rejected the 200. We didn't need to test VWAP. We're okay there. Let's see what the SPY is doing. SPY's above VWAP. Let's just come on down, SPY. I am afraid though that this trade isn't going to work out for me. I'm a little afraid of that.
The Tesla one?
Yeah, even though it's in the money, I don't have a good feeling about it. Why is Tesla dumping? It's because Elon's buying Powerball tickets, and he needs the money to do so.
Elon also just tweeted, I don't know if you saw this. I don't know if we are covering this, but Elon tweeted he's endorsing Republicans in the election tomorrow. I'm sure some people aren't happy about that.
Well, maybe that's why DWAC got a pop. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know, but let's see what those options are that I sold for $3. Hopefully they're not at 4. They're at 4. Okay. All right. That's a cool $100 I just missed out on. You'd rather win Michigan's 7,000 a week for life? Yeah, I'd rather.
What's
not.
Michigan? I don't know if I've never.
I'd rather just go ahead and get the 900 million, please, and thank you.
That'd be really cool, honestly. $1,000 a day for life.
Yeah, or just 900 million.
Yeah, up front, I'd throw that, bro. If you if you won the 900 mil, like I don't know if that's after taxes or what, but say, all right, even say you had 500 mil.
It's
if you
after
really
taxes. It's after. It's actually your. What is it? It's your.
Andrew Keel saying deport Elon. LOL.
Your cash out option. Your full payout. Thingy majiggy.
Either way, with
can't
that
talk
much
today.
money, you can literally put it in like the 4% T-bills and make like millions and millions of dollars a year. Like you don't even have to do
absolutely.
anything
That's
to
the
make
whole-
like
yeah.
so much money.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, even on, let's just say even on $900,000, if you can just get 3%, you're looking at about $27,000. I find you can't live off of that. So on 4 million, you'd be set. You'd be all right.
The lottery's a pretty crazy.
Wait, I saw you
thing.
try. Are you betting on politics?
No, I
Or
have
you're just
before
looking
on
at
this
it for fun?
predicted.
You have
I
on
like to
this?
I like to look at it. I like to look at it to just. It's like a good way to see kind of I think like odds going into the election. See how the free market essentially is like pricing these things in. Because I think it's like a lot more accurate to look at the predicted than to look at polls or all these other things. But it certainly I think is interesting. Like here, I'll pull it back up.
I'm looking at it here. Yeah, I've never used this site though. I've never even.
It's a good site. I mean, it's like reputable. You just have to get used to like the odds system. The cents on the dollar. I think it's kind of like European way to do odds. Like I think their gambling odds are similar to that. But it's essentially like right now, it's saying Donald Trump has a essentially 31 cents on the dollar, so almost a 1 in 3 chance of winning the presidential election. I personally think it's a higher than that. So like I could buy it at 31 cents on the dollar, even if it doesn't end up happening. If in 5 months from now it looks like a more sure thing and it's trading at 50 cents, you could sell it like a gain, like it's a stock. Like you're buying and trading stocks almost based on probable outcomes. And what I was laying out earlier was there are a lot of markets available on here that are pretty you can't say certain, but like for example, like betting on the Democrat in New York to win the governor's race is 80 cents on the dollar. You're not going to get that much return on it, only 20 cents per share, but it's a pretty sure thing. So if someone has a lot of money and they're willing to take risk like that, then it could be a good way to make a quick like 20% overnight essentially.
Yeah. No, I agree. I might have to flirt around with this one, because who doesn't like to take a risk?
I think someone out there, there's got to be someone out there who I actually found someone on Twitter who's like a huge predicted trader. Like that was his like Twitter handle, had like 20 like thousands of followers just because he like knew the predicted markets, this website, better than like most people. There's got to be someone out there who what
happened
really
to him or her?
I don't know. I think I followed the account, but I probably still follow it. I just don't know if I see the tweets or not.
I need you to figure it out. I'll
try to find it. But what I was going to say is, I'm sure there is someone out there who like, is really in tune with the political stuff. Maybe they're like a data head and they do a lot of polls and stuff, where you could probably like get decent returns on here if you're consistently getting 20-30% returns on different trades.
Yeah, I mean, I bet on the 2022 elections. 2020 elections.
I did too.
Yeah. That was fun times.
That was scary actually. Cuz like it looked like
it worked out in my favor, but yes, it was a little tricky the night of. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cuz I went to bed and I'm like, I don't know what's going to happen. Oh man.
All right, let's go back to Benzinga Pro real quick. Zunaid, I know if you got to run, you got to run. We've got about 20 minutes left of the show.
Yeah, I'm a bounce here, but we're still in this. Let me just quickly go through my Tesla here. We're still short Tesla. We're going to hope to take some profits at this 197. Of course, we have some puts here as well that we purchased at 710 and at 719. Again, they're up only about 3%, so nothing to write home about. But the best trade was the DWAC trade that we went ahead and took right here as it was near VWAP at 22.27, and then we sold it at resistance around 22.18. And then, of course, this is where FOMO gets me. But it is what it is. No problem. All right, Aaron, I'm out. I'll see you whenever, pal. Bye.
It is what it is. Couldn't have said it better myself. All right, Zunaid, thanks for hopping on the show today. As always, everybody, smash the like for Zunaid. Whoa. All right. Peace. Smash the like for my man, Zunaid. We'll see Zunaid soon. Have a great rest of your day, Zunaid. All right, guys. Let's go ahead now. 23 minutes left on the show. We can take a look at some of the top headlines that we had on Benzinga over the weekend, as well as taking a look at exactly what we have for earnings throughout the week. Let me go ahead and get that pulled up right now because I know we have our nice little graphic on Twitter. Shout out Alyssa for throwing that up there. Really my favorite way to see the earnings of the week. I think it just makes it a lot more, easy to do this and for me to go through and try to figure it out. So today we mentioned the video game companies, Activision, Blizzard, and Take-Two. You also have Lyft, Diamondback Energy. I don't know how much we really care about other ones outside of that. Tomorrow before the open, we have Constellation Brands, of course. That's like Corona beer and a bunch of different beer brands, DuPont, Norwegian Cruise Line, Planet Fitness tomorrow after the close. Disney will be the big one. Well, actually, Disney, AMC, Upstart, Affirm, Plug Power. Wednesday before the open, Roblox. So another a couple video game names on Wednesday as well. Roblox, and then Unity in the afternoon. You've got Wendy's in the morning. The Trade Desk, Beyond Meat, Rivian. So some really high growth names that the stocks really went crazy Wednesday after the close. Beyond Meat, Rivian, Unity, Celsius, all 4 of those are stocks that we really saw get like super overextended. So those will be good kind of litmus tests for the stocks to see, have they found somewhat close to a bottom? Or are you going to see like bad reports in these stocks still trading down 20+%? But if I see a stock like Rivian or Celsius or even an Upstart or a Beyond Meat report a not so great quarter, or even worse, give not so great guidance, but the stocks don't go down too much, then that's going to be like a good sign to me that, okay, some of these even high growthy names have gotten crushed so low that even in weakened macro conditions, there's still demand for the stocks down at those levels. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but if it does happen with some of these names, that will start, piquing my interest, saying, okay, maybe some of these, maybe there is, risk appetite out there for people to buy Rivian at $20 a share, but not 30, And then again, Thursday, we have Neo, AstraZeneca, Yeti, Six Flags, WeWork, Brookfield after the close on Thursday, Poshmark, Urban Grow, Aurora, Funware. I haven't checked out Funware stock in a while. That was one of the ones that has been crazy. Accuracy had been 100%, but I'm also doing 1 week early. I don't know what that's referring to. But oh yeah, sorry, Omar. Predictit.org is the name for the election bets. I can drop that in the chat. And we don't have like a relationship with them, Benzinga or anything. I've just personally used the site before, and it's been good for me. So I can't like recommend it, I guess, really, but I can just say that I've used it and it's been a good site for me. What's the best oil ETF So it depends, I guess, kind of what you like mean by that. Like, are you looking for just an ETF to get you long exposure to oil and that's it? Are you trading it? I don't really know. There's a million different oil ETFs. I think USO is probably your most basic, probably the best one for just seeing how oil's kind of doing, the United States Oil Fund. If you wanted to do triple leveraged, Gush is direction 2 times bull share for the S&P oil and gas. You have the XLE. So you have a bunch of different, names, funds. I think USO is probably the most like comprehensive. Fang Diamondback up before energy earnings. So Fang reports, or Diamondback Energy reports tomorrow before, confirmed after market close today. So Diamond Energy reports, this is one of those energy stocks that's like at all-time highs. I think the strength continues in these names. I've said it before, I'll say it again. If you think we're about to see a huge economic downturn in kind of the same realm of like an 07, 08 type recession, then these energy names are shorts. I'm not even saying right now, like they still could report a good quarter today and then eventually start moving lower. But we haven't really seen that yet. We haven't seen a huge drop-off in demand for energy. That's why you have these names like ExxonMobil, Chevron that are basically trading at all-time highs, because demand has been there. Demand has been pretty steady, whereas supply has been constrained, thus bringing the prices higher for gas, for energy. It's not just at the gas pumps, but what people are paying at their energy bills at home, higher across the board. So, again, that's kind of dumbed down. It's more complicated than that. But I really do think you can make it that simple right now, and just seeing that, okay, there's a certain amount of demand for energy. People are going to buy this amount of gas. People are going to, travel this much. So that demand for energy is pretty constant compared to other things. And then supply now has been brought down, but because of the Russia war, or the Russia-Ukraine war and some other COVID-related supply chain issues is bringing supply lower. Thus, prices are going to be higher. So all these names, Fang, Chevron, Oxy, like all these names are doing really, really well right now. And it makes sense why they're doing well. But again, if you're in the camp of, you know, there's a huge, you know, big bad recession, the sky's falling, then you don't want to be in these names. I live in West Texas. Energy is doing great here. It's not demand, it's White House. I don't understand. Jay Rice. I'm saying the demand for oil and gas has been pretty constant. So yeah, Brad, to answer your question, I think there's a lot out there. It just depends on kind of what your goals are. Are you looking for something to trade? Or are you looking for something to just buy and hold as an investment? As far as individual names in the energy space, I do like Oxy a lot. I think it's doing, I think Oxy is doing a lot in terms of like carbon capture. So as the big energy names, really the opposite of companies that you would think of as like ESG, environmentally friendly, right? Your Chevrons, your Exxons, even those companies are now doing more to try to appease to, you know, that they're doing some clean energy stuff. I think Oxy, from what I've read, and again, as someone who's not an expert in this field whatsoever, that Oxy has some pretty good technology when it comes to carbon capture and is ahead of some of its competitors. That ticker again with the double leverage is Gush. So you have Gush and you have Drip, which is a bullish and bearish ETFs from direction of the oil and gas exposure. So Gush is I would buy Gush if I thought, okay, energy is going to be really hot, like oil and gas names are going to be really hot these next 2 weeks. If for whatever reason, you know, there was some catalyst with OPEC or something that, you know, then I would buy Gush as like a swing trade for 2 weeks. Gush, because it's double leveraged, and the same thing with Drip, which is the inverse one. Drip is what you would want to buy if you thought the oil and gas stocks were going to go down. But because they're both leveraged, they're not great funds, ETFs to just hold. You want to, you know, if you're going to buy the inverse sorry, if you're going to buy the leveraged ones, you want to be able to monitor them closely. You want to be kind of in and out with them, trading them. Yeah, I mean, like policy aside, just from a straight business standpoint, a lot of the oil and gas companies have been investing less in new, you know, drilling and new stuff because it just hasn't been as profitable. Because the demand for, we've seen a huge demand spike in oil and for oil and gas like the last like year. But overall, the trend has been, you know, more demand for outside energy sources outside of oil and gas. So these companies, you know, if 10 years ago, the expectation was they spend $1 million to open this rig and then they get that $1 million back in a year, but now it'll take them 2 years, then they're less incentivized to do so. FCOJ is out of control. I don't know this one. Is that a ticker? Is it a crypto? No problem, Brad. All right, guys. 13 minutes left. Oh, the orange juice futures. Yeah, some of the commodity futures have been really crazy. Unfortunately, don't have a lot. I think you can look at oil, like USO is actually a good proxy for a lot. Because if you think about it, if you think about all the commodities out there, whether you're looking at steel, grain, orange juice, onions, whatever it is, like all these things have to be shipped. And every time oil goes up and it's more expensive to ship them, the people selling these commodities raise the price to help offset those transportation costs. So they become cheaper when oil does. So it does, if you're trading commodities, I think it makes sense to kind of always be watching oil, see what oil's doing, just because what the price of oil is going to then impact, kind of trickle down throughout those other commodity baskets. Sorry guys, let me see. I'm gonna check out what our most all right, interesting. Our most read ticker today so far is on an Amazon article. Typically don't see Amazon being one of the most read tickers on Benzinga. Usually it's a Tesla or a GameStop or an AMC, one of those ones that has more more retail interest. But Amazon, I like Amazon's chart. I mean, look at this nice little pretty symmetrical kind of almost like you got a gap here that ended up just filling down here, but really good, kind of good looking symmetrical chart on Amazon. Looks bearish to me still. Again, I'm not a huge technical trader, not a big charts guy. And you're sitting at previous support here, so you could bounce off these levels. But overall, I mean, this has been a pretty ugly trend in Amazon. I mean, December 2021. We're talking about less than a year ago. This was an $180, $190 stock, of course, split adjusted. Now down to $90. I'm short-term bearish on Amazon. Like, I think this will keep going down, probably closer to around $80. That's where I'd start kind of making some purchases on Amazon. Down around here. When we dipped, this is March 2020, we on COVID lows, which the fact that Amazon stock, I mean, and hindsight's 2020, so looking back on it, it's easy to say. But the fact that Amazon stock dropped this much when the markets crashed from COVID is really crazy, considering, if anything, Amazon was a clear beneficiary of COVID, right? If everyone's stuck at home and people are going to be out shopping less and now they have to rely on Amazon to buy things, it's going to end up being a tailwind for Amazon, not a headwind, which is what we ended up ultimately seeing. And you can see it in the stock. I mean, very, very quickly, we went from making new lows in Amazon, once we hit those COVID lows, to making new all-time highs like months later, because people realized, oh, this is actually great for the company. But we're getting back to those COVID lows on Amazon, which is really, really shocking and interesting to see. Again, a short term, I'm still bearish on this. The trend, the trend's in a downtrend, and the trend is your friend until it's going to convince me otherwise. I don't think we're just this is it, and you're just going to start seeing a bounce right here from $90. Brad saying thank you. That's exactly what I was wondering. Cool. VIX collapsing. Why? Oil futures equals derivatives doesn't show actual price. I don't really know what that means. VIXy. So a lot of people have been watching the VIX. I've seen a thing where some people said we've never bottomed or seen the bottom of a bear market without VIX getting up to a certain point. I wouldn't necessarily be thinking like that. Like, okay, I need to see VIX get up to 40 before I get long, because I think most of the time in history, and kind of how markets correct themselves, what you've seen is that in bear markets, in recessions, eventually you hit that capitulation point. Eventually you hit that point where people are panic selling, and then kind of from there, that can mark the bottom. But I don't think just because historically that's what we've seen the VIX skyrocket higher and that marks the bottom, whatever. I don't think that means that that's what has to happen. And I think, in fact, the Fed using history, every time we go through a bear market or a recession, the Fed gets more history, more information to work off of. Obviously, it hasn't been doing a good job of using that information to make good decisions, but it's going to have those different things in the back of their head. So I think the Fed's going to be looking at how can we potentially see a market bottom, without that type of capitulation event. I don't think the Fed wants to see 08 type Lehman Brothers collapse, Bear Stearns. And that's what some people are saying are you need to see that capitulation point. You need to see real pain. You need to see someone get blown up before the markets will start turning over. Again, I know that historically has been how it's kind of played out. That the market or the bottoms in markets have been marked by these capitulation events, by these panic selling, by these different banks or funds getting blown up. I'm just saying I don't think that means it has to happen this time around. Again, not saying it won't. Most of the time in history, people are misinterpreting VIX. Sometimes I worry I'm misinterpreting VIX. The way I see it is just a measure of like uncertainty in the market. So even it's not like some people, I think for some reason, I think the VIX is always like inversely correlated to the market. And I think that's usually true. Like if the market's down, usually the VIX is up. But I think sometimes like, if the market's, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I think if sometimes the market's going up, very unexpectedly, that can even cause the VIX to go up too. I think it's a measure of fear and uncertainty, or just fear maybe, or just uncertainty. I'm not really sure. Let's check in on our overall indices. We've only got about 5 minutes left of the show. So if you've got any stocks or stories or something you want to talk about while we're here, speak now or forever hold your peace. Looking at the S&P 500 right now, we are pretty flat on the day, as you can see, up only about 0.1%. 376. Again, my levels on the SPY right now will go to a daily chart here. We hit down here. We hit, what was the low we hit here? 348 on the SPY. 350, I think, is a big level. If we end up breaking through that 350 level, 330, I'm a buyer at both of those levels, by the way. If we get back down to 350 on the SPY, I'm a buyer there. And then if we break through that, I'm a buyer at 330. I think we're closer than a lot of people, I think, assume out there to the bottom. Again, I'm not saying the bottom's in now. I'm not saying the bottom's in next week, but I think we're closer to it than a lot of people think. There is no uncertainty that the economy has been screwed. VIX not elevated because some sectors like banks and energy doing very well. Yeah, and I think that's what we're seeing right now in terms of the overall market. It's kind of reflective of the economy, is that the economy isn't like, crashing or hasn't grinded to a halt or anything like that. What you're really seeing is like a lot of big tech, a lot of growthy names, a lot of tech names that have grown a lot in the past 10 years are starting to see some growing pains with the interest rates rising. You're seeing companies like, Tesla, Carvana, Coinbase, all these companies lay people off. But in terms of other companies like oil and gas companies, banks, they're doing all right and doing pretty well, actually. So I think it is reflective of the overall economy that money's flowing out of these certain stocks, tech name stocks, and going into companies that are right now making a lot of money. Rel, really strong. Buy to hold what? Oh, the SPY? Yeah. Yeah, I'm a buyer and holder of SPY down there at those levels. Just in like my long-term accounts. I mean, nothing crazy, but I'm confident about the S&P 500 down at those levels. Q's slightly down. How's the IWM doing? How's the Russell doing? Down 30.33%. Dow Industrial Average up. So yeah, I mean, Dow's just been your kind of outperformer the past couple weeks. Energy, value names in general have been doing really well. Berkby up 1% today. So that's the cycle we're in right now. I don't know. It could end tomorrow. It could end 2 weeks from now. But people are selling growth and buying value. So that's what I'm doing. I'm fine with being in the pack if it's making me money. I'm fine with just being in the pack and doing what everyone else is doing if it's making me money. Someone wanted to check out REL, Richardson Electronics. We did check this out last week too. I don't really know the company chart-wise. I mean, this thing's making all-time highs, right? I just, again, don't really know what the company does, A. B, this move is so drastic over the past, so September. So really in the last 2 months, this stock has gone from 13 to 25 that I usually associate that move with some sort of a sell-off. If some people are out here or are like big fib traders, they would track this move from 13 to here and then say, okay, a 50% retracement would bring you back down to around $20. Then there you can go long again. So A couple of things. I mean, when a stock's at or near all-time highs, it's usually a sign of strength, and I like that. However, with such a drastic move, again, I would just associate that usually with some sort of a little sell-off, profit taking, there, and then see where we stand if we do get a little sell-off there. So again, I'm not super familiar with this company. Wouldn't be crazy about going long here based on the chart, but you never know. All right, guys, it is 12:59 p.m. Eastern time, which means that here in about 1 minute, we'll be with Money Mitch for Stock Market Movers. Shout out to everyone who's been with us today. Smash the like if you have not already. Money Mitch will be talking to Tuan Nguyen, the PhD economist at RSM. Excited about that. Okay, Brad F saying it's a measure of volatility. I know VIX is, I don't know. I actually talked, the VIX was created by just some, like, I don't mean to belittle him, not just some, but VIX was created by an economics professor, I want to say at Georgetown University in DC in like the 90s. And he's a cool dude. I've talked to him before. Maybe we'll get him on the show. The actual dude who created VIX, so he can explain to us what it is, because I know people are always debating on Twitter and whatnot. Is VIX the measure of uncertainty, volatility? Is it just go up when the market's down? I don't really know. We'll talk to him. But all right, guys, 1:00 p.m. It is time to get kind of heading over to Stock Market Movers. But before we do, I want to talk to you guys about our event coming up in New York City, the future of crypto. I'm going to be there. You got to be there if you're in the area. Tickets are very affordable. It's going to be a fun time. It's going to be worth your while to come. So without further ado, let's go ahead and play this little intro video I have. And when we come back, Money Mitch will take it away.
All right, team, and definitely check out, of course, the future of crypto. And I will let you guys know that you guys can use Money Mitch 20 to get 20% off. I'll give you guys a little insight there. AB doesn't even have a discount code. You can hit him up later, but use mine, Money Mitch 20. Check it out. New York City, December 7th. Be there, guys. It's going to be a pretty fun event. I'm even trying to get out there. So I'll see you guys out there in New York, hopefully December 7th, 1 month from today. All right, let's get right into the action. We got a lot to talk about today. We do have, of course, our guest. We got Tuan Nguyen, is a PhD economist at RSM at US. And so get ready for that. We're going to talk a lot about the Fed, see the outlook, see what he sees in the economy. Does he see strength, weakening? You guys wait towards that. And of course, if you guys have a question, go ahead and throw it up in the chat. That's what this show's about also. Stock Market Movers gets to the expert opinions, economists, analysts out there. So you guys can go ahead and ask a question. Throw it up in the chat. I'll make sure to get to it when we get towards our guest. It's going to be at 1:15. Today, we got a lot to talk about. We got Apple, of course, putting in some news about supply. We'll talk about Palantir's earnings. We got BioNTech earning. Looks like Truth Social getting some movement today. Peabody, full disclosure, am long BTU, but we'll talk about why I'm long BTU and why it was a big winner today. We'll talk about Meta. Looks like large layoffs waiting here soon as Wednesday, and also LiDAR stock, Velodyne and Ouster agreeing to merge. We'll talk about that and catch a little bit of some Elon action. Carvana on the way down. Looks like it's crashing. Get it there. Carvana with a little bit of a crash. We'll see what is to make of today's market right here on Stock Market Movers. Do me the favor, hit the thumbs up. Let's get the show started today. There are 3 ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. I can't help you cheat, but I can give you the informational edge to help you succeed in the markets. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. All the market moving headlines and expert opinions every day. They say money is the oxygen of capitalism, and I want to breathe more than any man alive. Right, let's get right to it, team. Let's take a look at what's going on out there. Looks like the SPY is getting a little bit of a bounce here. Been waiting to see, will the SPY take a down move or an up move? Right now, it's been battling on the 15 minutes. So we're going to see what we got right now to see if some of these moves are going to go ahead and play out. The SPY has been battling, trying to get back towards the 378, has a bottom around 375. We're going to look to see, will we get back into the trend line? I would like the hourly chart to kind of describe a little bit more about what's important here, right? So we could draw an uptrend, a downtrending uptrend line here, right? Then we can do a horizontal line up here. And we're going to look to see if we're going to get back above the 380s or below the 375. If we do crack the 375, we could start heading towards the 370. But right now, it's staying in the bullish trend. Going to have to wait and see if this bullish trend can hold here on the SPY. It's going to be great action right now to watch if we can get that move, especially during the show towards the 380s. We'll wait and see. All right, let's get towards the next one. Of course, we'll talk about our topics today to keep in mind. This week, we got a lot on the radar, right? Of course, we got the midterm elections. How will this play out? Will it be a Republican sweep like a lot of people are thinking it's going to be? I don't think it's going to be that easy. I think you're going to have a little bit of a wave. Maybe you might get the Republicans to have more of the position, but it's not just going to be a sweep in my mind. But we need to keep wait and see, right? How am I going to be trading this? Well, I'm going to be trying to be more along waiting and seeing moments than trying to react and guess where the midterms is going to take us. That's going to be the trouble here, is trying to predict, right? That's what I don't want to do. Just like Thursday's CPI data, I don't want to predict one way. I want to have situational thinking of how I'm going to be able to approach this. Now, of course, CPI is going to be coming back, and I do think that we could see a slight tick down in CPI. But the question in the long run is, am I concerned about inflation coming back? And I am starting to get concerned. I'll talk about it with my guest coming up here at 1:15, because my question is, you're starting to see oil prices come back up, OPEC cutting production. That's what got the price back above 90s. Are we going to go ahead and see the price of oil spike back above 100? And if it does spike back above 100, where will inflation go then? I think this is definitely something to keep in mind and something to watch as we approach Thursday. Let's get into the market, though, and take a look at what else is going to happen. How do you think the market would react on a blue sweep? Well, on a blue sweep, it looks like a lot of people are looking for the dollar to make a push up. And so what would that show us? That would mean that the market's coming down. So, of course, these are all predictions, though. That's what I would say, Stack, is that on a blue sweep, I would see the dollar going up, and that means that the market would actually be coming down. Of course, battles in the chip departments. We know how the Democrats see this, and they want us kind of actually transitioning some of these semiconductors to be made here. We're going to go ahead and see how the Republicans act in that situation. But I'll tell you right now, this is a big kind of what if scenarios. And I think what's more important here is focusing on monetary policy, not fiscal policy. Fiscal policy, of course, coming from that side. But if we focus on the Fed is what's really leading the market right now. And I think until we see them change their tune, we're still going to be in this battle type of market. Let's get out of this talking. We'll take a look at what else is going on. If it rains next month, maybe I'll come with you to New York. But is it going to be live? Of course it's going to be live. Don't miss it, Kenneth. It's a great event. And one of the things that I think is an important part of this event for the future of crypto is networking. There's going to be some big conversations being spoken about. There's going to be some big NFT guys there that I think if you get in touch with, who knows what you can be leaning into in the next couple of years. One thing that I always say about the future of crypto is that I feel like you're in waves in cryptocurrency, right? So if you are going to be making it out in the future of crypto, right now, I feel like we're in the second wave on the wave down. There's going to be a third wave. And that third wave is, I think, where you really, truly adopt crypto. And maybe we start actually seeing spending, right, in the US, like where you can actually buy your groceries with crypto. Well, I think that's the next move that's coming. And so you, of course, don't want to miss this wave. That's why I think it's so important to make it to the event, because this is the final wave, I feel, in crypto, to have your opportunity to get in on a big investment. I haven't even taken my shot. I can tell you one thing, it's definitely on my mind. All right, let's get into Apple, as that is probably the biggest news of the day. Let's talk about that. And looks like we finally got at least some conversation of what we've been reading about for a long time. Of course, there have been different kind of analysts that have been putting out the productions of iPhones getting hit, and it looks like Apple finally admitted to it. But how did they admit to it? They admitted to it for what's going on in the Foxconn situation. So Apple says that COVID-19 restrictions in China have impacted the main iPhone 14 Pro and Max assembly facilities. And so now they're focusing, of course, on prioritizing health and safety for their workers. But Foxconn announcing that it will revise down the outlook for Q4. For a while there, some people were saying that this could affect 30 to 50% of the supply. It's something to keep in mind, right? Because if Apple's going to keep battling to the downside, well, then that's when we got to really be careful, because this has been a big leader and truly hasn't really broken down to where it looks truly bearish. And that's where I think right now it looks like we could be heading. If we could see Apple going towards 130, 100, that's not a good outlook overall for the market, not showing us the tech is bottoming. And we got to be really careful, because the other boys are also on the downturn, right? You can see Microsoft bouncing a little bit today, Google bouncing a little bit today, right? And so I'm keeping my eyes on these big boys to see if they're going to be able to turn around these tech stocks. We're going to need Apple definitely to hang on here, because if it does get back towards the 130s, the 120s, it could start cutting down. All right, getting out of Apple talk, we can continue to watch to see what happens with the iPhone. Of course, also keep your eyes on suppliers of iPhone like Foxconn to give us some more information. Now let's go to Palantir, as their earnings came out. And of course, this is a retail favorite. But as you guys can see, not getting the love that some traders thought that they would get here. Let's go towards the 15-minute. You're seeing Palantir Technologies take another hit down. Their EPS coming in at 1 cent, missing the 2 cent estimate. Sales at 478 million, beating the 470.31 million estimate there. So now one thing that they did do is reaffirm their full year 22 revenue guidance towards 1.9 million, towards 1.902 billion. And I think that now we just need to be watching how their currency impact. They did state that they would have a negative $5 million currency impact on the prior quarter's guidance. So they expect the revenues, instead of that 508 to 510, closer towards 503 and 505 million. So I think Palantir in the long run is going to be able to turn things around on their financials. But right now, there's too much overhead supply. There's not the growth story that we need driving this type of stock. So there's two things going against it right now. There's, of course, the overhead supply. That's going to be kind of more of a technical outlook and where the shares is. Then you take a look at the story. Well, Palantir and growth stocks are not in favor right now. And then you look a little bit deeper into the financials. It looks like they're going to need to really start turning things around to really show that kind of positive growth outlook. Right now, it's just not it. And of course, currency impacts are definitely not helping the situation here in Palantir. So we'll see when this can actually turn around. And of course, you can see from the pricing, a lot of overhead supply around that $10. So that's kind of the line in the sand for me. When Palantir finally gets back above 10 and starts holding it, then I'll start looking for this as an investment. Right now, I'm staying away. All right, getting out of Palantir Technologies in a second. We'll be getting into our interview about 1 minute, and then we'll get into our interview today. So let's just go through one more stock here. Want to go to Truth Social, DWAC. Of course, getting some lift here. based on some political outlook that Trump could be announcing his presidential campaign next week, as soon as next week. And Rumble's getting a little bit of a lift on this, Funware getting a little bit of a lift. And you can see it pulled back here, started holding here, and now it's starting to try to make a move back towards the 26. We'll see if it can get back towards that pre-market, up towards 28 and 30s, but definitely getting some lift off of this Digital World acquisition. Not necessarily a stock that I would be looking at. It's not my cup of tea. You guys know how I feel about DWAC. I don't think this is going to survive in the long run, but definitely getting a spike with that mention and could keep pushing off of rumors, of course, from presidential run from Donald Trump. We'll see what happens there. All right, getting out of that news, let's go back into, of course, getting out of the stocks. Let's get towards our first interview today. Like always, chat, I want you guys to go ahead and fill in, ask a question. That's really the important part here at Benzinga, that we give you guys a competitive advantage. When we get these experts on, we're in no rush to get them off. This is what I feel that other medias have a tendency of doing. So if you want to have your opportunity to go ahead and ask Tua Nugent, a PhD economist, well, go ahead, throw up a question in the chat. Now's your opportunity. Let's get into our first interview today. All right, let's get to a new one here. PhD and economist at RSM US. Welcome back on. Can you hear me?
Just 1 second.
No worries. Just check the settings down below. I'll pull you back down so at least we can fix this up here. No, not a worry at all. You gotta just probably reconnect your iPod. There you go. You give me a thumbs up when you can hear me, okay? All right, let me know when you're ready to go, and I'll get you back on. Now, one thing that I will be talking to him, and you guys can go ahead and throw up a question, is what do you feel about the Fed situation right now, right? I think this is definitely important to get an understanding of, and also thinking about it in the bigger sense. Is the economy slowing down? Are we seeing a strong economy? What's going on in the labor market? All questions that we have coming up here for Tuin. Are you ready to get going here? You can give me a thumbs up. All right, there we go. We got it fixed there. I saw that sometimes the iPod headphones, they unconnect, so we got to connect them back. But hey, I see you. You made an adjustment there. We're ready to go. Let's get into it here. First question I have more is, how do you feel about the narrative of the Fed pausing, of course, the outlook of interest rates? And will Fed Chair Jerome Powell ever truly flip, especially in the environment that we're seeing right now?
So Mitch, it's great to be back, and especially to talk about the Federal Reserve. So there are two key takeaways that I think we can get from the presser last week. First of all, we kind of see a slowdown in terms of rate hikes. So our base case is pointing to 50 basis points in December, probably 25 or even 50 basis points in the first quarter of next year. So it's going to bring the interest rate, the policy rate, to about 5 to 5.25%. And obviously, the rule of thumb is we want to have interest rate above core PCE inflation. So that's the rule of thumb that we've been using. And that's really the meaning of restrictive monetary policies, because you want to see real interest rate positive, right? So it's going to slow down investment. It's going to slow down the labor market. A second key takeaway that I think is going to be very important is that the type of pivot that the market is pricing in for mid-2023, in my opinion, is a little bit too optimistic, just a little bit, because in our base case, we're going to think that with inflation at that level and with unemployment rate moving up, but we don't think unemployment rate will move above 5% because labor demand is so strong at the moment, and because the labor market is moving toward a shift in regime, you can say so. So we're moving from a lot of supply in terms of labor. Now we're moving to a scenario when we have more persistent labor shortages. So we're going to see unemployment rate to be around 4.7, 4.8% by the end of 2023, and inflation rate at 3%. Now, if that's the case, then we don't think the Federal Reserve will pivot, meaning that the Federal Reserve will cut interest rate, because that's the scenario when you have unemployment rate near the natural rate of unemployment, the full employment level, a little bit below 5%, around 4.5%. So that's the scenario when the Federal Reserve doesn't want to cut rates.
Definitely. I think you gave an important part there that I think our viewers should definitely pay attention to, which on the speech in the FOMC meeting and in the actual release, you can see sufficiently restrictive. I think part of what you're saying there, of course, of getting the benchmark and fund rates towards a certain level when they're above the core PCE inflation, I think this is something that we need to start looking for. So if you're really looking to see the Fed kind of, pivot, I think you should be more watching, can we get above that core inflation so that we could actually see that kind of finally into the restrictive stage to start affecting inflation. This is definitely an area that I'm focusing on. I've heard it from multiple analysts, and I appreciate you bringing it here, Tuan. So let's get into also CPI this week. Do you expect to see CPI really starting to show a topping of inflation?
So our forecast for this week's CPI, I think we are in a camp of we're going to see an upside surprise in terms of CPI. So the consensus at the moment for the top line is around 0.6% month over month. Our forecast is showing 0.8% month over month. So we are seeing, so we believe we're going to see some kind of upside surprise coming from energy and food prices. And also for the core CPI, we don't think we're going to see the rent component pick anytime soon. Essentially, you're going to, normally, historically speaking, you can see like a 12 to 16 month lag between housing prices and rent component of CPI and PCE inflation. So that means we're going to see a peak in terms of rent component around early next year or even mid next year. So we think there are more upside risks to inflation at the moment, meaning that we might see upside surprise in terms of policy rate.
Definitely. I think it's something to keep our minds on. And you guys are pointing towards a spike there. Well, not really a spike, but at least a hotter in CPI inflation. Of course, that's probably going to scare the markets a little bit here. Now, how do you guys see the economy looking? Do you see it staying strong, or are you starting to see some weakening in the economy?
So based on what the Federal Reserve is doing in the data points around manufacturing and industrial productions and other sectors of the economy, we actually have recently updated our recession probability to 45%, like in the past couple of months, to 65% at the moment. So we are seeing higher risk of the economy descending toward a recession by the second half of next year. Now, obviously, the base case is still going to be a mild recession, a shallow recession, because, again, we're going to see unemployment rate to be a little bit lower than 5%, which means we're not going to get into a deep recession. Now, that's also underscore the fact that if the market is pricing in for a pivot, we essentially don't want to see that pivot, because the only scenario that I see the Federal Reserve is going to pivot is when unemployment rate gets out of control, above 5% to 6%. And that's a scenario that even the market doesn't want to see, right? So that's something that we are keeping in mind at the moment, and we are monitoring at the moment.
Yeah, definitely something to keep in mind is that unemployment, will we truly see a spike? Because it seems like just the numbers are not matching what the Fed has been giving us, which it seems like for 3 meetings, they've been talking about unemployment truly going higher, but we only saw it maybe spike a little bit, maybe 0.2 in that time. So I'm keeping a close eye on unemployment. Of course, stated last week, job gains robust. So take that how you want to take that. Now, of course, with unemployment, and it just not showing up. Is this more of a kind of post-pandemic new outlook on jobs that are really trying to affect the numbers? Or is this truly that unemployment just won't get a spike? Because it seems like the jobs can't even get filled, let alone unemployment going higher right now.
I think both are true at the same time. So we are moving toward a new era when, again, we're going to have persistent labor shortages. The first reason is we're going to have long COVID symptoms, long COVID impact. We essentially down almost more than 1 full percentage point in terms of labor force participation rate. So again, we're going to have that kind of labor shortages. And then moving forward, we're going to see a change in work-life preferences, remote work, and then a lot of restriction in terms of immigration, reshoring, all kinds of things that can impact labor, the workforce. So the unemployment rate number is important, but we're also looking at the labor demand number, which is job openings. And the Federal Reserve has been very clear that the Federal Reserve wants to see job openings to go down, right? Now, that's the raw number. That's not growth rate. That's not pace of increases. So if we want to see labor demand decline outright, we want to have that kind of restrictive monetary policies, right? A decline in investment, a decline in business growth, right? So we're gonna see that kind of restrictive monetary policy moving forward.
Now, you did mention that you guys see a little bit of a spike in inflation coming, at least the CPI, a little bit higher. Now, I wonder if this is a spike viewed on energy. Do you think that energy still has some legs in this inflation battle? Or do you feel like energy and kind of demand destruction is coming closer as recession comes?
So we have demand destruction, obviously around Chinese economy at the moment, and then global economy is heading toward a recession. However, you have a supply equation there, right? And the date that we are looking at moving forward is December 5th, when we're going to see a price cap on Russian energy. And that's going to be an important date because should we see retaliation from the Russians, we're going to see energy prices spike up again. And again, the status quo is going to be a lot of uncertainties around energy prices.
Well, thank you for joining me, like always, Tuan Nguyen, PhD economist at RSM, and definitely I gotta catch you even off the show, and we have to have a conversation on the markets. Always like talking to you, Tuan, so definitely we'll have you back on. Appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
Have a good one. All right, there you guys have our expert of the day, and he's definitely seeing, one of the things that we'll be watching is the CPI report. They're seeing a little bit of a spike. That's interesting. I actually thought we could come in light and then get the spike. But if we're already continuing the spike in CPI, how can we be looking at the Fed pivoting? This is where I go ahead and go back into what the books tell me. Don't fight the Fed, team. We don't want to be fighting the Fed. You don't need all this book to know. Just follow Ned Davis's mentality of not fighting the Fed until the Fed pivots. Then we can pivot also. Or we really need to see these data start pointing towards a pivot or pause in the Fed. Then you can maybe front run the numbers. But in my eyes, I'm still more leaning on waiting for the Fed to give us that first mention that they're looking to pivot. Then we can go ahead and try to attack this market. Right now, it's been pretty tough. Let's keep going. Let's get into some other headlines that are out in the market. Let's go to BTU. Let's go to Peabody, right? BTU having a really good day. Full disclosure, am long, and you guys could have got long with me off of the 1 hour chart, and that was on live trading, of course. So let's go off that 1 hour to kind of see what I was looking at in this. And so I was looking for it to come back into yesterday's range. And so where was kind of the range that we were getting into was right around this kind of 27.47, and like looked at this to the left and saw the 27.57 area, and look where we pull back to, right around the 27.58 area. And so that's why I like to use hourly charts for good risk to return. Why? Because I could have had a really tight risk on this, looking for a reversal pattern. And so while this came back down, I was able to get 27.80 on this. And you guys can see here, this went down there towards 60 as it started coming back, got 27.80s down here, now holding on to the name and looking for it to continue breaking out. Now, what happened? What gave it the lift? Well, in the pre-market, after the company announced that Colorado ended merger talks with Peabody, this was getting the lift because it got a hit on the report. Now it's getting the push since it's not doing the merger. Going to look to see if this continues running. Like I've talked about, coal multiple times here on BTU, was looking for a move last week above 25. We finally got it. Now we're really getting the breakout there in coal. So you guys can keep your eyes on BTU, or also take a look at some other players in this name. AMR has been one that I've been calling out for a while now. CEIX, my next one to call out. This one not looking too bad, holding the trend line on the pullbacks. Now we just need to see it kind of take out the highs there towards 70. This isn't looking bad on the day. Could end up making that move even today. I'm going to keep watch on CEIX, and there's some other ones that you guys can watch on coal. Of course, I'm not going to be able to go through all of them, but check them out. That's what it's all about, trying to find the leader and laggard style play. Let's go to Meta. Meta is definitely an interesting stock as it's done a run today. And why did it get the lift? Well, let's talk about the news here. Meta looked like it could start large-scale layoffs as soon as Wednesday, according to a report from Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal reporting also that the layoffs are expected to impact thousands of employees in 2023. This was given in the recent earnings report. Zuckerberg mentioned that we're going to be focused our investments on a small number of high priority growth areas. Zuckerberg said that this may mean that some teams will grow meaningfully, but most other teams will stay flat or shrink over the next year. So keep your eyes on what goes on in Meta, getting the lift for cutting costs. This is interesting. Definitely getting a little bit of a pushback, but will this kind of pushback last? That's what I'm calling for. I really don't think it's going to last. One thing that you can be looking for is the next time that Meta gets back into 100 and actually holds, will it start trying to fill in some of this gap zone? That's definitely interesting. But for right now, it's just going sideways. And yes, getting a lift today, but definitely not for me today. I'll stay off of it, and I'm actually going to be looking for eventually this to come back down there towards the next level, which is towards 72s. And once we get through 72s is where I'll start looking at this. But it's going to take a long time for Meta to kind of change up and really get the products that they need in the metaverse to get the lift that they need. LiDAR, let's go to the LiDAR stocks here. I'm going to go to the next headline here. This is going to be for Oust, or you guys can be looking at LiDAR or LAZR, of course, or VLDR, Velodyne, right? Will this kind of come back? Let's take a look here. Today, it is getting a little bit of a bounce here, trying to hold above $1 now. Why are we talking about these companies? Well, they did a merger. Let's talk about it here. So LiDAR maker Ouster and Velodyne have agreed to merge, combining roughly $400 million in market value. Under the deal signed on Friday, Velodyne shareholders will receive 0.8204 shares of Ouster for each Velodyne share they hold, a premium of about 7.8% based on Friday's market close. The company did hold a webcast meeting this morning at 8:30 to discuss the merger. And you can see it got a little bit of a lift, but wasn't able to hold that push. Ouster, another one, of course. What does this show us here? That you might see some consolidation in the LiDAR kind of development here. Of course, Velodyne here is one that we can keep on watch, but we need to keep on watch some of the other ones to see how they can perform, right? Of course, there's some other LiDAR players that we can keep eyes out for to see if they start getting some consolidation also. Will they get some merger talks? Will they get some acquisition talks to buy them out? LAZR is my favorite Luminar Technologies, but it's also a cheap one. Right now, it's off about $7 and actually getting a down move off of this. So we'll see if this can get back up. Of course, Luminar Technology does have a deal with NVIDIA. So who knows? Maybe NVIDIA actually takes them completely. Something to keep in mind. We'll see what happens there. Getting out of Lizar, catching up with the chat. What's going on out there, team? How we doing out there? Definitely smash the like, hit the subscribe button, and we'll keep going here on Stock Market Movers. Up next, you guys have, of course, At the Close coming up at 3:30 as we keep going here on Benzinga. Looks like I got a couple of people in the chat talking about METC. Good coal player, earnings after close. Well, I would wait for the earnings to come first because I'm not really an earnings style player. But if I, for some reason, already had a position, wouldn't be feeling too bad about coal today. Of course, METC looks like it has earnings after the close. Could get a nice lift off of that. And it's one of those coal stocks that I do keep a close eye. And you can see it here because I've been watching this for a long time. Created this in March 10th and just been closely watching this to see when we would actually start getting that push back. Looks like we're trying to run towards the 200-day. I could see it going to 13. Maybe on the earnings, maybe towards 13.45, but I'd actually let it do the move first and then look for pullbacks towards the 13. We'll see what happens there. Is today the beginning of the new lighting, red, pink, blue? No, I mean, I'm just playing it around, Kenneth. Let me know if you like the background or not. I can always change it up. That's the fun part, right? I mean, I actually got some changeable lights here. So, I mean, if I wanted to, you know, I could go back to the all blue. It's all good. We can change it up. We can have some fun. And you guys can always give some feedback. Let's get into what was hot and what was not. And then we'll touch a couple more headlines. Let's get right towards it. All right. First up, like always, this is where we talk about the sectors and the industries that are moving on the day. Let's take a look at what is in the green and what is in the red. What was hot today and what was not. Energy continuing to swing towards the upside. Let's take a look at like a leader like Exxon Mobil. Exxon Mobil getting another push up towards 113. Really kicking myself that I did not partake in this big recent rally. It's been a monster run there in Exxon Mobil, about 30% in the last month or so. Probably about like a month and a half, but not a bad run there. Let's take a look at some other names here. SLB, I remember when this first started going off of their earnings, and that was at 45. It's made huge runs in there. It's still about 20%. Halliburton was one that I gave immediately after that push, and it's continued pushing here. Not a bad name there, Halliburton. Nice move going back there towards the 40. Another one that I was looking at was Valero for a diesel type of push play, right? This is not a bad one. Did get that nice little spike today towards 33. Now pulling back. We'll see if this can continue getting lift. Of course, this one was moving with the diesel talk out in the market. All right, let's continue. We'll go into some other big names in oil. Oxy, how's that doing? Starting to pull back a little bit. Did it get towards the high yet? We've been talking about would it get towards the 52-week high? Looks like you're almost there. So definitely getting that spike today. Give it that little rise towards the 52-week high. We'll see if we get there towards 77.13s. And that's not a bad move there for Warren as he was buying in the 57s. And now it's probably up about what? It's probably up about 30% on like a millions position. I mean, it must be nice to be Warren on this Oxy. Not a bad move. And shows us why we were calling this one and trying to buy it at cheap evaluations. Wasn't a bad one there. Occidental Petroleum. All right, going to healthcare, the second leading sector on the day, up about 0.3 from the open. Let's talk about what is moving here that's getting some lift. Well, of course, UNH. These have been really strong lately. Healthcare plans. Getting some lift today. I would definitely keep these on my mind. I've been looking at a couple of plays here. CVS has been one that's been into the green the last couple of days. ELV is one that I'm looking to catch the bounce around 520s or 513. So it doesn't look too bad there. MOH, Molina Healthcare. Taking a look at a couple of these. CI, Cigna Corp. This one looks good. This one looks like it wants to continue pushing. Another one that's continued pushing is Humana. Look for this one to kind of hold the 550 pullback. We'll see if that holds as support. And if it looks like it's holding right now, looks like it could take another leg in the next couple of days towards the upside. We'll see if it holds 550. These have made big runs, though. Could start pulling back. Healthcare names. Also, you got drug manufacturers getting some lift today. You guys can take a look at some of these names to see how they continue to push. Looks like there's a couple of these. Let's go to the daily charts, see if I can find anything that I don't look at often. Just looking at some drug manufacturers' names here, getting some lift here. RDY, Dr. Reddy's Laboratory. This one doesn't look too bad, trying to get a move towards 57. I don't know too many of these, so I'm just kind of rolling through here. These are drug manufacturers, specialty and generic. So, hey, not looking too bad there. Medicare companies, let's go towards biotechs. Biotechs, I definitely know some other ones. Amgen, look at Amgen continuing a nice little push after that pullback. Gilead, still pushing. Regeneron, VRTX, starting to turn around a little bit there. NVO, getting a nice little push. This one actually looks good here. It filled the gap on the pullback. Now looking to get through that Wednesday high of 116. Not a bad one there. NVO. Catching up with the chat. What stocks do you guys like? Throw it up in the chat. We'll definitely take a look there. Jay Rice is in the chat calling out SLB 52-week high. It's been a really good move since that earnings report. All right, let's keep going. Let's get out of healthcare names. Defensives getting a little bit of a lift there. What is pushing well there? So pharmaceuticals, retailers not having a bad one. I saw this Walgreens Boots Alliance getting a nice little lift. It did pull back towards the 38. Now push back towards the VWAP. We'll see if it can continue making moves. And this is a stock that I don't trade too often, but Walgreens getting a nice lift today. Tobacco up today. I was looking at some other stocks to see if they were going to start pushing. Maybe some food distribution stocks. Well, definitely keep these ones on watch. I've been looking to see packaged foods. Would these start getting the lift again? Like General Mills, this doesn't look too bad for a push back there towards the 80s. Kraft Heinz looking like it's putting in a support there around the 38. Could make a push back towards the upside. Actually like this chart here on an hourly pullback, holding right here around the 38s and then making its move back there towards 39. Not a bad chart to keep on watch here in Kraft Heinz. All right, let's keep going. Let's take a look at what was in the red today. In the red, utilities getting hit hard. These stocks had just fallen out of favor. And I called it that even though they were coming back here, like on the XLU, you could see it come back. But I had the feeling that these were going to come right back to the downside because it just looked like they were just getting bounces because of rotation away from certain stocks. Now it looks like they're taking that next leg down. Don't get caught in these because it looks like utilities are coming right back to the downside. We'll see what happens there. And some of these names look like real estate is behind that. Definitely real estate sector is one of these sectors that goes up and down and swings all around. I haven't found a way to really kind of trade these where I have edge. I can tell you that right off the bat because I've been looking for ITB to completely break down and it just won't. It just won't break. And so with that being said, I'm actually leaning a little bit more bullish on this tape, but I'm not going to play these because I just don't feel like I have an advantage in these. So I'm sticking out of it. Real estate, not really an area where I have an advantage. And you got to know where your edge is. Now, right here. Consumer cyclical getting hit today. Some of this doing well. Some of this not doing that well. Gambling getting a little bit of a bounce back today after getting hit hard on the downside. DraftKings eventually came back down there towards 11. 11 looked like a good support. It eventually popped off of that. I even took a trade on DraftKings to the upside today, break even, but was looking for this kind of little push back here after a stock that had been beaten down, looking for a little bounce there. It got it today. Home improvement stores getting a little bit of a bounce here. Home Depot getting a little bit of a lift there towards 290s. We'll see if this can continue making moves up, but it does have a lot of support around the 280s. We'll see if this can kind of hold. It's been in a sideways pattern, so I really want to see it get into a trend, but right now it doesn't look too bad. This one's interesting. I haven't taken a look at this one in probably just about ever. ARHS doesn't look bad. Just made a move back above 8, pulled back, filled some of this gap here. Now it's starting to make its move back up. Might be one that I'll put on the radar. Definitely a lower volume name, but ARHS getting some lift. All right, let's keep going. Let's get into some other stocks out there. Basic materials, coal stocks getting that push there. We talked about some of those. Lumber giving a little push. That's why you're probably seeing Home Depot up. That's definitely an area that I've been watching. Gold. Gold is a trade definitely to keep on watch. Seems like more people are talking about this trade. And one thing that I can see here is you're really starting to get some volume to come back into gold. That can be something to watch. So for my eyes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just keep watch also the dollar, because if the dollar drops fast, gold is going to be a trade that I want to be a part of. So I'm going to be looking at a name like this, like GOLD. Now I can start seeing some more bottoming towards 14. Need the data to really show me that I want to get towards it long. So that's going to be the dollar starting to get weakening, and which could happen. Of course, it could happen if maybe the Democrats get a little bit of a push here in the election. So we'll see what happens on gold. A lot of it is depending on the DXY, the dollar index, and what also plays out, of course, in the elections. All right, if you guys have a mover today that definitely caught your attention, throw it up in the chat. That's what this show is about. It's catching those stock market movers, the biggest moves on the day. All right, now one that I did catch today that I had a really good trade was VERU. Don't know if you guys caught this one, but definitely a great stock to trade on kind of these big moves. And I was able to catch this one from an early entry of 1285, getting out the top shares towards 1450. And this was not a bad move there. Eventually went all the way up as high as almost 16. This was a really great trade, VERU. So keep this one on watch. It's been getting strong. And what I like about this is the daily chart. When you can see this actually kind of holds up there, it doesn't just spike in price and come down immediately. These are the ones that I want to have on my radar, especially if I'm looking for a cheaper name to get strong. Well, today, 48 million shares, a lot of volume coming through. Came back through that 1350, looked interesting. Not a bad name there. 1285 is getting in there, taking some out there at 1318, 1380s, 1445 on the top shares. Not a bad move. Didn't catch it, saw it moved. When was it flagged, Nick, on Sunday? No, I mean, definitely you gotta come out towards live trading if you haven't been there before. That's from 9 a.m. towards around 11 a.m. Eastern every single day, right here on Benzinga. All right, let's go towards the natural gas plays. I did see natural gas getting some lift. The UNG, I do see someone talking about Boyle. Can't blame you, Tony. We could take a look at Boyle or UNG, whichever one you want to take a look at. And these are the stocks that I think are important to get on big pullbacks, because this stock has a tendency of gapping overnight, right? And so if we can catch it off of an overnight gap down and off support, that's probably where it's going to make the most sense. I really liked it in here in the 40s, risking off maybe the 38s where you started getting a nice bottom, but now you're up there towards 50. How do you play this? Well, I'd be looking for some pullbacks, right? I'd be looking for some pullbacks back into this range, so into the 45 to join the party then. Then I can go ahead and risk maybe off the 40s and looking for a move back up through the 50s to the 60s. It's going to be tough to see this. We really need to see kind of the situation in Europe play out to what we thought would happen, which is a spike due to winter conditions. So keep in mind, if winter conditions start really getting bad in Europe, well, then that's when you can start seeing this get the spike. And it's going to take a while, too, to also kind of deplete those reserves, right? They built up the reserves. We need to see those reserves just really quickly getting run through. If we see that, that's probably where we'll actually start seeing a continued spike in natural gas. All right, we'll see what else is going on there. Let's take a look at what else is moving. Looks like GLDI for gold. I like that. Like DXY. It's going to be fun. If the dollar kind of can get down there, and silver is another one, right? I mean, silver is a play that you guys can be watching also. I've been seeing a lot of people talk about silver. Look at the amount of volume that came in on this on Friday. Interesting to note. We'll see what happens there in some silver plays and some gold plays. Lin, special chemical stocks here. That's an actual really nice breakout that I'm going to keep watch. Look at the weekly. I'd look for a pullback towards around 305 or 300, but doesn't look bad here. And definitely keep your eyes on some of these lithium names. I feel like eventually they're going to have a big break until the end of the year. So keep watch. Stocks like LAC, will they get that big push up? I'm going to watch these. I have a feeling we'll have a nice day going into this month. The only thing is, when will it come and how long will it take? If you take a look at the monthly chart on PLL, it looks like it's been really trying to build up, eventually make a rip through 70s. I'm going to keep this one on my radar, PLL. All right, let's keep going through. There's some other names. And of course, if you guys got a ticker, throw it up in the chat. I got a couple more to get through. It's about 1:48. We're going to be getting out of here in just about 10 minutes here. So wrap up. But definitely hit the like button if you guys are enjoying today's stream. One of the stocks that got hit the hardest today, right? Carvana. Of course, Carvana has been one of the stocks that we've been worried about. Will they make through the environment that we're in? Of course, high interest rates for used cars is not helping it. Longer outlook that interest rates will be higher, and you guys are seeing Carvana continue to get hit on the downside. I definitely would try to stay away from a stock like Carvana. You can see it today. It took some even further hit down there towards 7, and it gets to a point where it doesn't even make sense on the short side, as this stock has already been beaten down. Another one that I've been looking at to eventually get in a similar situation is Affirm. As it keeps getting lower and lower, I think you're going to start hearing more and more concerns coming out of the company. So watch out, Affirm. If your guys are long Affirm in the long run, I would really be careful with a stock like this. I feel like this stock eventually disappears, but that's just only my opinion. All right, IPI, Intrepid Potash. Let's take a look there if this is going to turn around here. And I'm not feeling it too much. As you guys can see here, the weekly chart doesn't really have a great outlook. Look for MOS to turn that around tonight, right? They have their earnings. I'm going to be watching MOS tonight, but if it can get a lift back towards 55, 56 tomorrow, yeah, then you can watch IPI to look for that reversal back into the 40s. But for right now, it's going to be a lot dependent on kind of the industry leaders like MOS. And another one that I'd watch is CF, right? CF is another one, CF Industries. We'll see what happens to the agricultural inputs. Well, this one, if MOS gets to spike, you could see this one back towards 110. If this is back towards 110, I'd be watching for this one to make its move towards 120. Not a bad one to keep on watch, CF Industries. All right, now one more to kind of talk about, which would be Blue Apron, ARPN. Let's talk about their earnings. They came in with some earnings today, and this was a clear stock that I was calling out when it was up here towards like 5. I was like, why is this stock up right now? This is not the environment for Blue Apron to do really well. High inflationary environment, high price for their items, high price for their food also. Well, look at the numbers. Numbers tell us it all, right? Numbers weren't good here. Blue Apron coming in, EPS here at a loss of 74 cents, missing the loss of 50-cent estimate. Sales at 109.7 million, missing the 118.87 million estimate. And it just shows you that a miss and a miss on a company that's not making money is really going to get pounded on. So now it's down there towards $1.76. Another stock that I don't think will get through this environment, but that's just, again, my opinion. We'll see what happens there. Tesla was definitely getting hit, and I saw someone talking about earlier. Well, why does it matter if the big stocks keep getting hit? Will this kind of make the SPY go down? Well, that's exactly how it works. You know, one of the things that you keep in mind when you're talking about indexes is when we're talking about an index, we definitely want to understand that how are these made, right? The S&P 500 is an index. That's exactly what that is, right? And so how did he create it is there's certain percentage of certain stocks that make up the S&P 500, right? And so certain stocks are going to lead more of the top quartile of the ETF, right? Or the index. And so one of the things that we need to watch is our leadership. Because when our leadership goes, so a lot of the times do the stocks. Apple's been one to definitely keep watch. Another kind of bottoming event today and not really getting down there through the 136 is a good level. Now, if we crack 134s, just watch out because Apple could be coming on the next leg down. It's going to be all dependent on what happens here in Apple and other names, right? Microsoft was actually in the green today. That's not a bad outlook. It's getting a little bit of a bounce there from the bottom, 220s. But if we crack 220s again, you got to be careful in names like this. Google, also really bad chart. Now 2 days green. It's not bad outlook. Starting to see a little bit of a turnaround in these. Tesla is the one that really doesn't look strong. It looks like it cracked through the 200, and closing down here is not a good outlook. I think if you close down to 200, you might get a continued crackdown in the next couple of days through the 180, back towards the 160 area. If we get towards 160, that's where I'm going to be starting to look at Tesla for an investment in the longer run. But you guys can see this has made one run, two runs, and it looks like the third run started to fail. We'll see what happens there in Tesla. All right, it's 1:55, team. I'll catch up with the chat, see if you guys got another ticker to check out. Looks like Sabrina wants to check out Run. Run is an interesting stock. Let's go towards the hourly, like you talked about, right? A lot of times we look to see, are we going to get a push towards support, right? Previous range. That's what I like to look at also. Support here coming into play. Now it looks like it's trying to fill in some of this shadow, right? And so we can go ahead. Let's go towards a 4-hour chart, kind of clean it up for us. And so here's that kind of close down to the low. So you can see here, around 22 is the risk right now. Let's go back towards that hourly and see what we're seeing on the approach. Looks like we tried to get through here multiple times. We did the attempt, and then we came down. This would be what they call the A move. This would be the B move. And this would be the C move lower. Now, what you want to see is it come back through that A move. So I'll move back towards 24 and then eventually getting towards 24.50. That could show it's that nice bottoming outlook on Run. First recovery candle is 23 to show you that you want to get towards 24. So that's what I would be keeping a close eye on. Another thing is on the 15-minute. You can see here another kind of bottoming attempt here towards this kind of bottom right around 2270s. Maybe that's your outlook for risk to return here. That makes sense. So maybe it's getting in here around the 2270s or the 2280s, and you're risking down towards 2250s. Not a bad outlook if you want to keep the risk to return tight and look for Run to come back pushing on the next day or two. Sideways day here is not a bad outlook, but you definitely don't want to see it break down through that kind of 22 price point. Because then you're just going right back down into the downtrend. This stock was setting up really nice and Run. A lot of this also would probably be the leaders like ENPH turning around, right? FSLR. You want to see this get back into the green trend tomorrow, not the red trend. This came straight down here out the gates. Look for FSLR to be strong tomorrow, and then you can get your Run and Sun Run. We'll see what happens there. And to see if it gets a charge. SEDG reports after hours. Good look, James. Definitely something to keep watch, right? One thing that we're going to see here on SEDG will be if this could come back into the green, well, then we can really start pushing. But if this gets below the 200, be careful. Solar could be on the downturn. All right, catching up with the chat. I know you keep talking about your lights, but I'm wondering now, are you doing it for election day? Or just for change? Because that's what I thought you were doing it for change. Well, it was just for change, but I could see why you could see it kind of election, right? Is it going to be a blue wave? Is it going to be a red wave? Maybe it's purple. Who knows, Kenneth? We're going to have to wait and see. Of course, that will be tomorrow. All right, that's going to do it for me, guys. I'm going to wrap up here on Stock Market Movers. Like always, you guys can catch us a little bit later today on, of course, at the close. I won't have Joel Alconin, but I will jump into this market and tear it apart, looking for all the biggest movers. So if you guys want to join me, that's going to be at 3:30 right here on Benzinga. Don't go anywhere, team. Enjoy the trading action. We'll see what comes today. How's the SPY looking now towards the close of the show? I know that we were looking to see if we would get back towards the 378, or would we get back, of course, towards the 375. Looks like we've gone absolutely nowhere right now. Since we started the show, we were kind of over here, but it essentially hasn't gone anywhere. We need to keep watch to see if we're going to get that 378 move or the 375. Keep watch on Apple. Apple's been kind of sideways all day. I have a feeling it's going to determine the direction. And when it determines the direction, you might see the SPY follow. We'll see what happens. Like always, guys, this is not for financial advice. This is for informational purposes only. So I hope that you guys stick around and enjoy what we do here on Benzinga, trying to give you all the latest action, the headlines, and of course, the expert opinions that keep you in the informational edge. We'll see you next time. Stick around. I'll see you at the close to check out all the latest action. And will Apple get the pop or the drop? Find out on at the close. I'll see you next time, team. Hit the like on your way out.